He was the sorcerer nobody noticed. A chore boy mage, stuck doing errands and support spells. While heroes chased glory, he carried the baggage. Literally. But the truth? Those routine spells stacked into unstoppable power. With each spell cast, the madness spread a little further. Without even realizing it, he's already the strongest sorcerer in the world. Can a whiny sorcerer embrace the madness that makes him unstoppable? Let's find out. The story began with the fact that several months before the 98th floor of the labyrinth, in one of the labyrinths, Wim Strauss, the main character, thought that he needed to either earn merits or not fight with the boss of the floor. In any case, only death awaits him. And so, everything that was happening in front of him was natural. He looked at his dead comrades lying nearby and worriedly wondered, are they still breathing? A huge monster stood in front of him, the floor boss. The protagonist fearfully thought that he defeated them all with one blow. Maybe it was his ability. He urgently needed to escape, but what should he do? Will he be able to escape with 3 people, or does he have time to help them? No. None of this is possible. There is only one way. He needs to prepare for it. MC grabbed his machete and cast the spell Puppeteer, Master of Puppets, and then thought that he was finally finished with him, saying that it was over. He just wants to run away, was the first time he had a choice. The dragon wings that made him a companion. He owed them 5 times more for that. The floor boss, seeing him smiling, yelled fiercely and rushed to attack. The protagonist thought that it was time to live, and he was a little proud of himself at that moment. Sometime later in the house, his friends cornered him against the wall. MC asked in fear what was going on. He thought that something strange was definitely happening here. Kronos, the leader of the Dragonwing squad, stuck a sword next to him and said that he would not repeat it a second time. Let this trash get out of here. Did he hear him? Nikra, a priest from the same squad, noticed that he turned pale. Melis, a mage, said that they should have killed him on the spot. The priest noticed that he clearly got something mixed up. Why was he pretending to be a hero? Cronus said with a serious face that they had cornered the boss with his sword and Melis's magic. Did he really want to take all the credit for himself? The protagonist replied in fear that he hadn't planned anything like that. He hadn't even thought about it. He thought that he had miraculously defeated the boss. It was definitely an accident. Then he thought that he would earn the praise of the others. But why were they doing this? Melis noted with displeasure that the boss was almost defeated. Cronus added that there was no doubt about it, but he had gotten into this battle for some reason. The MC thought in fear that they had only become more hateful to him. He fell to his knees and said that he wanted to ask for forgiveness. He had nowhere else to go. No one but the dragon's wing would take him. He would not cause them any more trouble. Let them please, let him stay. This was his place. Cronus replied that they would do so then. Let him fight him, and if he won, he would forgive him. The protagonist took the sword in his hands and thought excitedly that it was impossible. There was no way he could defeat him, unless a miracle happened again. He nervously grimaced and began to grin. Kronos furiously grabbed him by the throat and lifting him up a little, furiously exclaimed, "What's so funny? He's trash, who can only use entry-level enchantment techniques. And he still dares to laugh at his leader." Nikra stopped him and pointed out that he shouldn't overdo it. Kronos threw him on the floor and replied that he deserved it. How could such a loser take down the boss? MC, clearing his throat, thought that it was all because he was risking his life. He just thought that he couldn't continue to bother the Dragonwing. He wanted to be useful. And yet, they hated him. Suddenly, Sophia entered the room. Kronos noted that she would take his place. She would perfectly replace him. They wouldn't even notice. The guy grabbed him by the hair and said with a smile that he was speaking for the last time. Let him get out of here. They don't need him anymore. After some time, MC, going outside in the city of Wilbron, thought that this is a city where the dreams and hopes of young adventurers are in the air. This place is located near the labyrinth. This is a city that thrives thanks to the gifts of the labyrinth and the people who came to explore it. The labyrinth is a huge chest with inexhaustible treasures, but within the walls of the labyrinth live unseen creatures that have never stepped on the surface. It seems to him that the labyrinth is endless. Adventurers exploring the labyrinth can get rich and achieve unprecedented heights. They unite in groups, become brothers in arms who cover each other's backs. They risk their lives to explore the secrets of the labyrinth. He wishes he would just die. He can, of course, apply to the Adventurers Guild and leave an application there, but no one really knows him, and his class is unpopular. It is unlikely that anyone will dare to take him into the group. Maybe he should hunt for all sorts of small E-rank stuff? No, he overestimates himself. It is unlikely that he will be able to cope with someone higher than F-rank. The protagonist took out some change from his pocket and noted that he had no choice but to drink himself to death. He entered the bar where Greta happily greeted him. She, holding mugs of alcohol in her hands, happily noted that she had already heard that the Dragonwing defeated the boss. She congratulated them. All the guests present began to joyfully shout that they were congratulating them. Today he was treating them. Greta added with a smile that now, if he successfully passes the exam, the group's rank would be raised to A. Will he celebrate today? The protagonist answered with an awkward smile that he was not going to do that. Anyway, let her bring him a beer and a sausage. After a while, He sat down at the bar and, holding a fork in his hands, thought that because of this whole situation, he could not even taste properly. Suddenly, MC smiled, but then abruptly shut his mouth and thought that he should not do that. When he smiled like that, Kronos got angry. It must be disgusting. But he still will not return to the Dragon Wing anymore. By the way, sometimes they all celebrated their achievements together. He does not get along well with people, but he still had fun. There is no more place for him. Suddenly, Hidemarie, his friend, entered the bar and called out to him excitedly. Sometime later, in the guild building, Dominic, a member of the adventurer investigation team, reported to the guild master that the Dragon Wing defeated the boss known as the Big Turtle. They checked the corpse. Gothelf Nokenhauer, the guild master and priest, asked, "What's wrong with that?" He replied that their report stated that the four of them had joined forces and defeated the boss. But the guildmaster asked, was there anything that didn't add up? Dominic explained that they had examined the wounds on the boss's body. Most of the wounds were inflicted by the same weapon. There were also wounds from a magic sword and magic, but none of them had caused significant damage. Gothelf noted that the wounds were inflicted by a machete, and only one of them, Wim, uses that. So what does he mean by that? The guy replied that it wasn't the combat class that defeated the boss alone. Earlier, Hidemarie, looking at the map, asked what Wim, a member of the Dragon Wing, was doing in a cheap tavern. She took out the listening stone and heard Kronos telling him to get lost. After a while, the girl excitedly ran into the bar. Grady, seeing her, happily greeted her and noted that she was their cute stalker. Hidemarie nervously replied that she had a name, but she understood that everything had gone into her body and nothing was left for her brain. Anyway, that's not the point now. She turned to the protagonist and asked if everything was okay with him. He looked depressed and wondered what she was talking about with the dragon's wing. MC wondered if the rumor had already spread. Hidemarie replied that only she knew. He asked in bewilderment how she knew. The girl with a sly smile explained that she knew about everything that concerned him. The protagonist excitedly asked why. She excitedly justified herself by saying that they were from the same city. Grete asked what she was talking about. Did something really happen to Wim? MC awkwardly replied that you could say that. The thing is, he was kicked out of the Dragon's Wing. Everyone present in the bar was very surprised when they heard this. They started talking to each other, like, why would a group that was about to get A rank kick out one of its members? It's all somehow strange, and they haven't heard anything about the other three. They only know Vim. The protagonist said upset that they didn't even give him time. They themselves will be fine, apparently. They prepared. Sophia looked very confident. Although maybe they didn't look for that long, anyone could replace him. Hidemarie asked if Sophia was the girl Kronos took as a replacement. He agreed and added that she was a beautiful elf. She noted that she was another of the leader's girls. MC excitedly exclaimed that he didn't say that, although that's possible. He thought that the atmosphere there was clearly unhealthy, although he still wanted to build some trust with them. After these thoughts, he laughed sarcastically again. Hidemarie, noticing this, asked if his laughter had returned. He began to apologize excitedly and asked, was it disgusting, right? She answered with a smile that it was not. She likes this kind of whim. He often laughed like that when he was still lonely. The protagonist asked, embarrassed, how could anyone like this? She shouldn't say stupid things. The girl answered with a smile that she could. Let him believe her. The MC sheepishly told her to stop and took a sip of alcohol. Hidemarie noted that she was interested in the reason why he was kicked out. He defeated the boss single-handedly, right? He choked upon hearing this and asked excitedly, what was she saying? She explained that the dragon's wing clearly wasn't strong enough to defeat the boss. He defeated him, right? The protagonist nervously asked, how did she know that? It was an accident. He woke up and the boss was already dead. Most likely, he was already all wounded and weakened. He couldn't do any damage at all. Hidemarie answered that he was wrong. She didn't think that anyone else could have damaged him. He 100% defeated the boss with his own strength. The protagonist excitedly exclaimed that this was unrealistic. She was overestimating him too much. All three guys were very outstanding. He was just trying not to be a burden to them. To be honest, he still doesn't understand why she values him so highly. The girl tried to explain, but Grete interrupted her and asked, she has lived in Wilbron since birth, right? By the way, she has never heard anything about killing the boss alone. Just don't tell her that she's trying to suck up to him like that. Hidemarie answered discontentedly that she overheard their conversation and heard everything from there. Grete noted that she only confirms her status as a stalker. MC upsetly said that he was kicked out for a reason. It's all because of him. He himself did not build a trusting relationship with them. Hidemarie furiously slammed the table and shouted that he doesn't understand anything. Let her bring her a beer. Grete asked in surprise if it was too strong for her. She angrily exclaimed that it was none of her business. Let her bring her the alcohol right now. The woman agreed, and having completed the order, put the mug on the table. The protagonist thought that when alcohol gets into Hidemarie's body, she starts talking a lot and for a long time, and then she just passes out. After some time, Grete asked if she was sure that she would have another mug. Hidemarie, being intoxicated, furiously shouted for her to shut up and pour her another beer. The protagonist stopped her with a smile and said that they had better end it there. He picked up the business card from the table and began to examine it. The girl said that it was her business card. The protagonist thought that Night Dragonfly is the best A-rank group in Wilbron. The fact of belonging to this group significantly raises a person in the eyes of people, but their entrance exam is also strict. Hidamari was accepted into this group, and she quickly showed them what she was capable of. The girl herself indicated that he should take this and come to their group's house tomorrow. He asked in bewilderment why he should do this. She explained that, obviously, he would try to work with us and gain experience. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise, but is he allowed? Hidamari answered with a smile that she had every right. She was a candidate for the next leaders. After some time, he pulled her out into the street and, putting her on his back, thanked Grady for the food. The woman asked if he could carry her. Wasn't she heavy? She could use reinforcement to make it easier for him. The protagonist answered with a smile that the sorcerer did not have very high physical strength, but he could carry her, so everything was fine. Greta noted that there were a lot of drunk adventurers on the street now, so he should be more careful. After a while, continuing to carry the girl on his back, he nervously said that Hidamari, of course, offered him to join the Night Dragonfly, but he doubted that anyone else besides her would be for it. He better not interfere and not make trouble for her, otherwise even more people will hate him. Suddenly, they came across drunk adventurers who were trying to hit a painted target with bottles. After one of them missed, the other laughed loudly and, taking a sip, said that now it was him. Suddenly, they noticed the main character and told him to stop. He excitedly asked what was going on. The man asked in bewilderment who he was dragging there on his back. Stop, it was her, that same thief. They were then standing in line to buy snowball candies at a pastry shop. The second added that she had bought out all the goodies. MC thought that he, of course, felt sorry for them, but calling them a thief because of this was complete nonsense. They started shouting, "Let her wake up." They demand an apology. He worriedly thought, what should he do? The men started shouting furiously. Why was he silent? Had he really swallowed his tongue? One of them reached out to the girl and exclaimed that he would wake her up himself now. MC instantly used double boost and instantly moved to the stairs. The men looked around in bewilderment and asked where he was. The protagonist said that he was apologizing for Hidamari. She shouldn't have bought everything. Moreover, she shared it with him then. He thought that they probably got even more angry. The protagonist hurriedly said goodbye to them and started to leave. The men in wild shock asked, "Is this the same girl with the tails from the Night Dragonfly?" One of them asked if he saw how he moved. He answered that no, he was too fast. It looks like he is also from the Night Dragonfly. After some time, the protagonist again began to move incredibly fast along the street, and then stopped and noted that he should not have drunk. He almost ran past. It seems to him that they are not following them. Suddenly, Hidamari, who was on his back, made a sound. He asked if she was awake. Can she walk on her own? The girl refused and fell asleep again. MC remembered with a smile how she said that anything can happen. He should not take such people to heart. He excitedly asked that she wanted to take him into the Night Dragonfly. This is somehow strange. The protagonist thought that Hidamari is the next candidate for the leader. Even for her rare sage class, this is a rarity. But it seems to him that he is too weak and does not fit. On the contrary, he will cause them more problems. The girl herself grabbed him by the shoulders and confidently said, "Let him forget about it and come." This is a great opportunity for him. In the Night Dragonfly, he will be able to reveal his potential. He should live the way he likes. At this point, the protagonist said with a smile that he thanked her for coming to support him. She had said so many nice things to him, but she was not obligated to do anything for him. She could easily forget about him. Hidamari woke up and answered with a serious face that she did not feel obligated to help him. Did he really think that she was helping him just because they were from the same city? The protagonist asked in confusion. Then why was she doing this? The girl sheepishly noted that he did not understand anything and would never understand. The MC exclaimed in confusion, "Why is this?" He thought that he knew everything that concerned him. The next day, the protagonist, hanging around the guild territory, thought that the Night Dragonfly is an A-rank group with more than 100 members. They single-handedly defeated 30% of all killed bosses. He hesitated a lot and asked excitedly if he really should do this. Abel, a member of the Night Dragonfly team, watched this and thought in bewilderment that he was somehow suspicious. He called out to him and asked if he wanted something. The protagonist excitedly, smiling maliciously, put his hand in his pocket. The guy cautiously grabbed his weapon and thought, does he want to attack? MC nervously took out a business card and explained that Hidamari gave it to him. He took it in surprise and asked, is he a friend of this girl? The protagonist excitedly thought, is this really so strange? After some time, he entered the building. Hidamari, seeing him, happily greeted him and began to give a brief overview of the group's base. He, looking around, admiringly thought that this is amazing. Their house looks more like a mansion. Suddenly, Abel approached him and said that he apologized for mistrust. He had heard about him, but he had never seen him in person. MC excitedly replied that it was not so. He was the one who had acted suspiciously, so it was his fault. Hidamari, hearing this, asked how he could have been so wrong. Abel replied that she had described him to him as a handsome hero. The girl shyly shouted for him to shut up. Wim should not listen to him. Anyway, they needed to go there. They entered the main room of the group. Hidamari happily called out to Camille, the silver-haired, the leader, and noted that she had brought him. The girl looked at them with a smile and said that she was talking about him. MC, seeing her, excitedly thought that this was the leader of the Night Dragonfly. She was one of the strongest in their city. Camille approached him and noted that he was indeed short, as she had thought. Let him forgive her. It was just that someone had told her that he was supposed to be a tall, handsome hero. Hidamari exclaimed in embarrassment. Let her shut up. The girl extended her hand with a smile, greeted him and introduced herself. The protagonist excitedly greeted her back and, after introducing himself, told her that he used to be in the dragon's wing but was kicked out. He was glad to meet her. Camilla smiled and noted that she had heard about him from Hidamari. The night dragonfly needed capable people. What role did he play in the dragon's wing? The protagonist nervously answered that he did ordinary things that did not require much effort from him. He looked for enemies, was bait, all this paperwork. Hidamari approached him and asked why he was telling so many details. He would have been better off saying that he simply left. The MC excitedly asked if it would not be better to tell the truth right away. Camilla smiled and said that they just had an order in the labyrinth. She leaves the search for the enemy to him. After that, she began to leave for everyone else. The protagonist excitedly exclaimed, "Does he really need to go to the labyrinth right now? In what way does he have such an order?" Hidamari asked. "Didn't she tell you?" He panicked and exclaimed that there were a lot of people here. Would they all go at once? The girl answered with a smile that everything would be fine. It was time for them to go. After some time, they arrived at the labyrinth. MC thought that teleportation circles, which were located on each floor, could be used to teleport around the labyrinth. A new teleport could be used after defeating the floor boss. Depending on the type of teleport, you could teleport to several floors. After wandering around the labyrinth for some time, Hidamari called out to the protagonist and, holding out a bandage, asked if he could put it on for a while. They carefully concealed their teleport so he couldn't see it. He was just new. Let him excuse her. He put on the bandage and replied that he understood everything, especially if their teleport allowed them to jump over several floors. This was an important advantage over other groups. The girl pointed out that he should take her hand. The protagonist agreed and took her hand. Hidamari was surprised to see that he took her hand so confidently in front of people. He excitedly exclaimed that he hadn't thought. He could have put it on his shoulder instead. She replied that she didn't mind. After a while, MC thought that they had teleported several times since then. Looking around on the 97th floor, he thought in surprise that he couldn't believe that they had descended so deep in just a few teleportations. This was what an A-rank group was. The protagonist began to mutter nervously under his breath, like, damn, what if he was useless to them? He couldn't believe that he had been given such an important role. He had only worked in a small group, but this was on a different scale. What if he was just getting in the way? Camilla, watching this, asked in bewilderment what he was muttering under his breath. Hidamari explained that he was just nervous. He was the type of person who was constantly winding himself up, and he was very cautious. The girl noted that it was good, but she grabbed him and asked with a smile, if he was so tense, then how could they be calm? He had already descended into the dungeon with the dragon wing, right? They were B rank and they had defeated the local boss, right? So let him not tense up so much, she believed in him. Today, their primary task was to make a map. Just let him do what he was already good at. The protagonist calmed down and, agreeing, thought that she was very kind. Hidamari came up to him and noted that everyone in the night dragonfly was good. Let him lift his chin up. After a while, MC turned around in fear. The girl asked, was something wrong? Did he really feel like there was some kind of trap ahead? He replied that he had a bad feeling, but he was not sure. Just in case, he would try to study what was ahead. The protagonist scanned the area in front of him and was very surprised. Hidamari pointed out that if he found something, it would be better to report it to Camille. After a while, he contacted her via magic and asked if she could hear him. The leader asked what was going on. He explained that there might be a rockfall trap a little ahead, about 45 meters away. Camille asked with a serious face if he was sure. MC replied that he was 89% sure. If she thought that was not the case, then he really could be wrong. The girl replied that she understood. Let him report it via the general wave. He worriedly thought that this did not happen in small groups. The protagonist connected to the general wave and warned everyone that there might be a rockfall trap about 43 meters away. More precisely, there was a stone pillar weighing about 150 kilograms. All the warriors stopped abruptly and looked at him in surprise. He worriedly wondered what everyone was staring at. Had he really done something wrong? Camilla thoughtfully noted that the weight was impressive, so Abel's shield would be needed. The guy himself connected via communication and said that they should trust him. He stepped forward and, stepping on the trap area, caused a rockfall. After which, he put up his shield and broke a huge pillar. Having done this, Abel reported that he had disarmed the trap. Camilla replied that he had done an excellent job. Wim was right. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Is this possible? They had never seen anyone detect a trap with such accuracy. Can he really predict the future? It can't be an accident. So this is what a man from the dragon's wing can do? MC, listening to this, excitedly asked what he should do. Did he really do something? Hidamari answered with a smile that it was so, but in a good way. She thought that Wim was not an ordinary guy. From that moment on, the protagonist continued to warn about traps, and he was never wrong. After a while, all the squad members, having made a counter, began to talk among themselves in bewilderment. What was wrong with him? He gives such clear information as if it was ordinary for him. Camilla thought that in just a few years, the Dragon Wing group, only 4 people rose to B rank. If he had such an ability to study the terrain, why hadn't she heard anything about him? Why was he kicked out, and what was the problem? The protagonist called her on the radio and warned that the humidity was rising and the insects began to fly too low. The girl asked, and what did that mean? He answered that there was a wide area ahead of them. Most likely, there would be a turtle monster there. It was extremely aggressive, but there were several detours to avoid a battle. Camilla asked if he was sure. The protagonist nervously answered that he was 90% sure. She was surprised and noted that now she understood why Hidamari said that he was cautious, and she seemed to have told him that he needed to report such things on the general radio. He apologized nervously and wondered if he had made a mistake again. What should he do? Camille added that she wanted him to leave Jaemon's reconnaissance. Let him take the role of support in battle. MC nervously wondered if he had been displaced because he had made a mistake. The girl said that they would not go around the monster, so they would engage in battle. She wanted to see him in battle. He nervously wondered if he made a mistake here too. He would be thrown out again. The protagonist replied that he understood. He would do his best. He nervously clutched his clothes and wondered if he would make a mistake again. Hidamari called out to the leader with a smile and noted that if she wanted to see what Wim was capable of, she had already gotten used to his strength. Could she go forward with him? Camille agreed with a smile and added that that was exactly what she had planned. She was relying on them. The protagonist nervously apologized and said that she always took care of him. Hidamari replied with a smile that he shouldn't apologize. He needed to show them his strength. He thought that he shouldn't stand out for the sake of others. He needs to live quietly and not stand out. In the past, he had aspirations and ambitions, but they are here to see what he's capable of. What should he do? Hidamari called out to him and noted that it looked like the boss was having dinner now, and everyone was watching, so this was the perfect chance to show what he is capable of. He nervously thought that the best of the Night Dragonfly were looking at him. Before, he at least had a chance to hide his mistake, but now there was no such opportunity. He should not lose face. But what should he do now? It was the first time he went on a hike with them. He felt immature, and everyone in the squad was looking at him, and he had already made mistakes with the general wave several times. And if he made a mistake now, Hidamari's reputation could be at risk, so he couldn't let her down. The girl, seeing his worries, called out to him and said that she was using an ice spear. They needed to do everything as usual. After these words, she calmly walked forward. MC was surprised to think that he felt nostalgic. They had worked together before. He smiled and thanked her, saying that he was ready. Hidamari took out her weapon and happily replied that she was glad to hear it. They would win together. The protagonist was surprised and asked if the magic stone had become a little smaller. She replied with a smile that she had managed to reduce the size and triple the casting density. Okay, it was time for them to begin. Hidamari used the skill Generation and created a huge spear from above. Hans, the vice captain of the Night Dragonfly, watching this, noticed that the monster had paid attention to them. MC thought with a smile that even for an experienced magician, this was an amazing sight. This girl's magic is different from any other magic and is activated completely differently. This is because she has a rare class, a sage. Magic is divided into 2 types, basic and advanced. A sage is a rare class that can use any magic. This is the best magic class. In addition, she has the ability to take the base of another magic and create a new one. Hidamari happily called out to him and said that she gives him permission. Let him use his magic on her. He agreed with a smile and began to cast a spell, saying power and awe. Camilla, watching this, was surprised to think that a sorcerer is able to strengthen spells. When the protagonist used the enchantment, the boss suddenly went wild and began to attack. Hidamari excitedly shouted that he was attacking. Let him quickly strengthen her. With their combined efforts, under the influence of the protagonist's strengthening, they created a powerful weapon that fell on the monster and destroyed it. All members of the squad, seeing this, were very surprised. A moment later, an icy wind was heard in the area of the epicenter of events. Hidamari began to shake, and she said that it was cold here. MC excitedly apologized to her and added that he did not expect her spell to be so strong. She replied with a smile. Let him not apologize, but they had a great demonstration. What would the leader herself say about this? Camilla, with a calm face, brushed the crust of ice off her shoulder. The protagonist, seeing this, nervously wondered if he had made a mistake again. He froze her armor. She called out to him and said that right now Simon, the head of intelligence, had discovered the wyvern and contacted her. Now let him try to apply the enhancement to the shield. She wanted to look at it again. MC got very excited and agreed. Hidamari said that she thought she liked it. He nervously replied that nothing of the sort. He was simply given another chance. He should try. She noted with displeasure that he was at it again. Hidamari thought that he definitely had problems with his head. Well, it was already good that at least everyone else noticed his coolness. At this time, the squad members themselves were talking among themselves in surprise that this girl used her ice spear very quickly. and the size was much larger than usual. They had never seen such power. What was wrong with this sorcerer? As expected of Hidamari's friend, he was crazy. The girl herself turned around and asked what they had said there. The men answered in fear that they had said nothing like that. After a while, Abel shook the protagonist's hand and, introducing himself, said that he was glad to work together. He reciprocated with a smile and thought that this guy turned out to be the commander, although they were about the same age. He was not used to talking to strangers. Words did not come out of his mouth. The protagonist became very nervous and began to stutter. Abel, hearing this, excitedly shouted out if he was okay. He agreed and thought that he felt bad. If they hated him again, he would be thrown to the side of the road again. The guy said with a smile that he did not need to worry so much. Everything would be fine. The protagonist thought fondly that he was kind and handsome. Abel added that he was told that he should strengthen his defense. Unfortunately, he had no experience working with sorcerers before. He wondered if there were no sorcerers in the Night Dragonfly. The shield bearer said that he heard that in the past there was one person, and that was it. The protagonist thought that this was expected, because the class was not very popular. He said that if he did not mind, then he could tell him everything. The magic of sorcerers is able to change the essence of things with the power of consciousness. For example, the physical abilities of the human body, or you can use magic to enhance the acuity of human feelings. In addition, the enhancement will not work if the target is not ready to accept it. Suddenly, Mark, a member of the team, stopped him, apologized, and, introducing himself, said that he had worked with a sorcerer before. When the enhancement is applied, he feels changes in his body, right? And to such an extent that he can barely move normally. And when his weapon is enhanced by some element, then it's a nightmare. MC was puzzled and replied that he doesn't use the magic of novice sorcerers, including elemental enhancements. He uses more complex spell combinations. He assures him that he has nothing to worry about. Mark asked with a displeased face, does he even consider him some kind of amateur? He has basic knowledge of magic. Let him tell in more detail. The protagonist was frightened and wondered, did he really make him angry? What should he do now? He doesn't know how to act in such situations. Abel said that maybe we don't have much experience, but they want to learn. He would also like to learn as much as possible. He nervously thought that they were adventurers from the Night Dragonfly. It would be strange if they didn't know about other classes. The protagonist excitedly asked if they were sure. He, of course, wouldn't mind telling everything in detail, but Mark asked in confusion, what but? No, let him tell them everything. Can he even enhance? MC asked with a smile. Did they really want him to tell them everything about where the sorcerer shines? The shield bearer agreed, and he happily thought that no one had ever asked him to explain everything before. The protagonist explained that, firstly, the reason why many do not like to work together with sorcerers is because most sorcerers use magic by casting a spell. This method of magic is quite long and does not allow for flexibility, so a skilled sorcerer can adapt to others. He does not argue that all classes need to think and be guided by their strength, but the sorcerer class is a little on a different level. Abel asked in surprise, that is, he can adjust spells for different people? Mark asked with the same surprise, is he not lumping a bunch of enhancements together? MC happily exclaimed that this is absolutely true. Otherwise, you can accidentally break a person's bones. He thought that people from the Dragonfly are amazing after all. He didn't know that at least someone could understand him. The main character continued to explain that therefore, the main thing is to be able to flexibly adapt to your partner. And that is why he invented his own technique. He developed spells of varying power for each of the 600 muscles for each bone in the human body. In addition, he can work with any type of weapon. He even knows how to properly strengthen any of the legendary divine weapons. You could say that he has developed a unique combination for almost any case that can happen. He found the best option for people of different body types, but this is not the end, because he continues to develop and learn. Let them forgive him. Perhaps too much information? The shield bearers, in wild shock, answered that this is not so. The protagonist continued with a smile, saying that the most common enhancement he uses is 7 combinations of the defense enhancement spell and 25 different sense enhancement spells. He thinks that would work great for any of them. But don't worry, that doesn't mean he's not going to adapt to different situations. If necessary, he can change the spells to be more effective for a specific situation. He has at least 4 more different combinations prepared for different situations. Mark stopped him abruptly and shouted that he understood everything. MC nervously wondered if he had overdone it. The man remarked that he had surprised him. In other words, his magic is different from other sorcerers, and he can also enhance several of their abilities at once. The protagonist replied with a smile that, in short, his spells are completely different and feel different. To put it even more simply, he uses combinations of small magical enhancements. Mark asked, just in case, for sure there won't be any strange sensations? He, a little worried, answered that there will be a feeling from which they will say that they feel better than usual. Mark put his hand on his heart and said that he allows it. He declares that he approves of using his charm on him. MC, perplexed, asked if he was sure. The man agreed with a smile and added that he told everything in such detail, and he sees that he has constantly improved himself and worked hard. He trusts such people. MC thanked him and was embarrassed to think that they trust him. He made a serious face and, having cast a charm on him, said that he will give it his all. After that, the protagonist did the same with Abel. A training battle broke out between the shield bearers to test their physical characteristics. The protagonist, watching this, excitedly asked, "How was it?" Mark answered in surprise that he had never felt anything like this. He felt as if he could move mountains with his own hands. Abel joyfully exclaimed that he agreed with him. He had never felt the capabilities of his body like this. He would definitely never forget the feeling of strengthening. Mark shouted to let him attack again, because he wanted to enjoy it more. The other shield bearers, seeing this, said that they also wanted to try. The protagonist agreed with a smile and cast a spell on them. After some time, all the members of the squad gathered in one place. The protagonist began to tremble with fear and noticed that it was approaching. Camila, with a calm face, agreed and asked if everything was okay with him. He was just trembling all over. He replied that he always got like this when a strong opponent was approaching. The girl, seeing the wyvern, said over the general communication channel, "Let everyone get ready. The enemy is already close." Suddenly, the wyvern itself flew into the hall. The leader commanded that they attack with breath. Let them raise their shields. Immediately, the shield bearers stepped forward and, putting up their shields, repelled the attack of the monster. The protagonist, watching this, was surprised to notice that it was a reflection. The shield bearers of the night dragonfly are on a different level. Mark asked in surprise, was that their reflection just now? Abel, no less surprised, agreed and added that it definitely did not happen by chance. They exclaimed in wild shock. For the first time, they managed this with 5 of them. After that, Camilla, with a serious face, ordered the squad members to attack in long-range combat. Instantly after that, all the fighters capable of this began to attack the monster with their skills. They all used the skill Ice Lightning Spear together and dealt a powerful blow to the wyvern. Hans, watching this, noted that this was not enough. Camilla, with a calm face, agreed and continued to watch. MC worriedly thought that the wyvern had some kind of protection from magic on its body, and its eyes were different from other specimens. Could it really be a unique specimen? The leader noted with a smile that, apparently, this creature was accustomed to magical attacks. Let everyone disperse. She will go on the attack. The shield bearers began to retreat, and Abel said that they were relying on her. Camilla thought that she saw how their shield bearers used reflection. This is a rather complex technique that shield bearers can use. Even the best of the night dragonflies cannot use it without reason, but under Vim's enhancement, they were able to. This cannot be just a coincidence. Her curiosity does not give her peace. She also wants to see what she will be capable of under his enhancement. The girl called out to him and pointed. Let him use the enhancement on her. The protagonist asked what exactly she wanted. She replied with a smile. Let him pour everything into firepower. How much could he increase her muscle strength and everything else? He replied that, considering all factors, then about 3 times for sure. Camilla noted that this was a lot. No, wait, he can do more, because he tends to downplay his capabilities. MC excitedly exclaimed that this was not true. He understood the capabilities of his enhancement. He could not do more. The girl said with a smile that 10 times would be enough. He wondered in horror, what was she even saying? The leader asked if he could do it, or had she gone too far? The protagonist excitedly replied that he could, but enhancing it 10 times could be too dangerous. She said that everything was fine, let him do it. He should not worry. Even if something went wrong, she would take responsibility. The protagonist excitedly replied that it was not that, it was just... Camilla interrupted him with a smile and pointed out that he should use it already. She stated that she approved of using his charm on her. He nervously exclaimed that she shouldn't complain later. MC analyzed her body and wondered in amazement that she had amazing muscles and bones. Was she even human? He would calculate the muscle movements, determine the center of gravity, the fulcrum, the points of application of force, and the points of action. Later, he would focus on short-term maximum strengthening so as not to harm the body. He used the charm formation with a serious face. Camilla instantly felt the change and noted with a smile that this was better. She made an incredibly powerful jump, and using the skill Release, delivered a powerful attack. MC, watching this, admiringly noted that he had heard of this. This is the technique of the magic sword, Head Cutter. One of the fighters asked in confusion, was this girl's Release always so big? Camilla herself swung her sword and said, let the wyvern get ready. How strong the blow would be, even she didn't know. She used the skill Giant Hunt and dealt such a powerful blow that the ground cracked. In the end, the monster was left without a head. After that, the protagonist excitedly called out to her and asked if everything was okay. Is her body intact? She took his hands with a smile and answered with a smile that his magic is amazing. Her body is fine. He nervously said that he was glad. There was a 5% chance that the enhancement would not fit and her body could be damaged. It was very risky. The girl asked if he really called it a risk. The protagonist explained that in case of a mismatch, a muscle rupture could occur. Camilla asked in bewilderment, just a muscle rupture and no other wounds? He excitedly agreed and noted that it would be very painful. She laughed and thought that he was a very curious person. He literally has a talent for understanding the structure of the labyrinth. Intelligence, trap analysis, and his sorcerer skills are all top-notch. She doesn't care why this guy was kicked out. The night dragonfly needs him. MC, listening to her laughter, asked in bewilderment, what's the matter? Maybe it's the effect of his enhancement? No, that can't be. Sometime later, in the house of the night dragonfly group, All the members of the squad began to celebrate the victory over the monster. One of them climbed onto the stage and shouted that this descent into the labyrinth was extremely successful for them. They explored a huge territory and their new gold veins. Today, everyone can officially drink to the fullest. Monica, the sorceress of the squad, approached the main character and admiringly said that he was amazing. She was simply speechless. He strengthened Hidamari's ice spear so much. Such a thing cannot be done without deep knowledge, right? He embarrassedly replied that it was so. She happily exclaimed that he was a real workaholic. It was really cool. The protagonist excitedly answered that it was not so. He just wanted to be a wizard before. His basic knowledge was from those times, but over time, he really learned more. The girl shouted in surprise that it all sounded complicated. MC nervously thought about what to do. For the first time, someone approached him. How should he talk? Suddenly, Simon, the head of intelligence, and Bettina, the assistant to the head of intelligence, approached him. She apologized with a smile for interrupting him and said that she was interested in his enemy detection techniques. The protagonist was surprised to think that this was the head of intelligence. He said that he had read all his books and notes. The guy himself asked, "Is it true?" He was very happy. Bettina asked how he looked for traps. Suddenly, Mark and Abel approached them and he said that they were partying here. Let them stop boring each other. They should drink. The protagonist called out to him with a smile and told him to say that he loved to drink like crazy. The man laughed, gave Bettina a mug, and told her to drink with him instead of chatting. By the way, since he was here, his power-up was cool. They didn't expect to be able to use reflection at all. Was that what he had planned? MC nervously exclaimed that it wasn't so. He had simply strengthened them a little, and they had done the rest themselves, or rather the 5 of them had done everything. Mark laughed and shouted that he was modest. He would definitely succeed with them. Abel called out to him and, putting his hand on his heart, noted that it was an amazing power-up. He now felt even more embarrassed for being rude to him in the morning. The protagonist replied that he did look suspicious, so it was okay. He thought excitedly that everyone was so friendly, he didn't feel at ease in such an atmosphere. The protagonist accidentally started to smile again, and then realized it, started to leave, and said that he would end his life. Abel called out to him and said that everything was fine. They had heard from Hidamari about his peculiarity. Mark hugged him with a smile and added that he should relax. Or, did he not like it here? MC said, embarrassed, that was not the case. He hoped that he would not bother them here. He thought that everyone was very kind to him. It was even somehow unusual for him that everyone praised him. Everything was different here. Everyone here was so cheerful. It would be nice if the night dragonfly became his place. Hidamari came up to them and, biting off a piece of meat, said that he was a good boy. Mark invited her to sit down next to him with a smile and asked if she was eating for 3 again. She agreed and noted that they were out of meat. Wim was very popular with them now. It was a big success. MC nervously answered that it was probably so. The girl asked if he couldn't calm down when he was the center of attention. He answered that it was something like that. He had done almost nothing. It was all their merit. Hidamari sighed with displeasure and noted that he was back to his old ways. Didn't he see anything in the way Camilla looked at him? It was as if he lived in his own world. The leader herself was now in her office. Most likely, she was sitting at work as usual. The main character got up from his chair and, thanking her, said that he would come to see her. At this time, Camilla herself, typing in her office, asked with displeasure if this red tape would ever end. She sighed heavily and thought that today's descent into the labyrinth had been very successful. Literally everything thanks to him, and his enhancement was simply amazing. It was like wings had grown on her back, but it felt more natural, like he had simply improved what she already had. It felt like she had surpassed her own limits. She didn't expect to be able to squeeze such power out of herself. Could they use his enhancement for training? It would be easier to feel the power she needed to strive for, right? She had long since reached her limit, but with his power, she might be able to become stronger. At that moment, the protagonist himself knocked on the door. Camilla allowed him in and asked what he needed. He, holding a stack of papers in his hands, wondered in surprise why she was still in armor. The protagonist noted that he brought a report for the guild. They had done a lot in the name of the sortie, including finding several gold mines. He thought that she would need a full report for convenience. The leader, familiarizing herself with the material, thanked him and wondered in surprise why everything was so detailed. Now she can do nothing and just send him a report? Hooray! There is no more work for today. She noted that he said that he did such work at the Dragon Wing. MC agreed and added with a nervous smile that he was mainly engaged in all the accounting and not in battles. In other respects, he was of little use. Camilla wondered what she understood. Was this really a negotiation? He brought the report to butter her up. He decided to show himself from an even better side so that he could join the Night Dragonfly on his terms. From the very beginning, he seemed unsure, but in fact, he planned all this and did it on purpose. Well, if so, then they will play. Camilla grinned and asked, how about 500 mercs? The gold veins belong to their entire group, so she cannot pay with pure gold. But when he joins them, then she will pay him another 2,000. The protagonist, perplexed, asked what she was talking about now. The girl with a serious face asked, is this not enough? She thought, let him continue to pretend that he is not interested in negotiations with such an innocent face. But she is sure that he is looking for an opportunity to get the best price. What a cunning guy. but it is impossible for someone other than her to take this young man for themselves. Camilla with a serious face said that she will pay him 3,000 once for joining, and in the future, she will pay 600 mercs per month. Of course, they also have bonuses for success. Well, does he agree? MC asked in complete bewilderment. Is this some kind of joke that he does not understand? Camilla nervously exclaimed. Is it still not enough? Then how much did they pay him in the dragon's wing? She will double this amount. The protagonist excitedly pointed to the number 2 with his fingers. She asked, did they pay him 200? Then why did the previous conditions not suit him? He nervously answered that this was not so. Camilla asked in bewilderment, did they pay him 2,000 then? They might not be able to handle it. He excitedly replied that 20 mercs was his monthly salary. The girl was shocked to think, that's how much a novice merchant gets paid per day, and he, an adventurer who risks his life, gets 20 per month? Is this really a joke? Judging by his face, he's definitely not joking. The protagonist said upset that if she was talking about salary, he didn't even know how much would be enough. Of course, he would be happy to receive a salary, but he was asking for forgiveness. After these words, he quickly ran out of the office. Camilla asked in complete bewilderment, was he seriously getting 20 mercs? No. With his strength, he should have played a key role in their group. So why was he paid so little? And why was he kicked out at all? She doesn't understand anything. Dragon Wing. What kind of group is this? At this time, the Dragon Wing group itself was on the 35th floor of the labyrinth. They thought that when he was gone, they would lose nothing and would only become stronger. After a good beating from the floor boss, they licked their wounds, took a new member, and were ready for new exploits. They thought that now that the bitterness of defeat had disappeared and their wounds had healed, they would be able to go deeper. For an A-rank group, this is, of course, an easy task, but still. During the battle, Kronos was injured and he shouted to let Nikra heal him. She was doing it too slowly. He nervously wondered, what was wrong? Why were they not succeeding? The guy called out to Melis and asked when she would make a barrier. The girl excitedly answered that the flame lines would never fail. Kronos wondered, has she not finished chanting the spell yet? Why is everything taking so long? The girl used the flame fan skill, and they began to retreat. The leader asked irritably, how long was she going to heal him? Nikra, using magic, answered that she could not do it any faster. He calmed down and apologized for losing his temper. The girl healed him and asked if he felt better. Kronos thanked her and smiled and noted that as long as she was safe, they would always be able to get back on their feet. They needed to stay calm. They were not quite ready, so they had to get out of here somehow. The goblins would catch up with them soon. They needed to find a way out. In general, now they needed to figure out where they were. Did anyone notice any landmarks? Melis excitedly called out to him and asked what landmarks he was talking about. Let him give at least an example. Kronos replied that he did not know. Does anyone here know? Suddenly, Sophia called out to him nervously. He asked if she understood where they were. The girl answered that no, it was just a dead end. They should not have gone down so deep into the labyrinth. Their worst enemy is arrogance. Sometime later, in the Dragonwing Group's house, Melis, taking care of the wounded Nikra, asked if she could eat. If not, then let her at least drink some water. The girl followed her instructions and began to cough. She excitedly shouted, is everything okay? Nikra thanked her and replied that everything was fine. At this time, Kronos entered the room and, having fed the girl an apple, said that she should rest well. He could not even imagine that it would be so difficult on the 35th floor. Had their injuries from the battle with the boss not fully recovered yet? The girls exclaimed, let him not hang his head. It is not his fault. It is Wim's fault. He underestimated the boss's strength. Kronos hugged them and, agreeing, said with a serious face that the Dragon Wing does not give up. Will they follow him again? They became embarrassed and agreed. After some time, Sophia thought that the last descent into the labyrinth was a complete failure. They relied mainly on their firepower. Their poor map knowledge and teamwork were poor, so it was hard to go down. But they barely managed to get to the 30th floor. They still managed to survive. It was strange that they didn't all die there. By the way, something was wrong with Kronos. There was no way they could have defeated a B-rank boss, and then there was all this red tape. She remembered the Dragon Wing leader telling her that her predecessor was useless. He did all the paperwork. There wasn't much. She could handle it, right? If it was too difficult, they would help her. At the moment, Sophia thought that he said that, but the reports, sales documents, the invoices for the group's house, income, expenses, and so on. He was also in charge of mapping all the known floors, the monsters' characteristics. This was more like a dissertation. Her predecessor couldn't have written all this alone, and he called him useless? Did this leader have no brains at all? After some time, the protagonist dreamed that he was fighting Kronos. After wounding him, he said that he was no good as a sparring partner. Let Nikra heal him. The girl carried out his order, and when the protagonist thanked her, she replied that she was not doing this for him. Let him be useful to the leader at least a little. Melis noted with displeasure that if he was healed, then let him get up already. Kronos asked, he knows that he can be easily replaced, right? No one else will take him except them. Let him get up and do what he says, otherwise he will kick him out of here. Suddenly, the protagonist woke up in horror. Hidamari, watching him from the roof, thought that the dragon's wing was now appearing in his nightmares. He, as a temporary member of the Night Dragonfly, was settled in the guest house. When he was settled here, it became much easier for her to watch him. Before, she had to do risky things. For example, she once snuck into the Dragonwing's house, but fortunately, she won't have to take risks anymore. With the help of the Listening Stone and her beautiful magic, she will watch over him and protect him. After some time, Hidamari, writing another entry in the Whim Chronicles, thought that his morning begins with a run to warm up his body. Then comes breakfast, and in the afternoon, he studies magic and the behavior of monsters. In the Dragonwing, he did all the housework. In the Night Dragonfly, he had free time. Weight 58 kilograms. Since yesterday he made plus 90 grams. Today he told her like, what a coincidence, and good morning. She is very close to him. It finally happened. After some time, when Hidamari fell asleep, her phone rang. She woke up and looking at the map, thought that Wim had deviated from his usual schedule. Wait, is he in the yard now? Did someone call him? The girl turned on the wiretap and, hearing Camille's voice, wondered if it was a female voice. After some time, she climbed the fence in the yard and, watching them, asked why she called him. The protagonist used his charm on her. Hidamari thought that, apparently, Camille wants to use Wim's power for training. First, to use the enhancement little by little, make the body get used to this power. Remember the movements. Second, try to repeat the movements that she used under the enhancement. In this way, she plans to overcome her limitations. The leader began to practice incredibly fast and powerful attacks. Hidamari, watching this, thought that this was a monster. In just an hour, she achieved the same results as under the enhancement. Camille herself, having made the move, joyfully shouted that it was just wonderful. But her hand is shaking a little. Why is that? The protagonist explained that if he adjusted the friction in the joints a little, he thought that this shouldn't happen. Then it wouldn't be a boost, but rather a strengthening. The girl asked in surprise, could he do that? She offered him a try. Camilla did another quick move and stopped abruptly. MC asked in confusion, was something wrong? She abruptly hugged him and exclaimed that he was amazing. He was simply amazing. Hidamari, watching this, furiously wondered what this witch was doing. Wait, she needed to calm down. It was Camilla. She had just hugged him because she was so emotional. Nothing special. The leader told the protagonist that next time she would call Abel. She offered him to train like that every morning. Of course, they would pay him for it. He asked in confusion, was she sure? After some time, Hidamari thought about how Mark invited Wim for a drink during the day. It seemed natural enough, but it was all a trap by Camille. She wanted to tie him up before he had officially joined them. After some time, in the evening, she thought about how the main character had gone out drinking with the guys. She wasn't going to run after him every second. She wasn't some kind of stalker. She respected Wim's privacy and understood that he had his own personal life, and he was only there with the guys in the middle of the night in the city. At this time, in the bar, Hans, holding a mug of beer in his hands, shouted that they would welcome their new member and drink to the bottom for him becoming one of them. Everyone started having fun and drinking. Hidamari, watching this from the roof, nervously thought that she knew it. So this is where they had come. Let him not stare at them. There are too many people there. It would be awkward to eavesdrop. At this point, Hans asked if he had heard that he and Hidamari were from the same town. MC agreed and specified that they were from Röhliefeld. The guy remarked that it was amazing that he had decided to move so far from home. The protagonist replied that there was nothing to admire here. Hans happily said that he had read a fairy tale about a hero as a child. That's why he was here. Mark called out to him and said, Monica told him that he used to want to be a magician, right? The protagonist turned to him and agreed. The man said that he had always liked fairy tale wizards more than heroes too. MC replied that he did too. He understood him. He liked one fairy tale about a sorceress girl who could change her appearance. Hans asked if he was talking about a princess in sheep's clothing. The protagonist agreed with a smile and thought, wait, is he really talking normally now? Is he dreaming? Or has he learned to communicate? Hidamari, watching this from the roof, said with a smile that he was doing well. After some time, Mark said that he had drunk too much and would sleep like a log. The bachelors were also coming with them. Eckenhart, the deputy commander of the mage squad, asked if he was a bachelor, and maybe they should not invite Wim. He asked in confusion why that was. The man replied that he had a sage sister. Mark asked if they weren't dating. MC, hearing this, excitedly exclaimed that they were wrong. They were just friends. Eckenhart hesitated and said that this sage sister was stalking him. The protagonist replied that she was very kind to him because she felt responsible for him. Suddenly, Hidamari herself appeared right behind them and greeted them. They exclaimed in fear that it was her. What brought her here? And they are gossiping about the girls. She wondered where they were going to take him next. The protagonist, seeing her, greeted her happily. Hidamari greeted him with a smile and asked if they would go together. He agreed, and they went together. She thought that little by little, Wim was becoming a part of the Night Dragonfly. After some time, MC told her with a smile that he had a very busy day today. Hidamari answered with a smile that she knew. He added that everyone in the Night Dragonfly was very kind to him and accepted him. He did not feel this way in the Dragonwing. For the first time, he found his place in a group of people. That's how he felt. But he thinks that he is wrong. She answered with a smile that he was right. The protagonist, perplexed, asked, by the way, how did she know about his day? Hidamari asked with a smile, how many times does she need to repeat it? If it concerns him, then she knows everything. She thought that she was sure that his life had changed for the better. A member of the Adventurers Guild's investigation team, Dominique, came to see Camille. The leader looked at him with a tired look, She asked him what he wanted. He told her that they wanted to get their support in their secret investigation. The girl asked him to tell her more about it with interest. Dominique said that it was about Vim, a former member of the Dragon Wing. Camille chuckled and noted that this was some kind of nonsense. The guy answered her. He understood why she was so surprised. She retorted that it was true. She just couldn't believe it, that the main character could defeat the boss of the 97th floor alone. It was hard to even imagine. Dominique continued. Only machete wounds were found on the boss's body. They say that Kronos, the leader of the group, used Vim's machete to strike the boss. The guy added that the protagonist's report stated everything exactly the same, but they had no opportunity to conduct a full investigation. Camilla clarified. Did he mean that this had become another secret of the labyrinth? She meant the case that had occurred within the walls of the labyrinth, and finding a solution to which was impossible due to the lack of evidence. The girl sarcastically noted that if the investigative committee had done its job, everything would have been fine. Dominic was embarrassed and noted that while they had postponed promoting the Dragon Wing to Group A rank, they had not found any evidence. Now, their people could honor those who could not even scratch the boss. Camilla said that she had never heard of anyone being able to defeat the boss alone. Dominic noted that this was so. That was why it was only their theory. He had personally reviewed the protagonist's report several times. Everything was perfect there, except for one nuance. The leader became interested. The nuance? The guy replied that there was nothing about the protagonist in that report. In all the reports, there is not a word about his own achievements. Camilla thought for a moment and then said, it could well be because of his character. Dominic allowed this option. The leader continued, of course, I want to believe it, but it is difficult to do. However, she agrees to cooperate with them. She added, she would also like to know, so she offers to study his abilities in battle. The next day, they went to the labyrinth. Suddenly, the protagonist, using his magic stone, apologized to the allies on the radio for breaking in. He said that there was a potential trap ahead of them, 50 meters away. Camilla answered him that she understood him. She ordered the squad to move around. The protagonist sighed with relief. He managed to contact on the general communication. Several months have passed since he got into the Night Dragonfly. His main role in this team is between the vanguard and the rearguard. Depending on the situation, he must strengthen one or the other. Surprisingly, they stopped hiding the teleportation points from him lately. It seemed that the Night Dragonfly had begun to trust him. It was very nice. They even found a use for someone like him. At that moment, Camilla turned to him and asked him if he would show them what he was capable of in battle. The protagonist was confused by her question, but he answered her that he had fought in small groups. The girl noted that he would be alone. She added that if he could use the enhancement on himself, he would also be able to fight. Moreover, he had already told them that he had fought with all sorts of little things. The protagonist tried to refuse, citing that he was weak. But Camilla was adamant. She said that the next descent into the labyrinth was planned to be large-scale. To do this, she needed to accurately understand his strength. If he could stand up for himself and fight alone, then she would not worry about him. Right? The protagonist dejectedly said that he understood everything. At that moment, Bettina reported that there was a large golem ahead of them, 140 meters alone. Camilla noted that a golem was not the easiest opponent to defeat alone. She turned to the protagonist and asked him if she should send Hidamari to help him. What did he think about this? The protagonist answered that he could handle it. In his mind, he thought, great, so what should he do? His allies left him alone. He felt very uncomfortable. Suddenly, a huge golem appeared in front of him. The protagonist stared at it in shock. At that moment, his friend approached him. She touched him, which scared MC very much. He screamed loudly in surprise. Hidamari told him with a smile to relax. He snapped back at her. Actually, he could die here. The girl answered him that this would not happen. MC sighed heavily, pulled his blade out of its sheath, and took a fighting stance. The adventurers watched their new ally. Hans noted that he, of course, understood that he was special, but it was unlikely that a sorcerer would defeat a golem. Even a B-rank warrior would hardly cope with him. Camilla answered him that she knew this, but his spells were special. He was able to strengthen and reinforce every bone, every muscle. It was a jeweler's work, one by one closing weak points. The girl added that as an example, one could cite such a combination as the brachioradialis muscle can acquire strength by 1.1 times, and strength can increase by 1.05 times, or the ulna acquires rigidity by 1.08 times, and strength by 1.7 times. Thus, combining a bunch of little things, he creates a reinforcement that is many times superior to any other sorcerer. Hans asked her if she thought he could defeat a golem. The leader admitted that it was quite possible. The vice captain thought, but she believes in him. Meanwhile, the protagonist was thinking hard to become an adventurer. You need to perform a ritual where the class is determined. After the ritual, the adventurer receives a body 10 times stronger than a human. However, the strength of a sorcerer is barely greater than the strength of an ordinary person, a difficult class, which is hard to work with. And a sorcerer is unlikely to be able to become stronger than other classes. He activated the magic enhancement and thought, sorcerers have only one advantage. Immediately after receiving the class, you do not need to get used to the new body, because there are almost no changes. At that moment, the golem began to attack him. The protagonist instantly activated an instant two-fold enhancement. The monster struck him, but the protagonist protagonist dodged and withstood the flow of a powerful shockwave. When he used the enhancement on himself, this had one advantage. He does not need permission to cast enhancing spells, and it is much easier for him to understand what exactly needs to be enhanced. And in general, it is easier to regulate. The enhancement can usually be used only once, but he could use it twice on his body. But such enhancement uses up a lot of mana, so he won't be able to fight like this for long. The fight needs to be ended quickly. The golem delivered its deadly blow again, breaking everything that came under its fist. But the protagonist held out again. The protagonist jumped onto the column and thought, he can do it, but if he continues to enhance his body, it will hurt a lot. He tried to jump, but he realized that he couldn't do it. Panic took hold of him. Why is this? Has he enhanced himself enough at all? Maybe he needs more? Maybe he should play it safe and try again? After some thought, the protagonist decided to try an activated instant enhancement by 3 times. A powerful magical wave washed over the golem, and the protagonist attacked him right in the chest, delivering his powerful blow. He got what he wanted. The protagonist saw the golem's core that he was looking for. After destroying its core, MC went to his allies. The golem just fell to the ground dead. All the adventurers just silently looked at it, not believing their eyes. Hidamari smiled at him, proud of her friend. The golem was destroyed into small pieces. Camilla asked Hans in surprise, "Did he see that?" Hans noted in amazement. In just a couple of moves he finished it off. All the adventurers, along with Abel, were shocked by what they saw. Hans noted in admiration, the protagonist is not just fast, this guy is very strong. The protagonist, approaching his allies, asked them for forgiveness for the fact that he must have been too long and delayed them a lot, right? The dumbfounded allies answered him that he did not delay them at all. Is he kidding them or something? It was too cool that they couldn't even believe it. Abel was the most amazed. Camilla turned to Hidamari. She asked her what kind of person Wim was. The girl didn't understand her question. In what sense? He was a sorcerer, and also, they were from the same city. The leader interrupted her that she hadn't asked her about that. The protagonist's friend noted that he was also very strong. At that moment, the protagonist called out to her and happily asked her, had she heard how he was praised? He added of course he was reckless, but he did it. Smiling from ear to ear, he added that now his whole body hurt. He told her this so happily, as if nothing was bothering him at all. Surprised, Camilla thought his reaction was like that of a novice adventurer who had defeated a monster for the first time. Would an adventurer who fought in the vanguard react like this? Not to mention, would he react like this if he defeated the floor boss by himself? His self-esteem and belief in his own abilities were too low for someone who could defeat an opponent like the boss by himself. But looking at him, no one would say that he was deliberately pretending. She didn't understand why he was like this. Meanwhile, Hidamari put her hands on his shoulders and tried to calm her friend down. She noticed that he was overexcited right now. The protagonist stared at her in confusion. What was she doing? Did he say something strange to her? His friend told him that he was just venting his stress. He exclaimed in shame how awkward it was. He lost control of himself. Hidamari smiled and praised him, that he was a good boy. He defeated the golem by himself. The protagonist said sheepishly, he was glad that he could be useful to them, but if they were not around, he would not have been so reckless. He admitted that his whole body had gone numb. He touched himself and was surprised to realize that this was not quite true. But how could this be? He had used a 3x boost, right? And he should be tired because he had no mana left. Suddenly, he realized that he had mana left. He was very surprised by this. Had he really become stronger? His thoughts were interrupted by Mark, who said that it was time for the Shield Squad to honor the hero. The adventurers warmly supported his idea. They picked up the protagonist in their arms and began to throw him into the air. Hidamari, smiling as she watched what was happening, said quietly with a smile, the world has finally begun to notice the magnificence of Vim. The next day, Hans saw Monica looking out the window intently. He asked her what she was looking at. The girl pointed at the glass and said that there was something there. Let him see it himself. When Hans approached the window, he saw their leader training with Abel, and the protagonist was watching their training closely. Monica said that they trained like this every morning. They are real hard workers. The guy asked the girl if she had any desire or motivation to join them. His ally noted that she would only get in their way. Hans agreed that this was logical, especially since she made too much noise. Monica answered him with annoyance that it was offensive to hear. After taking a short break, Camilla and Abel looked at the protagonist, who looked like a sad mime. Camilla returned her sword to its sheath, letting her opponent know that their training was over. She said that she had enough training for today. Abel protested. He exclaimed that he could continue. The leader told him that tomorrow they were going to explore the 98th floor. Let him give his body a rest. He had to admit that she was right, but he was not tired at all. At this point, the protagonist asked them, well, how was it? This was his final power-up adjustment. Both allies exclaimed that it was amazing. Abel was delighted. He was so glad that he could train with him. He never thought that he would experience something like this. Camilla was also not stingy with her emotions. She said admiringly that she had never felt such strength in her body. And this is the result of his long practice and analysis. If they practice every day, then thanks to him, they will become stronger. The protagonist was embarrassed by such praise. He objected that he did nothing of the sort. Rather, he learns more from them. Camilla smiled and noted that she should thank him. Although he is still a temporary member of their team, he has already done a lot for them. Thanks to him, she can find out what else she can do. The leader confessed to him that her knees were shaking with impatience. She wanted to know what she could do under his enhancement. The protagonist, crimson with embarrassment, thought that they always complimented his magic so that he would not be sad. Finally, when everyone's emotions subsided, Camille told everyone to have a good rest today and tomorrow. The protagonist and Abel did not argue with her and meekly agreed to it. They were about to leave, when suddenly Camille asked them if they would like to have a snack together. Abel happily said, "Why not? He knows where they cook delicious steaks." The protagonist hesitated with an answer. The leader asked him if he was against it. MC answered her that it was not about that at all, but that he had to meet with the intelligence department. They were having a meeting. Camille noted that's what it was. If it's important, then it's okay. They'll eat together next time. The protagonist agreed to this, and asking his allies for forgiveness, said goodbye to them. Camilla told him that nothing bad happened. When he left, the girl grinned and said that she was rejected. Abel asked her shyly if they could train a little more. She thought for a while, and finally said, "If only a little." Abel happily thanked her. After a while, when they returned to the guild, Camilla noted that they were too carried away by training. She would have to drink a healing potion. Passing by the library, she heard the conversation of the reconnaissance squad with the protagonist. Simon told him that now he understood why MC determines the distance so accurately. He answered him that he cannot cover such a large area as they do. Well, unless you use more magic, then you can try to do it. Then their conversation turned to how the protagonist detects traps. Camilla smiled and thought, it seems like Wim fits into their group. It's not surprising. The more they work with him, the more they realize that he put in a lot of time and effort to become a better person. And he inevitably ignited the flame of desire to become better inside all of them. At that moment, she overheard two adventurers discussing the protagonist. One of them told the other that this Wim is a creepy guy. Everyone gasped when he showed what he can do, but there's obviously something wrong with him, right? The second adventurer pulled his interlocutor up. The first one apologized and noted that he did the right thing. It's better for them not to spread rumors. It's wrong. The second one spoke to him in support. He understands how he feels. The first one said, it's just kind of weird. The protagonist is a sorcerer class. Even though Hidamari brought him, it's hard for him to trust this guy yet. And somehow, they accepted him into the team too quickly. The members who had not yet worked together with Wim were really looking forward to it. Camilla, without giving herself away, thought that it was all to be expected that some people would have such an opinion about the protagonist. There were a lot of people from high aristocratic families in the Night Dragonfly, and it took a lot of effort to get into their group. Usually, they did not take anyone without an entrance test, but tomorrow they had a joint sortie, and everyone should see that the protagonist is really strong, and the general opinion about him would change. At that moment, she was informed that someone from the Adventurers Guild had come to her. She ordered her assistant to bring this person to her. A short time later, when Dominic, and it was he who came to the leader, read the report, he asked her in surprise, MC defeated the golem alone? Camilla noted that it was surprising. The guy asked her what she would say. In her opinion, could Wim defeat the floor boss alone? The leader thought for a moment and then answered him that she did not think so. Dominic was surprised. Was she sure? The girl said, the protagonist's speed was really high. She could say with confidence that she had never seen such sorcerers. But if you take into account his overall combat capability, then in strength he was equal to the leaders of the Night Dragonfly. Dominic noted in amazement, so that's how it was. But if he had not yet given it his all, then that was a completely different matter. She thought that he had not revealed his potential. Camilla said thoughtfully, she just wanted to say that Wim was special. They both went into thought. Finally, Dominic stood up and said that tomorrow they had a full-scale sortie to the 98th floor. If the protagonist was hiding something, then let her try to make him reveal it. She answered him that she would do so. Then she added, if they returned alive. Meanwhile, Hidamari was having dinner at Greta's establishment. And after taking a large bite of meat, she continued, so it seemed that their friend no longer had nightmares. Now nothing spoiled his sweet sleeping face. True, Wim sometimes talks in his sleep, but that's not scary. Greta said thoughtfully that everything was clear to her, and she looked very sad. Hidamari asked her irritably what had happened. She was usually in high spirits, but here she didn't seem like herself. The visitor answered that she had her own reasons. He told her that last week, a group of adventurers who often came here did not return from the 98th floor. Hidamari understood what he meant. When large groups are going to make a large-scale expedition to the floor, small groups try to take at least something useful from the floor. But this is a completely unexplored floor. Obviously, if something goes wrong, the group will disappear without a trace. If their bodies are found, then that will be good. She said out loud, adventurers always go hand in hand with death. And this applies to everyone, even local regulars. You just need to accept it. Grady answered her that she understands everything, but all the same, it is all very sad. Hidamari got angry and shouted at her that she has tired her out already. Let her buy herself a drink at her expense. She will spoil her. Grady was surprised. Is that possible? The protagonist's friend answered her that it is possible. Let her drink, and considers it a gift to her from the best sage of the night dragonfly. Grady grabbed the largest container and thanked the girl. Hidemari, seeing the size of the vessel, stopped the innkeeper, saying, "Won't she be too fat from such a quantity?" Greti objected to her, but it was only one mug. The protagonist's ally took pity. Well, if the price was for one mug, then she didn't mind. When Greti told her the amount of one merc, the girl was indignant. But that was 5 times more expensive. Did she decide to cheat her out of money? The innkeeper noted, but that was such a trifle, just like her. Hidemari got even more angry. Who was the trifle here? Greta smiled. The visitors happily noticed. Finally, at least, she smiled. The girl called the protagonist's ally a stalker, which angered her even more. Hidemari shouted her name and added that stalker is neither a first nor a last name. Greta suddenly told her she would be going to the 98th floor tomorrow. The adventurer answered her that it was so. The innkeeper, holding back her tears, asked her to come back from there alive, and together with Vim, let them come here to them again. Hidemari, not knowing how to react to this, answered her discontentedly. Of course they will come back. She thought, people who laugh together today may not come back tomorrow. Such was the world they lived in. The next day, the group went down to the 98th floor of the labyrinth. The adventurer said, "What's wrong with this floor? It's too big. They really shouldn't have come here." Suddenly, he shouted to his comrades that they need to get out of here as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared behind them, which destroyed the adventurer's allies, Damien and Lar. The man turned around and called out his comrades by name, but there was silence in response. He cleared his throat and apologized to his daughter Elia. Then he grabbed his sword tighter and shouted at the monster to attack him. He would show him what an adventurer could do. The monster opened its huge mouth and let out a chilling roar. Meanwhile, the protagonist came to the city square, where all the city residents gathered, led by his team. All the residents were excited about the upcoming event and wished the team of night dragonflies to show their class. People greeted the leader of the group and her assistant, attracting their attention. Brits walked next to the protagonist, looking at the residents in surprise. The protagonist thought, night dragonflies are very popular. It's like some kind of holiday here. He noticed that they were looking at him too, and this confused him. After all, just recently he was in the dragon's wing. By the way, he hasn't heard anything from his former team lately. Are they still healing their wounds, or are they preparing? The protagonist interrupted his thoughts. Now he is a part of the night dragonfly. He needs to throw his past allies out of his head. The residents discussed that this time 122 people from the night dragonfly will descend into the labyrinth all at once, and only excellent results can be expected from them. They also began to discuss the new temporary member of this team, a sorcerer who was kicked out of the dragon wing, and they say that he is incredibly talented. He is now on the lips of many adventurers. Someone wanted to know the name of this sorcerer. The rest began to remember what the protagonist's name is. The group that uses the floor first takes the greatest risk, since they step into unknown territory. There are frequent cases of falling into traps, and more often than other groups encounter floor bosses. Only the most experienced and strong take such a risk. Camilla loudly announced for everyone to listen to her carefully. She announced that today they will explore the unknown 98th floor. She will tell them straight, this is an extremely dangerous mission. Let her allies be ready to look death in the eye. Also, let them have determination. Let them put the life of a comrade above the treasures they can find. Their team must not lose a single person. They will all return victorious. She called the night dragonfly to victory with a loud cry, and her entire team responded with a welcoming gesture and a cry. But the protagonist, not lagging behind the others, also chanted along with the others. Hidemari, who approached him, noted that he was not a fan of this. The protagonist was embarrassed and asked her, "Is it so noticeable?" He lowered his head in disappointment. The girl looked at him with regret. The first floor of the labyrinth was located directly under the guild. From there, the safest way, the group reached the floor they needed. The protagonist looked around in surprise and thought that he did not see a ceiling. Instead, there was as if the sky. His role is to strengthen the vanguard fighters, and if there is mana that he can afford to spend, then he must detect traps ahead. The protagonist understood that he had a huge responsibility. Whether they will cope or not depended on him too. Abel looked at him and asked him with a smile, "Is he nervous?" The protagonist answered him that he is not. He has already collected his thoughts. Suddenly he was twisted. He fell to his knees and crawled to the side, noticing that his stomach was twisting. Abel noticed that it did not seem like he had collected himself. MC apologized to the guy and began to say that everything was fine. The protagonist calmed himself down. After all, everything had already been explained to him. He was told, firstly, that they should move forward carefully. It was better to save energy, because they did not know how big the floor was, and what awaited them ahead. Secondly, if there were any questions, or he discovered something, he would just need to contact the communication and explain everything as it was. The whole team works here like one big well-coordinated machine. Abel supported him. He told him that everything will be fine. He showed himself very well in training. The guy added that he believed in him. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. Abel asked him to let him believe in them too. He would protect him. He was even ready to fight the boss for this. Touched by these words, the protagonist gratefully said the name of his ally, Abel was embarrassed and asked MC for forgiveness, explaining to him that he got carried away. The protagonist thought warmly about the fact that Abel trained with him every day, tried to seem cool, and from time to time, they just talked to each other. It turns out that the protagonist and Abel became friends. If so, maybe it is worth inviting him to eat together? He turned to the guy and wanted to tell him about his thoughts, but something prevented him. Abel asked him if he wanted to say something. Suddenly, the protagonist screamed. An ally asked him what he was doing. MC answered him, nothing, just an insect. He didn't tell him that he was hearing something again when he came to the labyrinth. Camilla told the vanguard to take their position. Abel told her that he would do it now. He called the protagonist with him. When they arrived, the team saw several monsters that were watching them warily. The protagonist thought, as he expected, there was a hydra ahead. The protagonist told his allies that he would check it out now. He thought that a hydra was a monster that needed water. There was a lot of moisture in the walls of this floor, which meant that there was a high probability that there was a large body of water somewhere. The protagonist noted that there were many birds that fed on fish, and they had discovered several new species that looked like aquatic species. He spoke over the comm for his allies to check the area to his right for enemies. He told Bettina to continue moving on the left side. The allies responded that they had accepted his information. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed that there was another way down. Let the intelligence take it into account when creating the map. Simon and Bettina were surprised to notice that this was indeed true. The protagonist began to study the map, marking geolocation points on it and calculating the distance. Abel, watching him, thought that he continued to make assumptions about the area and helped to create maps. He even did the work that was not assigned to him. Noticing how the protagonist was enthusiastically drawing something on the map, calculating and marking, he was surprised, but he himself was drawing a detailed map. You can't even buy such a map from cartographers. Wim, meanwhile, muttered in confusion. What should they do? If he indicated something incorrectly here now, the whole team could suffer. He felt sick again, and the protagonist fell to his knees in the corner again, clutching his stomach. Abel told him not to forget to drink water. The protagonist thanked him for his concern and apologized to him for falling apart again. The guy assured him that everything was fine. Thanks to him, they were moving forward. At that moment, Hans called out to them and told them that Camilla was calling them to her. When the allies came to the leader, she asked MC if she understood correctly that there was a large hall ahead. The protagonist answered her that it was so. There was certainly a spacious hall on that side, and also there was a smell of water on that side, which meant there was a lake or a river there. Hans thoughtfully noted that he would like more details. He asked Wim if he had any guesses about the quality of the water. The protagonist answered that he saw a type of butterfly here that only lives near fresh and clean water. Therefore, he thinks this water is drinkable. Camille said that this was great news. She asked her allies if anyone had anything else to add. Abel noticed that the protagonist hesitated and asked him if there was anything else they needed to know. Camille wondered what was there. The protagonist muttered some calculations and said that there was some kind of strange slope. They had been going down all the time, and now there was a sharp rise. Camille thoughtfully noted that going down towards the water source was normal, but it was quite possible that there might be a trap ahead that they had not encountered on other floors yet. On this slope, it would be easy to drop a stone boulder on them, or even worse, a stream of water to drown them. The protagonist confirmed that such a danger existed, and the worst-case scenario was if something was waiting for them after the ascent. There would be nothing but water behind them. They would not be able to retreat quickly. Camille said that this meant that if the floor boss was waiting for them ahead, they might not return. The protagonist apologized to her and noted that it was just his assumption. He was very sorry that everyone was tense. The leader answered him that it was not about that. How many times did she have to tell him? His analytical and calculating abilities were very useful. Therefore, he should not keep silent if he had any thoughts. She looked at him carefully and added, "Let him always say what was on his mind." The protagonist thanked her for this trust in him, confused. Then, they did not encounter any large monsters. Everything went smoothly, but they found several gold veins. Almost no problems arose. The protagonist was worried about this. Everything was going too well, as if the labyrinth was inviting them to go further. Everything was too smooth. He could not calm down. When they stopped, Camilla said that their descent should last a week, but they had already collected enough information. There was only a potential threat in the form of a slope. Until they studied it, they could not return. Bettina told her that it was so, because they were from the night dragonfly. They were not the ones who ran from danger. Mark agreed with him, and added on his own, "You can't leave an unexplored piece of territory, otherwise they will create dark maps." The protagonist thought, dark maps are the dark side of the adventurers' lives. Potentially dangerous areas are sent to study one person with communication magic. This person will give information until he dies. He knew that adventurers are forced to do this by force. This will allow to create a complete map, and such maps are worth a fortune. Camilla noted that if they finish studying the floor halfway, there will be a demand for dark maps, and they must not allow this. She told her allies, so they will send an advanced detachment ahead. The protagonist noticed a wise decision of the leader. There is not far from the spacious hall. By sending a small group, they minimize the risks of large losses. This is a very dangerous mission, so they will gather the elite of the Night Dragonfly. He wondered who would be chosen. Camilla announced that she would now name 6 members who would be part of the vanguard. They were Hans the swordsman, the deputy leader, Abel the shield bearer, the commander of the shield bearers, Monica the mage, the assistant commander of the mages, Bettina the mage, the assistant commander of the search party, Hidemari the sage, a candidate for the leader, and Wim the sorcerer, a temporary member of the team. The protagonist, hearing his name, was very surprised. Why was he chosen? Hidemari exclaimed that he was great. It was rare for a temporary member of the team to be chosen for such a thing. The protagonist almost cried to balance the group. Wasn't that too much responsibility? Camilla gave the order for everyone to get ready. The protagonist answered her that he understood her. He was feverishly thinking, what should he do? And so, the elite of the Night Dragonfly went to the 98th floor of the labyrinth in order to study the potential water resources. A squad of 6 people was assembled, and he, the protagonist, was among them. When they came to a large place, the protagonist used the enchantment skill. The party members were surprised at how light their bodies had become. The protagonist explained to them that he had enhanced their running abilities for the spacious place, and that mobility could come in handy in battle. Monica grabbed his hand and exclaimed that it was simply amazing. She wished he would always enhance it. She was very impressed by it. The protagonist was very embarrassed by this, but his faithful friend came to his aid. Hidemari jumped up to them, tore the girl away from him, and grumbled at her that she was overdoing it. She should keep her distance. Monica peacefully noted that she was mean. Hidemari was indignant. She was already tired of her. Monica was embarrassed and said, "After all, they are friends. Why is she talking like that?" The girl irritably answered her that they are not friends. Hans intervened. He suggested that they live in peace and not fight among themselves. He added that this was the first time they had worked together like this, but he believed in them. The swordsman asked Betten to plot their route. The assistant commander of the reconnaissance answered that he would do it. They would try their best to avoid fights. Hans turned to Wim and asked him if he had enough strength to help them find their enemies. The protagonist assured him that he would try. At that moment he felt sick again. Caring Abel gave him some water. Hans, watching what was happening, said that he felt like a teacher with a crowd of schoolchildren. Simon agreed with him. You couldn't say it more accurately. When the allies approached the goal, they sped up. Hans noted with admiration, here it is, the boost from Wim. He could run at such a speed, and he did not get tired. This way they would get to the hall faster. At that moment, Simon said that they needed to change course. Hans asked him, monsters? The scout told him that there was a trap ahead. Hans thought that the scout, according to him, had learned this method of reconnaissance from the protagonist, and he sees traps and looks for enemies. Simon said that when the protagonist brought all the information about his method, he could not believe his eyes. It was a whole mountain of information. He added that the protagonist has an interesting theory. He divides traps into types. Like, having studied the statistics of the floor, you can predict possible traps. Suddenly, Simon interrupted himself and exclaimed that they had a monster ahead. Hans, noting that they would have to fight, rushed to meet the enemy. It was just a giant lizard that wanted to hit Hans with its powerful tail. The swordsman drew his sword and struck the enemy. The monster fell, but Hans noticed that it was still alive. Monica came to his aid. She shouted to her friend that she would finish off the enemy. The protagonist suddenly appeared next to her, which surprised her greatly. He asked her permission to strengthen her, and the girl did not resist this. She activated the download and said that she, a mage named Monica, allows the sorcerer Wim to use his charms on her. The protagonist decided that he would adjust her casting speed and accuracy. He used the enchantment skill, and Monica again felt an unusual lightness in her body. She said that she was starting and activated electric bullets. The girl simply poured a hail of her bullets on the monster. The monster roared. Monica exclaimed in surprise, "Did all her bullets hit?" The protagonist smiled and told her that he slightly adjusted the accuracy of the hit. Monica exclaimed in admiration, "Wow." Hans asked him if he could enchant a weapon. The protagonist was embarrassed and told him that he did. The ally looked at him and said that he, the swordsman Hans, allowed the protagonist to use the charm. Wim fought as much as possible to increase durability and power without increasing the weight. He activated the charm, and Hans felt his weapon strengthen. Approaching the enemy, he said, "Time to hunt." Swinging his weapon, the swordsman activated the crucifixion skill. Hans seemed to not understand how he quartered the enemy. The monster simply collapsed, cut into 4 halves. The swordsman was surprised, looking at his weapon. It was like cutting a cake. It was so easy for him. And such a stunning result. Now he understood what Camilla felt. The protagonist exclaimed that it was amazing. Suddenly Simon exclaimed that there was another enemy above. The protagonist and Monica were surprised to see the terrifying face of the monster. Wim quickly activated the instant 3 ice boost and rushed towards the enemy. In an instant, the enemy was finished. The protagonist walked away from him with a heavy step. Hans noted that it was just great. Hidamari also praised him. Abel exclaimed that it was a great job. The protagonist sheepishly thanked his allies. He added that he could handle the small fish too. Hans was surprised. The small fish? This monster is a small fish? By the way, it is some new species. Suddenly, he noticed that something sparkled in the open mouth of the enemy. Taking it out, he saw that it was a medallion of some person, in which there was a photo of a child. He noted dejectedly, "Death always goes hand in hand with adventurers." Then he turned to his allies and told them that they did not have much time, but they should make a grave. Friends supported his decision. When everything was finished, the protagonist thought both in the battle and in the movement, they all worked harmoniously. Everything went smoothly. MC thought that in the dragon's wing, there was never such a thing. He feels like a part of something bigger. After a while, they entered the crack and came out into a huge hall. Hans, touching the water, noted that as Wim assumed there's a large hall and the water in the lake is clean. This place can become a good camp on the 98th floor. He is a great guy. Abel added with a smile that he did an excellent job. This is a wonderful discovery. The protagonist excitedly replied that this is not so. He was just doing his job. Hidamari called out to him discontentedly and pointed out that at least once he accepted praise. Does he have some kind of urge to belittle himself? He replied excitedly that he had nothing of the sort. The girl furiously exclaimed that Wim was a dropout and an idiot, but she still invited him to join the A-rank group just because she was his friend. She was a brainless fool who abused her power and harmed her own group. The protagonist excitedly replied that he didn't mean that. He thought sadly that she had told the truth. Abel called out to him with a smile and shook his hand. After that, they checked the hall and confirmed that it was safe. Later, the main force joined them. After a while, Camilla came to them, smilingly noting that thanks to this place, they don't have to worry about fresh water supplies. This place is huge. They did a good job. Night Dragonfly decided to install a teleporter in this place, and they also decided to stay here for one night. After some time, when it was already dark, Hidamari called out to the protagonist and told him to go to bed. He, examining the system, agreed and added that he was interested in something. MC thought that he still couldn't understand. Right in front of the large hall, there was a large rise, and here there was just a huge hall without any other passages, and the ceiling was not visible here. But then, how did such a large supply of water end up here? And if there was more water, the exit from here would be flooded. But he had never encountered traps that were somehow related to water, so he didn't understand what to do. He needed to go to bed, but he couldn't stop worrying. First of all, there was nothing here that would produce such a large amount of water. Guessing was pointless anyway, and he didn't notice how he fell asleep. After some time, the protagonist woke up from feeling drops of water on his face. He abruptly jumped out of bed and worriedly wondered, "Is it rain?" One of the squad members shouted, "Let everyone wake up. It's raining in the labyrinth." The protagonist excitedly exclaimed that he should have guessed it. Everyone started screaming in fear. Where did the rain in the labyrinth come from? Could it really be a trap? What's going on here? MC wondered. Who could have thought that it could rain in the labyrinth? And that means things are bad. The rain is heavy, visibility has worsened, it's a downpour. They tried to escape, but a powerful waterfall appeared at the entrance. One of them excitedly shouted, "No way, everyone go back." What are they going to do? The rain has flooded all the exits. Camilla exclaimed, "Let everyone stop panicking. They need to gather themselves and line up." They were prepared for this as soon as they descended into the labyrinth. The worst thing that could happen is an attack by the floor boss. Now they need to look for other exits. It's time to show what a night dragonfly is worth. Let them all gather together. All the squad members immediately became inspired and confidently agreed. MC, watching this, was surprised to think that everyone had suddenly stopped panicking. Hidamari noted with a smile that the night dragonfly was not giving up. They should also help them. The fighters armed themselves and, having cordoned off the territory, began to report that there was nothing in the east. There was also nothing in the west and south. Simon, examining the map, exclaimed that something was approaching from the north. He could not make out what exactly. Perhaps it was the floor boss. Camilla, with a serious face, pointed out that they should prepare to shoot after the Wim buff. The squad gathered their strength and they all agreed. The protagonist used the Force Tremor skill and cast a buff on all allies. Suddenly, huge tentacles appeared from the ceiling. Hans excitedly noted that it was so dark here that it was impossible to see the exact size. Camilla shouted that they should aim. The protagonist thought that he would adjust the rigidity and reduce air resistance. He cast the Ice Lightning Spear enchantment and instantly cast a powerful buff on the arrows. After that, the fighters began shooting at the tentacles. Simon exclaimed that there was a hit. It moved, and the tentacles were wriggling. He was attacking them. MC cast the Reflection enchantment on the shields of the shield bearers. They happily shouted that this was excellent. "Come on, let the monster attack." Camilla called out to Hidamari and pointed, "Let her shine light on the enemy." The girl used the Flash of Light skill and shouted, "Let it appear." Instantly, a huge monster's mouth appeared in front of them. The leader called out to the protagonist and asked if he knew what it was. She only understood that it was the floor boss. He replied that he had never met one like that. "But if you think about it, it looks a bit like a sea cow monster." Camilla asked, "So it was weak to fire?" The protagonist agreed and added that they should at least try. Camilla shouted, Let the rearguard prepare fire magic and shoot when ready. Hidemarie, Eckenhart, and Monica agreed and began to use the skills Fireball, Incineration, and Heatwave. They directed their attacks at the enemy, and the monster squealed furiously. Camilla joyfully shouted that it worked. Even if they attack the tentacles, it will still take damage. Let the vanguard attack the tentacles under the cover of the shield bearers. If possible, let them attack the body. Let the rear guard take turns between shots, split up, and attack continuously. All the warriors agreed and began to stand in their positions. The girl continued to command. Let Vim continue to strengthen the shield bearers. Let him spend the main forces on them. The shield bearers themselves with serious faces shouted that they will show him. The protagonist gained confidence and, having agreed, began to carry out his duties. He thought that the view was breathtaking. Nothing to say. The rear guard showered the monster with spells, and the vanguard attacked whenever they saw an opportunity. They rained down blows so that the boss did not have a chance to attack. It was more like a carefully planned war. It was like watching a game of chess. They were fighting in a downpour on territory where the enemy had an advantage. No matter how you look at it, they should win. At this rate, the boss will fall without hitting even once. Here it is, the strongest Wilbron group. After many attacks, Camilla called out to him and, drawing her sword, said that she would go on the attack. Let him use the full buff on her. She relies on him. She allows Wim to use his charms on her. The party members hearing this, exclaimed in surprise that the leader was going to battle. MC, a little worried, thought that he should use the best buff on her. He used the enchantment and instantly increased the girl's stats. All the warriors started shouting that they needed to disperse and not interfere with the leader. The protagonist, watching the girl, excitedly thought that she wanted to finish the fight with one blow. Floor bosses can often hide an ace up their sleeve, so she wanted to kill the boss before he revealed it. Camilla approached the enemy and shouted with a smile that it was time to begin. It was time to check the results of their training. A few days ago, Camilla had been training hard with a barbell, spinning and throwing it in different ways. She continued to train her body and magic, but this was already going beyond all bounds. The leader, finishing the session, noted with disappointment, 1,022 times, the same as last time. She cursed irritably. No progress. If she can't get stronger, then she will try to lead her allies to greatness. When this thought came to her, the warrior spirit died in her. At least, that's what she thought. The protagonist activated his enchantment skill on her. Camilla went to her opponent. Her allies enthusiastically shouted that the leader was coming to them. They asked her to show them her class. The girl thought about the protagonist. Each of his enhancements only became stronger. Her whole body was imbued with strength. She realized that she still had room to grow. The leader squeezed the handle of her weapon and noted that he gave her hope. Maybe he did not understand how much she was grateful to him. If you think about his enhancement, then for the first time she felt that she still had room to move when he used his charms. The warrior spirit in her is alive, thanks to him. An incredibly powerful magical shockwave arose, so high that the protagonist was surprised to notice. Huge. More than that time in the battle with the wyvern. Hans answered him that it was so. He added that it was good that there was no ceiling here. Nothing limited the leader. Camilla attacked the monster. Hidemarie said in amazement, "What a huge blow." The leader enjoyed the fact that she felt good. Her body was so light, she could hit with full force. How happy she was about this. Barthold shouted for everyone to run as far away as possible. Now there will be a very strong blow. Let them all run away. Otherwise, they might get hit by the shockwave too. When everyone ran away, Camilla delivered a powerful blow to the monster, cutting it. She thought, this is a hunt for a giant. Splashes flew in different directions. The monster fell with a loud sound, splashing its contents. The protagonist, wiping his face, thought with admiration how powerful it was. Everyone stared dumbfounded as the monster was defeated. The protagonist looked at the enemy and said that this is not all. Simon reported over the radio that the target is still alive. Camille ordered everyone to gather and continue attacking the enemy. Hidemarie used a fireball. The protagonist activated a vacuum cut and the monster was finally finished. Bettini's system beeped, and he informed everyone that their target was dead. He exclaimed that victory was theirs. All the warriors rejoiced. They shouted that everything went just fine. They defeated the floor boss, facing him for the first time, and they will make legends. You shouldn't expect anything less from them. They decided to throw a real feast when they returned home. They will continue to set new records. The protagonist did not participate in the general rejoicing. He was upset, thinking, why did he not calm down yet? Because of the rain? Or because the floor boss died so easily? No, it wasn't that. They just killed him before he could do anything. Night Dragonfly won because of their good teamwork. But something was wrong. At that moment, Abel came up to him. He called out to the protagonist. The protagonist turned around at his call, stumbled, and almost fell. Abel exclaimed to him to be careful. The water level was still rising due to the rain. The protagonist was thinking about something of his own. The guy asked him what was wrong. The protagonist thought, as soon as it started raining, the floor boss immediately appeared and attacked them. He was definitely missing something, but what exactly? Abel, looking at him in surprise, asked the MC what was wrong. Wim didn't hear him. He continued to think, maybe if this rain is the floor boss's ability, then why doesn't it end? He shook his head in despair and thought that it was useless to make assumptions. What was important now was to find a way out of here. Abel helped the protagonist get out of the water. The protagonist thanked his ally for this. Wim activated the radio, turned to Camille, and told her that he had one guess. She asked him what was going on. The protagonist said, "The water level continues to rise because of the rain. It seems that this monster becomes active just at such a time. There may be more monsters like it." He suspected that they can move quickly in water. This explains why the big one was so slow while he was going down. Camille asked him if he assumed that they had not won yet. He told her that it was so. The girl thanked him for the warning and added that she needed to catch her breath a little. But the floor boss was defeated. That was it. They needed to get out of here. She asked him if he had a plan on how to get out of here. The protagonist said that there was a narrow passage in the northwest. Most likely the water had not reached it yet. If they moved now, they could still leave this place. He was haunted by one thought. Why was he still shaking all over? Suddenly, everything around him began to shake. The aura changed, the rain intensified, and a bright glow appeared. The team peered into this light in confusion, wondering what that sound was. Where were such big waves coming from? At that moment, a simply enormous monster appeared in front of the allies. The warriors were surprised. Was this serious? At that moment, everyone realized that the real boss of the floor was in front of them. The team froze in bewilderment. There were several monsters, and all of them were simply terrifying in size. One warrior said in bewilderment, "The same creatures as the very first one. Are they the minions of the boss of the floor?" The main character sweated from the tension. Camilla noted that the 98th floor would not let them win so easily. Dark energy began to emanate from the opponents. The team was perplexed, and what should they do with it? Betting exclaimed, "Visibility is 0 in the rain. He can't count the exact number of enemies. It's hard to hear in such a downpour." He was sure that the rain was caused by the floor boss's ability. One of the scouts reported that there were 2 enemies to the west and 2 to the east. Also, there were 5 monsters in the south at once. What should they do? Another scout from the north informed the allies that they were surrounded by 4. They urgently needed instructions on what to do next. Bedin made a report that smoke was coming out of the boss's retinue from his back. He added that they all needed to run. The protagonist understood that everyone was confused. He thought hard. All he could understand now was that they were in a complete pit. Suddenly, Camilla ordered everyone to calm down. She said that everyone needed to gather together and form a defensive formation. The protagonist noted with admiration that she remained calm. No matter how sad the situation was, she was a real leader. Hans began to hurry everyone with a defensive formation. When the team built a defensive fence, the protagonist thought, so what? All escape routes are cut off. They have no choice but to fight, even if it is a night dragonfly. But will they have enough strength to break through the boss in such an environment? And how will they fight? And if they manage to break through, where is the guarantee that they will be able to escape? At this moment, Mark called out to him. The protagonist shuddered from his call. Mark told him not to give up. None of the team lost hope. Let him look around. The protagonist looked at his allies and saw that Mark was right. Everyone took a fighting stance, and no one had even a shadow of doubt in their eyes. Everyone was determined to win. He thought, was he the only one ready to despair? The protagonist resolutely said that he would not give up either. He ordered himself to gather himself. They were cornered, but they had not lost yet. They had more than enough strength. He couldn't let go just because he was facing a crisis. They all had to come back alive. He had to see it with his own eyes. Taking a deep breath, he decided that he would do everything in his power to see them triumph. The protagonist looked at the floor boss with determination. Camille called on her team to get ready. The warriors accepted her order in unison. The opponents released their tentacles, preparing to attack the humans. The protagonist activated the enchantment skill, strengthening his allies. Abel exclaimed, "Don't step back." The team exclaimed in unison that it would be so. Camille warned her allies that the monsters would attack with tentacles. Once they held out, they would immediately need to attack the opponents. Some team members complained, "Why were there so many enemies?" The protagonist looked at them with concentration, swallowing convulsively. Camille shouted that the monsters were attacking. The warriors desperately tried to dodge the deadly tentacles of the monsters, trying to fight them off. The protagonist kept repeating to himself that he had to endure. Camilla supported her warriors. She shouted at them to hold on. The protagonist, fighting off the tentacles of the opponents, thought that Camilla's voice gave everyone strength. But despite this, the ranks of the night dragonfly thinned out. Many allies died in this battle. The enemy also suffered significant losses. The remaining members of the team, despite the pouring rain, continued to stand firmly on their feet. The protagonist thought that he expected the worst. He thought that they would all fall here at once, but they had enough strength to endure. If everything continues like this, everything may end sadly for them. The labyrinth is unpredictable. There was no talk of everyone returning alive. The enemy is too strong. Anyone who encountered him for the first time would definitely die. At this moment, Camilla turned to him. She told him that he was still not a full member of the Night Dragonfly. If anyone should escape from here and pass on information, it was him. But before that, he must listen to her request. The protagonist resisted. He cannot do this. It is too terrible. The leader apologized to him and said that they will not all be able to return alive, let him not interrupt her, and listen to her carefully. The protagonist agreed to this. She continued that she was not going to give up. Let him use the enhancement on her. She will kill the floor boss. The protagonist looked at her with puzzlement and anxiety. The girl said that she did not need the help of the others. Let everyone else gather in small groups and look for a way out of here. If he can, let him lead everyone to the exit. The protagonist wanted to resist her words, but she abruptly interrupted him and told him she asks him, let him fulfill her request. The leader added, the other warriors will understand. In the Night Dragonfly, only talented people. The protagonist, almost in tears, asked her not to say such a thing. Camilla, not hearing his words, continued. He, Hidamari, and Abel are the bright future of the Night Dragonfly. The protagonist addressed her by name, with all his appearance asking her not to say such a thing. She looked at him carefully and asked him to use his charm on her. The protagonist gathered all his will into a fist and activated his charm. Camilla addressed her warriors on the radio. She told them that this was her last speech. Let them listen to her order. She will fight with this boss, and they must unite in groups of 3 people and drag the wounded from here. She added that the protagonist would show them the way. After a short silence, she thanked all the members of her team for everything. Marianne was indignant. What was their leader saying? Suddenly, the radio made a short beep, and the girl was surprised to notice that the connection had been cut off. Meanwhile, Camille exhaled and smiled. She felt as if a mountain had fallen off her shoulders, which was funny. She looked angrily at the enemy and said that she was Camille. She would defeat this floor boss. Whatever he did, she would take his life. The monster was about to attack the brave girl. She called to hear her call of the cutthroat. Activating her ability, the leader struck him. The monster was surprised by her speed and ability. He attacked Camille, but she deftly dodged his tentacles, cutting them. He intensified his attack on her. The girl jumped aside and angrily said that she would not make him wait long. Let him get ready. She began to strike him even more sharply, quickly reacting to his attacks. Seizing the right moment, she rushed forward. Camilla was surprised. Her body moved so quickly. She would never have thought that she was capable of such a thing in a tired state. Noticing a bright light next to her, she noted, is it she who is burning so brightly? Is it really her? The girl felt an extraordinary surge of strength and doubled the speed of her attack on the enemy. The monster began to make terrible roaring sounds. The leader thought that she could handle him. She could fight him. She just needed to cut off all his tentacles, and then she would crumble his body into small pieces. She egged herself on. She needed to be faster, stronger. The protagonist, watching the leader, thought with admiration, wow, he only strengthened her. And she fights the monster on equal terms. Fights as if she is a hero straight from legends. Here she is, the strongest of the Wilbrons, Camilla. She put her life on the line, fighting with all her might. The time that Camilla buys for them cannot be wasted. He will follow her orders. He just has to save everyone else. At this moment, Hidamari cast healing on the wounded allies. Hans thanked her for her care. The protagonist called out to her. The girl saw him and said that she was waiting for him. He asked her if the situation here has improved yet. She answered him, Hans is fine, but the neighboring group's situation is terrible. The girl called him to follow her, and he followed her. After a short time, Hidamari looked at him in surprise. He could barely move his legs. She asked him if he was okay. The protagonist realized that something was wrong with him. His body felt so heavy, but why did it happen? It must be because he was tired. That was probably it. But he still doubted that it was. It wasn't that. His legs seemed to be dragging. He remembered the dragon's wing, how Kronos told him that he was nobody here. Let him just listen to what the leader said. Now he had the same feeling as then, in the dragon's wing. He tried to drive away these memories. What was he even thinking about at a time like this? He shouldn't hesitate, and he was wasting time here. Hidamari called out to him, but he remembered Camilla, how she once told him that if he was tense, how could they be calm? Let him just do what he already knew so well. His magic was amazing. The protagonist couldn't shake these thoughts, but why? This had never happened before. Camilla appeared in his head again. When she asked him how about 500 mercs, he was a very amazing person. She wanted to know, but what could she do under his enhancement? He and Abel, wouldn't they want to have a snack together? The thoughts ran one after another, confusing the protagonist. He just forced himself to pull himself together. He just needed to follow orders. He needed to count down, and he would stop thinking about it. He needed to follow Camille's orders. He didn't need to go where he wasn't wanted. He kept trying to distract himself from his memories. Hidamari called out his name anxiously. He ignored her, continuing to count down, his hands shaking. The girl grabbed his shoulder and shouted at him to wake up already. He shuddered, stared at her in confusion, and asked her what she said. The ally noted if he could see his face now. A half smile was frozen on his face, like when he was in the dragon's wing. That's the face he makes when he's depressed. He said that he did not understand her. She exclaimed that he should not run away. Let him think carefully. The protagonist shouted hysterically. He was telling her. He did not understand what she was telling him. Hidamari calmly noted that he was lost now. The protagonist, grinning, looked at her in bewilderment. Meanwhile, Camilla continued her fight. She quickly, time after time, attacked the enemy, striking him in the tentacles. The warriors, watching her, shouted that their leader would cope with this monster. Hans urged his allies not to lose heart. Camilla tirelessly slashed with her sword left and right. Suddenly, she was surprised. The monster stopped attacking. This was her chance. She must not miss it. The girl swung her sword and shouted at the monster that he would now get it from her in full. The leader activated maximum power and called for a hunt for the giant. But to her surprise, the enemy was able to dodge her blow. The warriors froze in tension, watching what was happening. The floor boss managed to land a powerful blow on the girl, knocking her off her feet. Wim called out to her in fear. He used instant threefold amplification and caught her in time. The warrior called out to Abel and he appeared next to them, putting a shield in front of him and repelling the enemy's attack. He said that he would cover, and the protagonist thanked him. Wim put Camille on the ground and asked if she was okay, and if she could hear him. He thought about the fractures all over her body and the bleeding. The internal organs were also damaged. Camille opened her eyes and asked with heaviness, "Who was left?" The protagonist answered that everyone was still here and no one had run away, but no one had died yet and they would all return alive. Camille smiled through the pain and said that he was still young and asked him to leave her here wounded. It was better for the young and energetic to run. Wim refused to fulfill her requests, when suddenly she got up from the ground and said that under his enhancement, she would last a little longer. The protagonist refused, saying that it was impossible. Camille looked around and asked him. She allows him to use his charms on her. The protagonist thought he had already wasted a lot of precious time and now she would give her life in vain. Many comrades would die, and at least half of the group would die. Night Dragonfly, the group that accepted him, will die here. He was always called a talentless person, and he was just trying not to stand out, to blend in with the crowd, but he must protect both Camille and the guys from Night Dragonfly. Even if he has to die for it, they were so kind to him. They accepted him. Wonderful people. Wim called out to all the guys and said that there was only one way out. He asked them for forgiveness. He would disobey the order. Abel called out to him in bewilderment. He thought that this was the best and right choice. There simply could not be another. He must do it. Is it okay that he does this? The protagonist said that he will stop the boss with his own hands and asked them to leave as soon as they see the opportunity. Camille ran up to him and wanted to say something, when suddenly he paused the enhancement and she fell to the ground. Wim noticed that it was a reverse enhancement and apologized. He will kill this boss. Camilla asked in surprise, was he really hiding something? The protagonist agreed. He hoped that he would not have to return to this, and it was very unpleasant to use it regularly. That's how they talked about him then. Wim used the transition to puppeteer mode. Hidemari called out to him and asked with a smile on her face, did he decide? And then she thought that he had become much bolder. He always, even when he hesitated a lot, still did crazy things. Wim smiled and thanked her for everything. She asked him not to say that. He would definitely win. The protagonist awkwardly said that she believed in him too much. This was a completely different situation and he might not cope. The boss is much stronger than the past, and he is still strange. Sometimes he laughs like that because of stress. Even his knees laugh, or maybe he is afraid. He's afraid, and again risks his life. Hidemari looked at him and thought that she understands his fear, and he does not fully understand himself yet. Because she knows him much better, and the time will come when he will know that he is the best in the world, and then she wants him to teach her many things. Although she said that she knows him much better, but many things about him are still unknown. For example, why is he still smiling at such a moment? Suddenly, the tentacles that Camilla cut off the monster began to recover. The commander noticed that all the wounds inflicted by the leader had healed. The warrior said in fear, start all over again. Meanwhile, the water level continues to rise and the protagonist slowly moves towards the monster. He thought that if he finishes quickly, the water level will be such that he cannot move at all. He raised his head up and looked at him, and then resolutely clenched his hand into a fist and said that he will give it his all. Since the sorcerer can enhance many things, especially in the human body, the difficulty varies depending on the part being enhanced. The easiest way is to enhance the bones and muscles. Most enhancements are limited to this. If they want to increase the oxygen supply and speed up the blood flow, then they will need to strengthen the heart. Since the heart is not so easy to reach, only a few sorcerers are capable of this. But the heart is not the last part that can be strengthened. There is another organ that is taboo, and that is the brain. Wim read a book and said that this is not it. This book also has few entries on strengthening the brain. Although several attempts are documented here, it is more difficult to implement. The organ that controls consciousness, if you increase its speed of information processing, then the combat power can be increased, but this is very dangerous. Firstly, strengthening someone else's brain is not a fact that it will work, and if the sorcerer is initially weak, then there will be no point in such strengthening either, and no one wants to be guinea pigs. Kronos stood in front of the main character and said that he could not even cope with such a trifle, and asked him to step aside. He will deal with it. Wim thought that in order to become stronger, he has no choice but to go into puppeteer mode. Suddenly, his brain started showing him all his memories, and he screamed loudly. According to Wim, you need to be careful with this enhancement. Otherwise, it is easy to lose consciousness, and when he increases the speed of information processing by the brain, the whole body begins to suffer, and it can be easily overloaded. But he found a simple way. You need to become aware of your own consciousness and talk to yourself. The meaning is not so important, but you need to bring the body to overload. But he barely manages to maintain consciousness in his current enhancement of 1.00001 times. This is his limit, and even so it can have side effects. He can damage his brain, but this is just a possibility and he must continue no matter what. Even so, he will become much stronger. The enemy looked at Wim in surprise, who was heading straight for him with a sword. Wim grabbed the sword tightly, when suddenly, the monster pointed its tentacles at him and was about to attack. The protagonist thought in surprise, "You is dangerous, because you can die like this." Although everything around him moved so slowly, Wim jumped into the air, thereby dodging the enemy's attack. He began to move deftly over the monster's body, and then using an instant 20x boost, everything around him began to float. He thought how slow everything was, and he felt every part of his body. He understood when to move best, and understood the movements of each of his muscles in just a split second. If he were stronger, he could have won 10 times already, but for a weakling like him, there is only one option out of 100,000, and he will do everything right. He has no right to make a mistake, and he will simply win. Dodge here, and then push off from this. So he will need to strengthen the strength of the ligaments. He will be able to work a miracle with his own hands, even if he dies. Wim grinned, and Camilla watched him in surprise. She asked how he moves like that. It's like he's floating in the air. Hidamari said that he pushes off the monster's tentacles with his feet. An ordinary person would easily injure his legs. Camilla noted that under his boost, this is impossible. This is no longer human speed. Hidamari called out to him and shouted for him to live as he wishes. Suddenly, the protagonist was surrounded by tentacles, and he thought, this is the path to hell. It will open up the opportunity to win. 1 chance in a million. Yes, it is him, but he can still die. The slightest mistake, even for a millisecond, and he will be torn apart and broken. But at this speed, he will not give it to him. What will he do now? Suddenly, magic seals appeared next to the monster's body, and Wim asked in surprise, "Is this magic?" The monster began to release magic charges, but the protagonist deftly dodged it, cutting off parts of the enemy's body along the way. He thought, he's not going to give up either. At least give him a little rest. Wim dodged the attack again and, smiling madly, ordered everyone to run. The protagonist quickly moved along the monster's tentacle and began to swing his sword, laughing madly. The warriors asked in surprise, what was this at all? According to the protagonist's story, everyone understood how impossible it was, since he was fighting alone. One sorcerer against a strong floor boss, at such a speed that it was hard to catch with a glance. The monster summoned magic seals and aimed them straight at the protagonist. Wim continued to deftly deal with the monster, when suddenly it fell to the ground. The protagonist found himself at the enemy's body when suddenly he noticed that it moved. Wim thought, now he needs to dodge, because that jerk, due to the jets of water and his huge body, will fly into the air for a second. After the monster's body flew up, he found himself under it and asked, how did he do it? His body and mind act simultaneously. You only have to think, and the body already reacts, and the speed amazes him. Wim stuck a knife into the monster's body and began to quickly move from side to side, thereby trying to cut it. He thought that he needed to cut it before he landed, and if he didn't have time, then he would crush him. He's getting closer to a 1 in a million chance. Death was breathing down his neck, but he was not dead yet. Strange, he cuts and cuts, but still hasn't reached his organs. Suddenly, Wim noticed darkness in the distance, and looking ahead, he thought, this is bad. He won't have time, and therefore he needs to get out. A few seconds later, the protagonist flew out of the monster's body, and looking at it, thought, everything is as he imagined. He does everything instantly, as soon as a thought comes to his mind. He stopped on a rock. His body is so light and his head seems to be boiling. What does he feel? Excitement? Wim noticed all the warriors of the Night Dragonfly and thought with fear that now he is responsible for the lives of all the participants of the Night Dragonfly, and they can die if he fails. No need to be distracted from the main goal, since he has no time to have fun. He abruptly opened his eyes and asked, no time to have fun? Was he having fun now? His heart trembles when death is so close. The closer he is to danger, the more fun he has. In fact, he seemed to sense that something like this would happen here, and deep down he did not expect it. Is he enjoying life? Suddenly, the monster surrounded itself with its tentacles, and the warriors asked what it was doing. Hans asked in bewilderment, was it really going into the second phase? Wim looked at the monster in surprise and thought, how does this thing even work? It also has magic, a very strange monster. The second phase is a secret feature of some floor bosses, which they use in a critical situation. The previous boss was the same. In other words, he cornered him, when suddenly a bright glow emanated from the new body of the monster, and the protagonist joyfully exclaimed about the second round. The warrior said in fear that it had entered a new phase. They do not know how it will attack now and ordered to evacuate the young ones. He called out to Abel and asked him to leave too. This is not his fight, and asked to let the old men fight. Abel refused, As the commander of the shield bearers, he will stand here until the end. Besides, he sees better than hope, and he will not die. Meanwhile, Wim thought that now this monster scares him even more. He has a bad feeling. These creatures merged, and before that, they attacked from almost all sides. Now the attack area will be even larger. The current reinforcement is not enough, so more is needed. The protagonist used instant 50x amplification, so he can fight him again. He remembers where every grain of sand in this cave is located and he can handle it. He is so hot, his head is boiling. Many magic seals appeared above the monster's head, and water drop began to rise into the air, thereby attacking the protagonist. Wim deftly moved between the tentacles, cutting them off with his sword. He sees everything. The shadows of the tentacles and the shadows of the water eaves are reflected in the water. Even attacks from the blind spot, tentacles 377, blades 489, arrows 55, shots 1022. Nothing will escape his sight, and he can also predict the flight trajectory. The protagonist repelled a large drop of water and continued to move towards the enemy's body. He laughed and thought, as expected from the floor boss, not a single attack was wasted. How much fun it is. He seems to see himself at 360 degrees and feels omnipotent. Everything is going according to plan, and how good it is for him. But if he stumbles even once, he will immediately finish it off. He feels that it is impossible to defeat such a creature alone, but this only motivates him. He cannot stop and move forward. Has it always been like this in him? He is having fun to the fullest. Wim dodged the monster's attacks and thought that it was dangerous. A millimeter to the side, and he is dead. Meanwhile, Camilla thanked Hidamari for the treatment and said that it was enough. She called out to Hans and asked what chances they had of retreating now. He replied that they had too many wounded. Almost everyone was busy protecting them, and they needed to somehow help the main character. Camilla looked at what was happening and asked if she could help. At this speed, no one would help him. They would only get in the way. Therefore, they needed to get as far away as possible, and she would cover her own. Camilla put her sword forward and asked the cutthroat to hear her. Suddenly, a strong magical aura appeared from it. According to her, he said that he would defeat the floor boss, and she thought that he was just pretending. He was fighting him on equal terms and had cornered him. She couldn't believe it, and they were too far from his level, so they couldn't help him. He had to fight and win. Meanwhile, Wim thought that he had such a side, and didn't know that he would enjoy hacking and slashing so much, looking death in the eye. However, he was hardly making any progress. He didn't see at all whether it was possible to kill. If this continued, he would get tired and lose. Suddenly, he noticed a black fog and said, "This monster must have a weak spot somewhere. Maybe it's the core or some other insides, but if he gets there, he will win." A route suddenly appeared before his eyes, and he thought in surprise, this is the shortest path to his body. He himself didn't realize how he calculated it. This is what his brain is capable of. Out of all the possible variations of events, he found what will lead him to victory. If he does everything right, this creature will not have long left, but he still cannot fail if he makes a mistake. If you think about it, he always trembled like this, but now he sees the light of victory. The path that will lead him to a miracle, a 99% chance that he will die, but he will still go forward. No matter how you look at it, this is death, but he wants to feel this rush. Wim flew towards the black fog, dodging the enemy's attacks. Camilla asked, "Did it disappear?" Meanwhile, the protagonist found himself in space and asked, "Did the rain stop? Or did he just rise higher than this, and now that he is so close, he uses the height to accelerate?" Wim began to fall quickly, and thought about how there was no more sound and it became so quiet. It seems that he is alone here, as if he is the master of this space. The protagonist noticed a protective barrier in front of the monster, and breaking it, he penetrated inside. He will concentrate all the strengthening on the strength of the body and continue to accelerate and then break through. He approached the black fog and said, "Here it is." When suddenly Wim found himself in space, and looking around in surprise, he noticed a broken egg. From this appeared the hand of the monster, who slowly approached the protagonist and spoke in a language he did not understand. According to the protagonist's story, he did not understand a word, but he did not feel anything bad. Suddenly, the vision disappeared and Wim fell into the water. He turned back and looked at the dead body of the monster. The protagonist was surprised and happily looked at the night dragonfly running towards him. He thought about how he fought to protect everyone, and then his mind and body turned off. Camilla worriedly tried to call out to Wim, but nothing worked. Night dragonfly's full-scale dive report on the 98th floor. 3 precious veins were opened. 28 new monster species were discovered, and the floor boss was defeated. 106 people were injured, 12 were seriously injured, and the death toll was 0. Meanwhile, on the 50th floor, the frog monster attacked Kronos with its long tongue, but he managed to fly away. Nikra used the rupture skill, when suddenly a powerful attack burst out from her staff, which destroyed the ground and knocked the monster off its feet. Melis used the vine skill, and long vines bound the enemy's body. Kronos called out to her, and she shouted that she was ready. He used a stream of flame that burst from his sword and began to burn everything in its path, including the monster, after which he cut this body in half and smiled contentedly. Melis happily exclaimed that he was cool and a real genius. Sophia said in surprise that it was really amazing. According to her, once Niker's wounds healed, they went into the labyrinth again, and everyone began to work even more harmoniously. She has also gotten better at reconnaissance, and she has gotten better at other tasks, like route planning, report writing, etc. And she is actually amazed at how her predecessor managed to do all of this when they were weaker. They had to try their hidden abilities to be at least on the 50th floor, and they are all talented. They are brave as if they were on the verge of recklessness, but more often than not, it turns out for the best. But even so, she does not see a bright future. A group of this size is not capable of accomplishing anything, and the old dragon wing, who used to earn glory, is no longer there. And she does not think that they can defeat the floor boss. It is rude to say such a thing, but they are too weak for that. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Wing group's house, Melis, Nikra, and Kronos were eating calmly, but Sophia was looking thoughtfully at one place. Melis asked sharply. Today it was Nikra's turn to cook, so why were there carrot tops here? Nikra apologized, and Kronos awkwardly said that she was so clumsy and the tops could also be useful. Sophia thought that the atmosphere in this group was not getting any better. Every time she wanted to leave, Kronos suggested that they find more comrades. They had been recovering before, so he was not looking for anyone, but they were an A-rank group now, weren't they? So it would be easy for them to find newcomers, and they would be able to study the labyrinth in the front rows again. Nikra asked how many people they would recruit. Kronos answered, the more the better. Several dozen would be just right. But who should he choose? Right now there are only girls in his group, so I don't want some man who would be violent to get into their group. What do Melis think? She looked at him awkwardly, and Sophia thought about what he was keeping quiet about the fact that he liked to recruit people he could control. She said, confused, that she wouldn't want any man to join, and for now the group was just him and the other girls, so she felt safe. According to Sophia, another problem with this group was that both Melis and Nikra had feelings for Kronos, and it seemed like having one girl wasn't enough for him, and when another girl joined the group, given Kronos' amorous nature, he would definitely direct his crotch at her. That's why they were all making such faces. Sophia called out to him and said that if she were him, she would be much more careful about expanding the group. They didn't have enough money to recruit many people. Kronos asked her not to cross out the idea and that they wouldn't know until they tried. Sophia anxiously asked him to listen to her, but he said with displeasure that if the problem was only about money, they should have enough money from defeating the boss, right? Sophia looked at him in confusion and thought she had already explained this and included it in the report. Kronos asked smugly, what is it? If she can't tell him now, she can do it later in his office. Sophia said that they haven't received confirmation of the boss's kill yet. In the records he received from Vim to confirm their victory, Kronos angrily ordered her not to dare mention his name. She apologized and said that she used her predecessor's records to send everything to the guild. For some reason, the guild hasn't sent a confirmation document or money yet. Melis asked if she wanted to say that he screwed up somewhere. Sophia answered that that wasn't the problem, but usually the guild would respond within that time. Kronos broke the bottle and said angrily, so they need to wait a little longer. That fool again. How much longer will he bother them? Melis asked him to calm down, since it was not his fault. He exclaimed, right, because the Dragon Wing defeated the boss of the 97th floor and no one will argue with it. Sophia thought, Wim had been working with such freaks all this time and the Dragon Wing had always been like that. Meanwhile, Wim opened his eyes and Hidemari happily asked, did he wake up? She wished him good morning. His body was all beaten up and asked him not to strain himself. The protagonist began to remember everything that happened in surprise and suddenly jumped up and asked how the guys were doing. Hidemari ordered him to stop screaming like that. He asked in fear if he was here. Then someone pulled him out of there. She tried to calm him down and said that all the members of the Night Dragonfly received at most severe injuries and were all alive. He had already been in bed for 5 days and he had done a great job. Wim exhaled easily and thought about how glad he was that he had not risked his life in vain. Hidemari asked, Camilla asked to call her when he wakes up. Can she? He agreed, and leaving the room she asked if he had fun. The protagonist agreed in fear, to some extent. She smiled and left the room, after which Camilla came to him. He called out to her in fear and noticed that she bowed to him. He asked her to raise her head, because he hadn't done anything like that. She thanked him. She didn't know if she could repay him with anything, so she would just thank him. Wim awkwardly said that he was glad that everyone was alive, and Camilla noted that he was ready to risk his life for them, when suddenly she hugged him and said how grateful she was to him. Gratitude simply overwhelmed her. The protagonist said heavily that he was going to suffocate now, and that her armor hurt, that he would suddenly break his nose. Hidemari fearfully asked her to stop. The leader was going to strangle their savior now. Suddenly, the members of the Night Dragonfly appeared at the threshold and said that they had arrived. Abel excitedly called out to him and jumped into his arms. Wim thought that he would definitely die like this. Monica said that she wanted to too, when suddenly Hidemari blocked her way and said discontentedly that she was not allowed. She asked why, when suddenly Hidemari ordered her to shut up, and Abel noticed that the leader had overdone it a bit. Camilla let the main character go and said that as they could see, Wim had not yet fully recovered, so she ordered not to press him too hard and not to overexert himself. A short handshake at most. Abel awkwardly said that it was funny how she contradicted herself. Camilla asked if she was wrong. Then everyone came up in turn. Carl took his hand and began to thank him. He was their savior. Wim smiled and said that there was nothing special about it. Camilla ordered him to finish and the next one would go. He replied that he had not yet thanked him properly. The crowd continued to thank the protagonist, when suddenly, Camilla called out to Abel and said that he had already stood in line for the second time. He awkwardly said that she had imagined it. Camilla replied that this was not right and asked him to be brief, like her. Mark said that she had overdone it more than anyone else and had almost strangled him. Hans said that she was really bothering the others here. He pulled her by the robe and said that her body had not yet fully recovered either and that she should return to the ward. Camilla shouted for them to remember to approach one at a time. Wim laughed awkwardly, and Heidemarie noted that finally a moment of peace. He had not yet recovered, so he should rest. Bettina approached him and happily said that it was cool and he had never seen anyone fight like that. Another thanked him for saving them. The protagonist thought about how strange it was. It was the first time so many people had thanked him, and his heart was filled with a warm feeling. He liked it so much. It meant that he would soon be accepted as an official employee of the Night Dragonfly. Camilla would have vouched for him before, so there was nothing to worry about, and he understood perfectly well that everyone trusted him before, and not everyone wanted to see him here. After all, there were so many people here, and almost all of them came to thank him. Among them, there were even those who did not trust him, but things were bad, and he could not stop thinking about it. Even though they were so kind to him, he could not suppress this feeling. It was not like that. He should not think like that. Wim covered himself with a blanket and went to sleep. Meanwhile, Dominic said that Wim seemed to have woken up. The official report had not yet been sent, but the Night Dragonfly had already returned from the 98th floor, and everyone knew that they had defeated the floor boss. And some say that the floor boss was defeated thanks to the sorcerer, although he would still be suspicious of this. The chief ordered to check everything and make sure of this, since this is the work of the guild. It is not often that you can see him so pleased. They will go to the hospital. It is time for the guildmaster to go personally and ask him about the dragon wing and the boss of the 97th floor. Wim thought. He did not understand how it is possible to prove that the labyrinth exists. The only thing that connects the floors in the labyrinth to each other are teleporters. There is no reason to assume that the labyrinths are located under each other. The protagonist turned the page of the book and thought, Dr. Henke's research is always interesting to read. He can literally feel the warmth that comes from his work. But why is it not published in scientific journals? Because his hypotheses are always correct. Camilla called out to him, and he looked at her with fear. She sarcastically remarked that he was a brave fellow, since he decided to ignore her. He began to apologize, and Camilla said that she was just joking. Was the book interesting? The protagonist agreed. He would never have thought that he would be able to get a copy of the labyrinth. She smiled and said that it seemed that he finally started spending money on himself, and she was happy for him. Wim smiled and thanked her. This is a work that you won't find in scientific journals for true fans. Usually even bookstores don't sell it, and there are no copies in libraries either. No one has even had time to write a review for this yet, but despite this author's books are popular among true labyrinth researchers. For example, several years ago, Camilla interrupted him and said that if he liked it so much, it's worth the money. Wim thought sadly that there were few adventurers interested in research. He wondered if there was anyone in the Night Dragonfly who was interested in research. Camilla said that he had a new guest and that he was waiting in the living room. Would he be able to talk to him? He agreed, and she helped him up. The protagonist thanked her and thought that he was tired of lying in bed anyway, and that it seemed that he had reached the limit of his body in that battle. The professor asked him not to do something so risky again. Camilla asked if she could change the meeting place. The protagonist said that it was not necessary, and she replied that she was simply afraid that their guest would not fit through it. Wim asked in surprise, would he not fit through it? Camilla pointed to the door and noted that he simply would not fit through the door. He asked who the guest was. She replied that the guildmaster wanted to meet with him. After a while, Gottelf was sitting next to the fountain where the villagers were sitting. The small dog started barking at him, and Dominic asked him not to scare the people around him too much. He said he was just out for a walk. Gottelf looked at the dog, when suddenly it became quiet. A journalist appeared behind him and asked if he had come to the hospital to talk to Wim. Could he ask him a few questions? Gottelf said he didn't want to talk and walked forward. The journalist asked him to listen. Could he agree that it was very strange that a sorcerer could defeat a floor boss on his own? Gottelf said he had nothing to talk about with him. The journalist asked if they would do it differently then. What would he say if he made a small donation to the guild fund? He angrily ordered him to repeat what he had said. Had he offered a bribe? The journalist smiled and was about to speak, when suddenly Gottelf swung his hand at him and said that he was incorrigible. Dominic called out to him in fear and Gothelf slapped his hand against his hand, creating a wind that blew straight at him. The journalist fell to the ground and thought in fear. What was that? A gust of air? Gothelf said that even before he became a guildmaster, he hated corruption. He just wanted him to understand, and if he saw him trying to give him money again, he would call on all his ancestors who were disappointed in him. Dominic asked in confusion, what was that? Even though he just slapped, does he think he won't write an article? How did he blow the wind in his face? Gothelf asked in displeasure. He won't write anything. The journalist said in fear that he wouldn't even dare. Is he telling the truth? He'll heal him with magic now. The journalist refused, because everything is fine. After a while, Gothelf apologized. Because of him they had to move their meeting from the living room, and then introduced himself. Wim looked at him with fear, and whispered that he was glad to meet him, and his name was Wim. According to him, Gothelf was a priest who had defeated the floor boss single-handedly with his huge hammer. Priests were not far from warriors in physical strength. Only a priest, unlike a warrior, was able to use healing magic, and his name was Diamond Gothelf. He asked if he could call him Mr. Wim. He agreed with fear. Gothelf laughed and asked him not to be so nervous. He had simply come to congratulate him on his victory over the floor boss and to confirm a few more details. The protagonist thanked him for his congratulations, confused. Gothelf noted that thanks to his victory, the 98th floor had been conquered, and that was a big step. He was a man who had defeated it single-handedly, so he had to come to him in person. The protagonist asked in confusion, single-handedly? No, everyone in the Night Dragonfly had worked hard to defeat the boss. Gothelf laughed and said, so that's how it is. He really is like Camilla told him. He was the one who brought the boss to the second stage and then defeated him in this. No matter how you look at it, this is his personal victory, and he already talked to Camilla before. It seems that Night Dragonfly thinks the same way. All that is needed is his confirmation. No need to be shy, just accept his glory. He would like to invite him to the award ceremony at the Stomp Festival, and they will also give him an additional reward. Wim thought, this is a festival that is held in this city. When you manage to defeat the floor boss, and the one who made the biggest contribution to defeating the floor boss will be given the highest honor. Gothelf noted, although it is indeed unusual to celebrate the conquest of the 98th floor, when recently they celebrated the conquest of the 97th floor. This is the first time in their entire history, and not only in their city. This is really unusual. For the first time in several years, a group of only 4 people defeated the boss of the 97th floor. And after some months, Night Dragonfly defeated the boss of the 98th floor. And the boss of the 98th floor was defeated by one person. This is even more amazing than the feat of Dragonwing. He thinks that he knows very well that Dragonwing became famous by defeating the boss of the 97th floor. But so far, the guild has not confirmed this fact. Wim asked, but he has already submitted the report? Gothelf noted that only his assistant has doubts, so he refused to accept it. The protagonist exclaimed in bewilderment, but he compiled all the documents correctly. Dominic noted that there were no problems with this, but in his opinion, he deliberately did not record his contribution to the victory over the boss in the report. At the scene of his murder, he found several suspicious details that prevented him from drawing a conclusion. And to this day, the purity of the Dragonwing's victory remains a mystery of the labyrinth, and he was convinced of his theory when he saw his reaction. Having studied his personality, he realized that there were omissions in his report. The protagonist asked in surprise, how? He simply wrote down all the facts. Dominic replied that he was ready to argue with him. According to his report, the 3 other members of the group ran out of strength when they defeated the boss. But he delivered the final blow, right? The other day, he pretended to be a journalist and talked to Kronos. Wim asked about the floor boss. He replied that he cut him in half and he still remembers that feeling. That's how he declared that he defeated the boss. The protagonist thought with displeasure. Why did he say that? Dominic noted that when talking to Kronos, he realized that he, unlike him, overestimates himself. Wim said with displeasure that Kronos just likes to exaggerate in front of journalists. Gothelf was surprised and said that he was right about that, but they still had no physical evidence other than his report. He believed that Kronos was talented, but not that good. The protagonist asked fearfully, and what did they want from him? He answered that he wanted to talk about the highest honor for conquering the floor boss, because for him, lying is a sin, and he has the right to restore his honor. Wim thought, so they want to attribute the victory over the boss of the 97th floor to him? His mind and heart tell him no, and he does not understand if he really wants this. There are many thoughts in his head. What to do? These people are good people. Why him, and what kind of him? Unexpectedly, the protagonist said that the Dragonwing defeated the floor boss on their own, and he only finished him off. In the Night Dragonfly, he managed thanks to the contribution of everyone, and everyone gave it their all, so he almost did nothing. So where is the mistake? Dominic and Gothelf looked at him in surprise, and he came to his senses and asked for forgiveness. On the 97th floor, he was in despair, and they made the main contribution. Gothelf asked him to at least accept the honors for the boss of the 98th floor. After a while, Gothelf went out into the corridor, and Camilla asked, well, how did it go? He asked if she was really sure that he could defeat the boss alone. She answered that she understood that there were facts and many witnesses. Gothelf said that as soon as he saw him in person, he had many doubts, He looks like an ordinary guy, but when he gets serious, he is stronger than any of them. Camilla said that if he spends some time with him, he will understand everything. No one in this world can pay him enough, and she praises him. Gottelf said that even if so, he still finds it hard to believe. Camilla asked, "Does that mean the matter on the 97th floor will not progress?" He agreed and said that he is going home. And then he thought the only thing that made him suspicious was his last words. Did he see a glimmer of something dark in his eyes, and what did he have to go through? After a while, Abel came to the protagonist and said that he would leave a change of clothes here. He thanked him, and Abel asked if he needed anything else. The protagonist said that everything was fine, and that he, on the contrary, had received too much. According to him, Abel came to him every day, even though he had a lot of work. He volunteered to take care of him. Abel asked the man to let him take care of him, because he was grateful to him from the bottom of his heart. He will say this again and again. He was very cool then, but he only makes him blush constantly, and constant visits began to seem routine to him. Bettina said that he had gained weight since last week. The saint said that this flower has a calming effect, and the man offered him oil from homegrown olives. Aurel brought a book and said that this novel is the latest popular edition. The woman tearfully thanked him for not letting her husband die, and he asked him to hold the baby. After a while, Wim looked at the gift and asked, again, many gifts, and who is this from? He thought about the fact that there are only 122 people in the Night Dragonfly. Since childhood he had a hard time remembering faces, so it is simply impossible to remember everyone. And besides the fighters, there are about 1,000 other employees. Gregor said that he is one of the junior leaders of the Night Dragonfly. The secondary departments also wanted to convey their gratitude to him. Wim thought that he does not look like an employee of the Night Dragonfly at all. Are there such people in other departments? He apologized. He should have come earlier, but as always, he did everything at the last moment. The protagonist thought about how he felt a connection with him, when suddenly he handed him a book and asked him to take it. He opened the box and noticed candy in it, and then asked what this is. Gregor asked, "Is this not enough?" He answered that he cannot accept this, so he did not like it. "It's just that Camilla already pays the salary." Gregor said, "That's what it is," and apologized. Then suddenly he noticed a book on the table and asked, "Wow, is this his favorite labyrinth? Does he read it?" Wim agreed, but this book is not approved by the guild, so it is not recognized by society, but it is still interesting. Does he read it too? After all, such a book is hard to find. Gregor smiled and said that he is a little embarrassed to say such a thing, but he even made a small contribution to this field about a year ago. He published a colorful work about teleports. The protagonist happily agreed and said that he remembers it, and it was very interesting to read. Gregor was surprised and said that he published it then under the pseudonym Garyon. Wow, who would have thought? He headed for the exit and noted that next time they will talk about it, he just has something to discuss with Camilla. The protagonist looked after him and said, "So there really are such people here." After some time, the day of discharge from the hospital arrived. The doctor said he didn't think he would recover so quickly and asked him not to overexert himself. Wim was walking down the street when Camilla suddenly appeared in front of him and congratulated him on his recovery. The protagonist bowed and apologized for having to meet him. She asked him not to worry. He was one of them, and someone had to meet him. He thought with surprise that this was the first time he saw her in casual clothes. Camilla asked sheepishly if she understood that such clothes weren't a clique for her, but maybe he shouldn't look at them so much. Wim said that they suited her very well, and she asked awkwardly, "Really? She usually feels uncomfortable in them." He asked if she takes off her armor when she sleeps. Camilla said that the time had finally come for him to join the group. Didn't he think he would officially become an employee of the Night Dragonfly? She was sure that he would be invited from all sides, but they could offer him a good salary of about 10,000 15,000 mercs. The main character was surprised and thought, "Is this a joke? It is he who should pay so much for joining, not them." Camilla said that if someone gives more, then she is ready to pay 20,000, and if someone gives even more, she will raise 1,000 more than they do. The protagonist was even more surprised. Isn't that too generous? He is, of course, very glad that they value him so much. In his opinion, it's too much. Camilla told him that even that wouldn't be enough. He noted with bewilderment. He is, of course, proud of his result, but it was just an accident. Such a one-time reward would suit him. But to constantly receive such large sums of money, he's not ready for that. The leader chuckled, and he is a modest guy, since he was able to defeat the boss alone, and continues to say that it was an accident. The protagonist thought doubtfully, even though it was an accident, but he still defeated him alone, right? It was none other than him, right? He noted. He is glad that she values him so, but still, he is overpraised. Camilla said, she is not asking him to give an answer now. He is now known throughout the city. He will receive a lot of other offers, but let him know, the Night Dragonfly will give him the best conditions. The protagonist was embarrassed and thanked the girl. She added that many groups would now contact him. Let him listen to a few of her tips. Suddenly, something alerted her. Some sound behind the bushes. The protagonist noticed her tension. He asked her if something had happened. She warily wondered if she imagined it. Camilla turned to him and told him that she wanted him to be more careful. There were enough not very good groups in the world. She would not want him to fall into the dark side of Wilbron. He had no place in the world of scum. He asked her if she meant black groups. He meant groups that make money on illegal business. The girl answered him that they take advantage of loopholes in the laws, sell half-humans, because they are not considered full-fledged people. She added that their city is large, but these criminals are concentrated mainly in one group. Camilla asked him if he was familiar with the name Twilight Owl. The protagonist answered, puzzled, that he did not remember it. She smiled and noted that she was glad that he had not encountered them, but for the future, he had better remember them, because they are darkness. If they found out that he knew almost nothing about them, they would definitely come up with something bad. The darkness crawls out when he is most vulnerable. Camilla added that she was afraid that they would attack him when he was discharged from the hospital, but it seemed that she worried in vain. The protagonist thought, Twilight Owl? He needed to remember that. Meanwhile, the members of the Dragonwing team were in the tavern. Kronos, holding a glass with a drink, asked Nikra what she would say. How did she like contender number 15? The girl clarified with him. Was he talking about the red-haired warrior girl? Kronos answered that she was exactly what he was asking her about. Nikra thought she was pretty cute. The leader pointed out that it was true, but she was weak. He added that she would definitely brighten up their group. The team members started discussing the sixth girl. They decided that she had some kind of strange look. Sophia thought uneasily that things were bad. At this rate, they would never find a normal member for their group. And even if she intervened, Kronos would just get angry and nothing would change. She heard one of the visitors say, "Has anyone heard about the night dragonfly destroying the floor boss? That's amazing. They cleared a completely new floor in their first run." His comrade agreed with him. It was really amazing. Kronos thought in surprise. Night dragonfly? He asked those who spoke. Is this true? They exclaimed in amazement. It's that guy from the Dragonwing. The men greeted him respectfully. He asked them if they could tell him more about it. The visitors happily told him that there had been no official announcement about the guild yet, and it was just a rumor. But as far as he knew for sure, the Night Dragonfly had recently descended to a new floor, and they had defeated the floor boss on the first try. The men told him everything they knew. Kronos was perplexed. No matter how you look at it, this story sounded too far-fetched. 3 years had passed before the 97th floor was cleared. Were they sure of what they were saying? Sophia thought irritably. And also, Mr. Vim had joined the Night Dragonfly. Kronos knew about it from their rumors. When he found out, he was beside himself with rage, and it was terrible. He smashed everything that came his way. The girl remembered how he found out about it. Kronos sarcastically remarked, "So their leader Camilla was able to defeat the boss. Was he right? You could expect something like that from her." The men objected that it was not so. They added, "He probably does not know yet, but there is one strange rumor. They say that the boss was defeated not even by a member of the Night Dragonfly, but by some adventurer who did not join them." The leader of the Dragon Wings asked them in surprise, "What are they talking about? Was there someone from the outside?" One man hesitated, saying, "Well, it was not a person from another group." Kronos impatiently exclaimed that he should already say who it was, and not mumble in response. The man smiled and said, "It seems that the boss was defeated by a temporary member of the group alone." The leader incredulously clarified with him, "Alone? What kind of nonsense is he talking? A temporary member of the Night Dragonfly group?" The visitor was offended. He said it like it is. Kronos thought, one person could defeat the boss of the floor? What kind of person is capable of such a thing? When he found out that they were talking about Vim, the leader flared up. "No, that can't be true. What kind of nonsense are they talking about?" The second man turned to him, embarrassed. Kronos couldn't hold back and shouted, "No one can defeat the floor boss alone. They shouldn't lie to him." The visitor was embarrassed. He said that it was just a rumor. Sophia tried to calm her leader down. "Let him stop it." Everyone was looking at him. The guy was embarrassed and apologized to the visitor. He flared up a little. He added that he had been in a bad mood lately. Suddenly, a huge man named Daz remarked, "By the way, he also didn't believe that someone had destroyed the boss there alone. But this also applies to the conquest of the 97th floor by a small group. He heard that the guild hadn't given an official confirmation yet, right?" One of the visitors asked the others in surprise, "Who was it?" They explained to him that it was an idiot Iron Fist named Daz. His group had recently been promoted to B rank, and they also said that he had defeated a golem with his fists. Kronos snorted and said, "There were just problems with the paperwork. That was why confirmation was taking so long." Daz mockingly noted, "Yes, of course, there were problems with the paperwork." And had he heard what class the temporary member of the Night Dragonfly was? The leader of the Dragon Wings answered him. He had heard that he was a sorcerer, so what? What was he trying to tell him by that? Daz noted that he didn't want to say anything. He was simply hinting that he wouldn't be resting on his laurels for long. He himself knew perfectly well that his group had no place in the A rank. Kronos retorted, had no one told him that he had been in a bad mood lately? The visitors immediately perked up in anticipation of a fight. Of course, it was obvious to the naked eye that Kronos was significantly inferior to Daz in physical terms. The last one asked the leader if he would mind practicing with him. Kronos invited him out, He would teach him to keep his mouth shut. One of the visitors shouted at Daz to defeat his opponent. He disliked Kronos even more. People began to place bets, some on the leader of the Dragon Wings, some on Daz. Melis worried that this could have a bad effect on their rank. In the moonlight, the opponents stood opposite each other. What happened next upset the onlookers. They were indignant. Was this really a fight? It seemed they had clearly overestimated Daz. Kronos immediately knocked Daz out with one blow, knocking out his teeth. The adventurer began to beg for mercy, but Kronos angrily answered him that this would not happen. He had not learned his lesson yet. He continued to strike his defeated opponent until Sophia stopped him with magic ropes. She told him that Daz could no longer fight. Kronos stopped and exhaled loudly. The big guy was lying on the ground, breathing heavily and groaning. The leader left the improvised arena. The spectators were whispering. Someone didn't believe that Kronos was strong? Here it is, the strength of the leader of the group that defeated the floor boss. He is not a joke. The guy approached his allies and apologized to them for getting carried away. He added that they should not stupidly believe rumors yet. Even greater glory awaits them. They will just not pay attention. Nikra came closer to him, put her hands on his chest, and asked him not to overexert himself like that. She added that they do not need to hurry. Slowly but surely, they will confirm their glory. There are still many uncharted territories on the 98th floor. They still have things to do. Sophia supported her friend. Everything she said was true. Now they need to concentrate on finding new people for the group. Kronos smiled and told them they were right. He looked at the moon, paused for a moment, and said, "No, they are the Dragon's Wing, and they fight to the end." He exclaimed, "They are going to the 99th floor. There is nothing scarier than an angry dragon." Sophia looked at him with bewilderment and concern. Meanwhile, the protagonist was simply overwhelmed with attention. Abel turned to him and said that he would like to resume their training soon, if he did not mind. Bedin asked MC about the knowledge of the labyrinth. Yes, he would like him to join them. Will he be able to join them next week? Mark turned to the protagonist and asked him how he felt about them sitting together in the tavern and celebrating his recovery. Several more of the protagonist's allies offered him to run around the shops and buy him new clothes. What would he say to that? The protagonist was dizzy from such attention. By the end, he was just laughing. Everyone wanted him to give everyone his attention. After a while, Haida-Marie, tracking the location of the protagonist, noticed that he was moving somehow strangely. She thought, Wilbron was currently in a tizzy with rumors of defeating the boss of the 98th floor. Not everyone can explore and defeat the boss of the new floor without any losses. Rumors about the protagonist had become widely known even before the official guild report was published. Now many people were looking at him. The girl was worried about this. While she was doing work for the Sage Association, this whim was wandering around the city. Sometimes in a cafe, sometimes in a pub. It was suspicious. She got angry. It was too suspicious. Haida-Marie had arranged a real surveillance of him. She was counting down the time. One day, she noticed that the protagonist came out. This time, he was not wearing his usual clothes. He was wearing some kind of robe, the hood of which he pulled over his head. The girl, watching him through binoculars, muttered, "No matter how you look at it, it is definitely suspicious. Where did he go? Did the main character really go to the woman?" She immediately tried to calm down. It was impossible. He shouldn't have any friends except her. Although, recently many members of the group had become close to him, especially Abel. The girl said irritably, "Those idiots decided to take her Vim away from her." She angrily squeezed the telescope. Watching him, she noted that it didn't look like he was going to the woman. Maybe he was called to another group, but then he would have gone in normal clothes and with a normal step, and not like a thief in a robe. She couldn't get the idea out of her head that he was sneaking up on the woman. Suddenly, something caught her attention. She was surprised. Was someone else following him besides her? Taking a closer look, she was convinced of her assumption. It was a young guy whose face was covered by a hood. Haida-Marie decided to find out who he was and what he wanted. Approaching the observer, the girl activated the shackle skill, and the observer's legs were instantly shackled. He looked around in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Haida-Marie struck him from behind, dropped him to the ground, and yelled at him. What group is he from? What does he want from the protagonist? Does he know that there is a punishment for stalking a person? The guy muttered her name and told her that it was him. The girl was surprised to recognize him as Abel. She asked him why he was following the protagonist. Abel was embarrassed and admitted to her that he was trying to imitate him. Haida-Marie was surprised by his answer. However, she asked him how. Abel hesitated, but still answered her. Wim fought alone, defeated the floor boss. He wanted to become like him, just as smart and strong. The girl took pity on him and told him that she understood him. Wim was really cool back then, wasn't he? She understood him to some extent. She continued, "So what? How does this relate to the fact that he is his stalker?" Abel answered her that he wanted to try to copy his habits. It seems to him that the protagonist is different from them and sees this world differently. That's why he wanted to watch him and learn something new and brilliant. Haida-Marie thoughtfully said that she understands him again. Abel ingratiatingly asked her if she really understood him. The girl said that it was, but he should give up stalking. Let him change tactics. She turned around and walked away from him. Abel was surprised that she was saying such things. Let her wait, don't go. He didn't know it was so bad. This is his first time, he begs her. Let her forgive him. The girl told him to listen to her carefully. She didn't care who he was following, as long as his target wasn't Wim. She couldn't help but shout at him, telling him not to dare to encroach on her property. Abel was embarrassed and said that she was right, and grinned. The girl irritably asked him what kind of laughter he was making. He had never done that before. Abel said guiltily that he was consciously imitating the protagonist for now. Hidemari advised him to stop. He shouldn't do that. She added that she would forgive him this time, but there wouldn't be a next time. Let him understand that. She turned around to leave, and noted that she had no time to waste with him. She had a lot to do as it was. Abel remained sitting on the ground, perplexed, saying why she was following the protagonist if she had noticed him. Hidemari didn't expect such a question from him. She was very embarrassed and answered him the first thing that came to her mind. Camilla asked her to keep an eye on the protagonist. Abel looked at her doubtfully. She asked him irritably, why was he staring at her like that? He told her that there was nothing wrong. Hidemari cursed and said that because of him she had missed the protagonist. Meanwhile, the protagonist came to the cafe to meet with Sophia. She came there sometime later and asked him, didn't he wait long? The protagonist told her that he himself had just arrived and ordered them a drink. Hidemari and Abel were watching them through the window. The girl exclaimed, what is this? It's a girl, and a beauty at that. But this is impossible. Wim would never do something like that. She grabbed Abel by the collar, started shaking him, and was indignant. How is this possible? This is just a disaster. What should she do with all this? Abel felt like his head was going to come off from the way she was shaking him. She suddenly noticed that the protagonist was drinking coffee for no reason. He always added milk to it. Surprised by her reaction, Abel assumed that the protagonist was growing up, his tastes were changing, and in general, she was too loud, and she would quickly attract attention to them. But he himself was surprised that Wim came to the girl for some reason. Hidemari snapped at him to stop pushing things. Abel, who was watching them closely, noticed that the girl brought him something. Hidemari was surprised by this. She unceremoniously pushed her ally aside and began to peer into what was happening between the protagonist and the girl. She noted with surprise that this girl was an elf. She remembered her. She was one of the Kronos team. Meanwhile, the protagonist, taking the papers from Sophia, thought he used to be responsible for all the paperwork in the Dragon Wing. It would be worth writing at least some kind of manual for her. He apologized to Sophia for making her work difficult. He should have met her earlier. Sophia told him that he should forgive her. It was wrong of her to ask him about this. The protagonist protested that everything was fine. He thought, having talked to Sophia, he realized that she was a very smart girl. At first, he thought that she, like the others, was simply in love with Kronos. But it turned out that she joined this group for a different reason. She pointed to the drawing and said that they shared the mine here with other groups, and instead, they did not have to think about healing potions. The protagonist answered her that he understood everything. She was right, it was a great deal. He thought with admiration that Sophia understood everything right away. Although Kronos always told him that he explains very poorly. He glanced at the papers, made a few notes, and told Sophia that it was all good. They could meet again. It would be more convenient. The girl told him that he was right. She thanked him. Then she apologized to him for causing him trouble. The protagonist assured her that it was not so. He thought that she could be relied on. Suddenly, he pulled himself up. Was he worried about the dragon's wing? The protagonist called out to her and said something about the boss of the 97th floor. He thought maybe he shouldn't have said that, but since he had started, he decided to tell her. The protagonist had said it. He could say a lot, but everything would be fine when they received official confirmation, so she shouldn't worry so much. He thought that they should have enough money to live for a while and hold out until the official confirmation. The main thing is that they don't do anything unreasonable and everything will be fine. Then he became embarrassed and asked Sophia for forgiveness. He shouldn't give her advice. He was kicked out. Why should she listen to him? He thought maybe they didn't like him, but this was still his home for a while. Sophia said that she could pass on his words. The protagonist protested. He shouldn't have done that. The girl smiled and said that she understood him. She would tell them the same thing, only from herself. She would manage somehow. Sophia said goodbye to him and left the cafe. Meanwhile, Abel asked Hidemari if maybe they should have stormed into the cafe. She told him that everything was fine. This girl was from the Kronos team. She wouldn't hit on Wim. She smiled and said that she decided that she would give him 3 hours of free time. Abel looked at her in surprise and wondered what she was talking about. He asked her if they were old friends with the protagonist, right? The girl said that it was true. They were fellow countrymen and comrades. The guy asked her in bewilderment, then why all this surveillance of him? Wouldn't it be better to just talk to him? She remembered something and told him that a lot had happened. The girl was silent for a moment and then remarked, he wouldn't mind if they both forgot that they saw each other today, would he? Abel assured her that he would do so. Meanwhile, after Sophia left, the protagonist sat at the table and thought. He wasn't going to work with the Dragon Wing again, but he only wished them success. He had done everything he could. He needed to concentrate only on his personal affairs. He only needed to make one choice regarding his future place. He would like to join the Night Dragonfly. The choice was not difficult, or rather, it should not be difficult. After a while, the protagonist brought his report to Camilla. She noticed his dejected look and asked him, was he very tired, right? The protagonist answered her that it was not so. Everything was fine with him. The girl began to read his report and suddenly exclaimed with displeasure, what kind of report is this? Let him correct it immediately. Let him write about how he defeated the floor boss. There's no need for him to belittle his merits, MC muttered embarrassedly. He had already rewritten it several times. She sternly ordered him to redo it again. Then, calmer, she turned to him and said that she wanted him to give her his answer. The protagonist looked at her with fear and thought, this is strange. He had already decided everything, but inside him, something seemed to be in the way. Camilla looked at him carefully and asked him if he would join the Night Dragonfly. She asked him to give her his answer. The leader added that if he was not satisfied with something, he should just say so. She was ready to accept any of his decisions. The main thing was to find his place. The girl extended her hand to him and pressed him. Well, had he decided? MC noted his feeling of indecision. He had to get rid of it. He had to correct his character so that he could laugh like his friends from this team, carefree and cheerful. He has to do it, and this is a good opportunity. The protagonist forced himself to pull himself together and say his answer. Finally, he said that he asks to be accepted into the team of Night Dragonflies. Closing his eyes, he shook the girl's outstretched hand. She smiled and said that she was very glad that he was now with them. Camilla thanked him for this choice. At that moment, some kind of hum was heard from behind the door. When Camilla opened the door, the protagonist was surprised to see that the whole team had gathered in the lobby. They all smiled happily and clapped their hands for the protagonist. He was confused. Camilla pushed him and told him to go forward to his allies. The protagonist embarrassedly thought that they had all gathered here because of him, or rather, for his sake. The protagonist tried to cope with his excitement and said that he was glad to see them all again. His name is Wim Strauss. He will be working with them from today on. Let them take care of him. All the team members happily shouted that they congratulated him, and they would definitely take care of him. Suddenly, they picked him up in their arms and began to throw him up, rejoicing at his choice. Camilla watched all this with a smile. After defeating the floor boss, the fight for the arrangement of this floor will begin. It is quite obvious that the advantage in exploring the new floor is with the group that was able to defeat the floor boss. The guild published an official report on clearing the floor. Night Dragonfly licked all its wounds and entered the race. This time, several small squads were assembled to compile a detailed map. The protagonist was assigned to a new group. He was worried about this. He may not be able to work with new people. But now, he is one of the members of this team. He just needs to pull himself together and move forward. He looked at his allies and said that he was very happy to work with them. He told his allies his name. Although he was shaking with embarrassment, he wanted to hide from everyone. The protagonist embarrassedly muttered that he would try to stay out of their way, and once again repeated that he was happy to work with them. Bettina looked at him in surprise and noted, but they already knew each other. Did he forget him? Abel whispered to the protagonist who it was and added that he had already met him. The protagonist was ready to sink into the ground with shame. He apologized to the assistant commander of the intelligence service. Bettina answered him that nothing terrible had happened. He understood that he was inconspicuous enough to be remembered. The protagonist objected to him. That was not true at all. He was just in his thoughts. That's why he acted so thoughtlessly. Bettina noted, they even trained together. The protagonist, blushing, thought that he had made a fool of himself again. At that moment, Camilla said that they needed to maintain contact. The boss was gone, but they couldn't relax. The team agreed with her words. The protagonist strengthened himself. He broke away a little from his comrades. At that second, Bettina said into the radio that there was something big at the fork ahead. Bettina asked the protagonist to help determine the exact distance. The worried MC thought that it was better to calm down now. He couldn't let his team down. He looked at the map and was surprised to note that Bettina was quite far away. Can he determine at such a distance? MC analyzed that the distance was 25. There was a kind of wyvern ahead. Suddenly, he felt a strange feeling come over him. What was it? First, he heard a sound, and then he saw a monster that began to appear from around the corner. The protagonist took a fighting stance and instantly developed a plan of attack. He would push off the stone wall, hit the weak spot a couple of times, and the monster would definitely fall. Everything was fine. He could handle it. At that moment, he understood the feeling that had come over him. It was a feeling of happiness from freedom, from the fact that he could chop and not think about anything. The protagonist informed Camille through the radio that there was a wyvern ahead. Let her allow him to join the fight. The leader answered him that she accepted his answer, but let him get rid of the monster by avoiding the fight. The protagonist first thought maybe he misheard. What did she tell him? Then, thinking it over, he realized that it would be effective. He exhaled loudly and noted why he felt like that. Wim rushed towards the enemy. Meanwhile, Camille thought, thanks to the protagonist, the investigation was progressing faster than usual. At that moment, an ally brought her some dried meat for her to eat a little. The girl thanked him. She continued her thoughts. The protagonist is really strong. But that was precisely why she didn't know how to best best use it. After taking a bite of meat, the leader recalled her conversation with the protagonist. She told him that before he joined them, she wanted to ask him about his magic. Let him tell her in more detail how he fought like that during the battle, and whether he could do it again. The girl added that she was not going to ask him to teach her magic to anyone. The protagonist hesitated, wondering where to start. When he began to explain to her how his magic worked, she realized that he was a genius. The protagonist told her that the thing is that he makes up a so-called magic code, and then he applies it to a person. In fact, his magic code is different from the magic axiom mentioned in other magic works, and the technique itself is based on the intersection of lines. He was able to do something like an exchange of spiritual energy. She noted that she understood, that is, in fact, there is no risk. The most that can be expected is muscle pain. The girl asked him what would happen if he used this technique on himself. The protagonist answered that it depended on the type of effort, but as a rule, the strengthened body part would be damaged. Camila thought that was a problem. She asked him what he strengthened in the fight with the boss. The protagonist said that he used strengthening on the brain. That's why he was able to fight like that. The leader was surprised. On the brain? And that strengthening? He answered her sheepishly that he was on the edge. A little more, he would have lost consciousness. Camilla even got up from her chair. Is this even safe? He said that it was dangerous, so the fact that he was alive was just a lucky coincidence. And now recalling this conversation, Camilla thought, such a miracle cannot be a simple coincidence. Is he, as always, underestimating himself? If it really is so dangerous, what if he continues to abuse his body? At this moment, Bettina gave her urgent news that 2 large enemies are ahead and 1 behind. They can still retreat, but if they hesitate, they will be surrounded. The leader ordered everyone to retreat and join the main forces. She thought, 3 enemies, in his opinion, the protagonist can handle them. The girl turned to the protagonist. MC used Silver Blizzard and the wyvern was finished, but there were still enemies. One of the adventurers said, 1 wyvern is dead, there is 1 more, and a chimera. Camilla asked the protagonist, can he handle them? MC answered her briefly, he can. The leader ordered everyone to retreat to a safe distance. The protagonist activated the puppeteer's transition, and at the same time, he used an instant 20x boost. He rushed at the opponents, thinking that he had used the puppeteer in vain. He could have handled this with his normal powers. There was no need to use it, he could have easily won anyway. But then, why did he do it? Did he want to be praised? The protagonist pulled out a machete and noted that it was better not to think about it now. He himself almost did not notice how the monsters were finished. His team rejoiced at his victory. Camilla approached him. She asked him if it was the same magic. Let him excuse her. She did not think that he would use it. The girl asked him how he felt. The protagonist told her not to worry. Everything was fine with him. He can handle such power. The leader noted she understood, since everything was fine. She asked him not to overexert himself too much. The protagonist promised her this. After a while, they all returned to the guild. The people rejoiced at their victory. The residents warmly welcomed their heroes. They asked each other, looking at the protagonist, is this the same Vim? Is this a joke or something? Did this kid really kill the boss? It was hard to believe because he did not look strong at all. Someone suggested, maybe it was the taller one? They answered that it was Abel, not the protagonist. The protagonist thought with embarrassment, are they discussing him? He shrank from such attention. It was completely unusual for him. The residents were perplexed. Is this Vim? This hunchback dwarf? Vim? Is he really one of the night dragonflies? The protagonist thought, but they are right. He is now a member of the night dragonfly. He should keep his back straight. At that moment, someone patted him on the back. He shuddered in surprise. It was Hidamari. She greeted him with a smile. She congratulated him once more and informed him that they were now officially brothers in arms. The protagonist thanked her for the congratulations. She noted that he should not have been discharged from the hospital in a hurry. He could have left earlier. The protagonist looked at her in bewilderment. The ally asked him what was wrong with the puppeteer. He used it again, right? He got better at using it? The protagonist was surprised. How did she know about this? The girl said that it was clearly harmful to him. They both fell silent. Then Hidamari asked him if he liked everything about the night dragonfly. MC looked at her in amazement and told her that everything suited him. She smiled and noted that she was glad about it. The protagonist wondered if she really should have invited him to the night dragonfly. Why did his heart still ache from looking at the dragon wing crest? Meanwhile, Sophia showed her allies the document and said that now everything was official. They received the document on the subordination of the boss of the 97th floor. Each of the team members reacted to this in different ways. Kronos noted that it took too long. Nikra said with relief that she was now calm. Melis thanked God for the successful resolution of the case. Sophia looked at her friends and thought, the atmosphere in their team had been terrible lately, because in the city all they did was talk about the protagonist and the night dragonfly. Everyone knew that the protagonist was kicked out of the dragon's wing, and in connection with the recent events, many began to doubt the capabilities of their team. During the time she spent in this group, she realized that they did not have enough strength to defeat the boss, and therefore, it was all thanks to the protagonist. She still did not fully understand the extent of his contribution, but one thing was clear. They could not defeat the boss. The girl informed the allies, They were also given a reward of 500 mercs. Nikra noted that they could have added another 0. Melis agreed with her on this. Sophia turned to Kronos. She needed the leader's magic seal to get the money. The leader indifferently gave her the key and told her to take it. She was outraged. Who would trust such things to a newbie? She was afraid of the future of this group. She put a seal on the document. Kronos noted, "Now they are officially an A-rank group." Sophia noted, she thought so. He was not going to stop. She remembered the protagonist's words that they would be paid money, and they should sit quietly for a while, not take risks. The girl thought that she needed to say this, so she turned to the leader. Kronos asked her what was wrong. She answered him that they were not quite ready. Maybe they would just study the 98th floor first? She added that this way they could stretch their legs and prepare better. Kronos strongly objected to this. He said that they would finish off the boss on the 98th floor. Nikra and Melis supported their leader with a smile, and only Sophia was thoughtful. The guy exclaimed, "They are an A-rank group, and that means they should be at the forefront. While everyone is carried away by their fleeting desires, they will move forward. After all, they are the wing of the dragon." Nikra and Melis enthusiastically accepted his fiery speech. Sophia lowered her head and thought dejectedly that it did not work. Kronos says loud things. It seems he is trying to make them all forget what is said about them in their world, and they are not even ready to accept the fact that the protagonist could defeat the boss alone. Because when they found out about it, they said that it was all a lie. It is obvious. Deceiving people is very bad. Sophia understood that Kronos wanted to prove on the 99th floor that he was the strongest. After some time, their team entered the labyrinth. 48 new female adventurers had joined the Dragon Wing, making their group now 52 strong. Sophia thought that efficient movement between transit points was important to successfully reach the main areas of the labyrinth. Large groups like the Night Dragonfly have special teams that plot routes. In addition, such groups do not reveal the location of their transit points. But the Dragon Wing does not have this advantage, and without such passes, getting through hard-to-reach gaps can be very difficult. By the time they got through the 99th floor, half of their members could no longer stand. But Kronos did not pay any attention to this. He said that they had made it. The members of their group could not even be happy about it due to fatigue. Among those who joined them, there were even experienced adventurers, but on average, the level as a whole was not that high. Kronos announced to everyone, from now on, they would get to a floor that no one had explored yet. They, the Dragon Wing, would be the first to do so. He exclaimed that they should not be afraid of anything. He would be with them. Let them trust him with their lives. Let them look at him and understand, after this trip, people will make legends about them. He called his allies forward to the 99th floor. When the adventurers found themselves in the right place, they were very surprised by what they saw. Sophia said that it was very hot here. Rebecca asked what kind of place this was. Nikra was surprised. Is there a sky here? Is this really inside the labyrinth? The adventurers assumed that there would definitely be a completely different boss here, and only Kronos admired the circumstances. He exclaimed that it was simply wonderful. No human has ever set foot here, and a boss no one has ever fought. They will definitely become legends. They are now at the forefront of exploring the labyrinths. They will be the ones making history. He continued, the most important thing is to trust each other. They need to discuss their plans together. Rebecca turned to him and said that she had a question for him. The leader asked her, "What is it?" The woman spoke up. She still didn't understand how they could work as a team. They didn't even have anyone connected by communication magic, did they? Kronos replied irritably that they didn't need communication magic. All this time, they only interacted with their voices. Rebecca smirked at his words. Melis noted that they were originally a small group, so a normal conversation was enough. Rebecca answered her that she understood that. Kronos thought for a moment, and then told his allies that he had an idea. He turned to Melis and asked her to burn the forest to the ground. The girl fulfilled his request. She called on the fire pillar to hear her call and turned everything into ashes. Instantly, a huge fiery explosion arose, from which the allies were doused with incredible heat. A few minutes later, not a single tree was visible in front of the team. Melis wiped her forehead and said that it was very tiring. Kronos exclaimed that now they can see everything around them. Some adventurers admired their leader's decision. Here is an A-rank group. They have never seen such a large guild. Kronos noted that on the previous floor they had to worry about oxygen, so they did not use fire magic. But there is a sky here, which means there's a lot of oxygen. He urged everyone to follow Melis's lead and burn the forest. Rebecca disapproved of his decision. The leader continued, let them burn everything here. The animals are afraid of fire. They will burn along with the forest. Rebecca turned to Sophia. She apologized to her and told her that she was leaving. The girl looked at her in surprise. The woman asked her to tell that idiot Kronos that she did not need any money from him. He did not even distinguish between animals and monsters. He thought that they were all the same. Sophia thought dejectedly, you cannot even argue with her. Small monsters are afraid of fire, but the stronger and smarter the monster, the more it understands how to fight this fire. Her tracking staff made an alarming sound. Rebecca, without turning around, said, "Does Sophia hear that? Those are monsters coming here. If it were her, she would knock them off this group right now." The girl thought that she cannot leave the group yet. She needs to live somehow. She heard Melis scream that monsters are coming at them. Humanoids are approaching quickly. She exclaimed that because of the smoke from the fire, nothing can be seen properly. It became clear that the team was panicking. Where was the enemy? How could they see him if they couldn't see anything? What should they do? What were their instructions? Sophia screamed that things were bad. She realized that everyone was panicking. She shouted to her allies to cover each other's backs. They needed to defend themselves for now. Kronos seemed to wake up. He exclaimed that this was true. They needed to calm down. He would protect them all, let them not be afraid of anything. Standing with their backs to each other, the adventurers froze in anticipation. Sophia realized that they were surrounded on all sides. It was too late for them to run. Finally, the smoke more or less cleared, and monsters appeared in front of the team. Kronos exclaimed in surprise. "Monkey monsters?" One of the monkeys gave his fellows a sign, and the monsters began to tap out a rhythm similar to music. Sophia was simply amazed. Music and ceremony? She couldn't believe it. Were they that intelligent? It was completely impossible. Kronos smiled widely and said that they were the first to see it. Suddenly the monkeys parted, and a sinister-looking leader stepped forward. He was huge in size, dragging a dead boar behind him. Such energy pressure emanated from him that the adventurers were in a state of shock from what they saw. One of the warriors simply collapsed to the ground. Marianne asked him, "Is he alive?" Sophia noted in horror that the pressure was simply colossal. There was no longer any doubt who it was. Kronos said with a grin, "This is the boss, right?" He took a fighting stance and shouted at the enemy that he was going to show him his strength now. He called on his allies to join the fight and began to activate a wind strike. Sophia screamed at him not to do it, but the leader, not listening to her, rushed forward, intending to destroy the monster. He didn't understand what had happened, but somehow he had flown past the monster, who continued to calmly drag his prey. Kronos was angry. Did he dare to laugh at him? The boss was breathing loudly and heavily. The leader turned around and was about to attack his enemy again. The boss cut the air in front of Kronos' face with his finger and calmly cut the leader. Kronos fell, bleeding, and the boss continued on his way. Sophia immediately realized that they would not defeat this boss, but even based on this, she was also extremely surprised by what was happening. The boss waved his paw, and all the monkeys cackled loudly, made noise, and began to tighten the encirclement ring. Sophia turned to the team and told them to all stand behind her, but she did not have time to do anything. The monsters began to attack them. The whole labyrinth was filled with the screams and groans of the team, and the terrible laughter of the monsters. After a while, Kronos opened his eyes and sat up abruptly in bed. He didn't understand where he was. A hooded man approached him from the door and congratulated him on waking up. The leader asked him who he was, and where was he anyway? In the hospital. Gregor told him that it was true. He had brought him here. He continued. Unfortunately, most of the people who went to the 99th floor were either seriously injured or missing, and they also had a lot of dead. Kronos exclaimed irritably that he was lying. It was simply impossible. Let him tell the truth. What happened? What about Nikra, Melis, Sophia? Gregor told him that all three girls were alive. Let him not worry about it. The leader exhaled and was glad about it. Gregor continued, but the others were not so lucky. He added that such is the fate of those who are the first to descend to a new floor. Kronos made a mistake when he promised his allies that they would all return alive from this floor. He, as a leader, should have been wiser. Kronos narrowed his eyes and asked him who he was. Gregor answered that he was one of those who valued him highly. He wanted the leader of the Dragon Wing to let them help him. Kronos looked at him angrily and muttered through his teeth. What did he say? The man hurried to answer him. They did not argue that he was a very talented adventurer, but with such strength, he could not compete with the new floors. And this time, he was convinced of this himself once again. He clearly lacked the necessary strength. Completely by chance, he did not want to become stronger. The leader fell silent, thinking over his words, and then told him to continue. Gregor caught himself. He did not introduce himself. The man told the guy his name and added that they would get along. After these words, he laughed an unpleasant laugh. Meanwhile, Sophia was forced to hide behind a cloak. Things couldn't get any worse. The villagers she met on her way asked her if she was from the Dragon's Wing. They didn't wait for her answer and started shouting at her that they were liars. They had deceived them all. Sophia quickened her pace. The villagers shouted for her to stop. Where was she running? She rudely told them to shut their mouths and started running faster. She understood the reason for the villagers' hatred towards them. Many of their team members had died on the 99th floor. There had already been rumors before that the Dragon's Wing had failed to deal with the boss of that floor. Now the people were even more furious. She simply flew into the guild. Nikra asked her if everything was okay. She answered that everything was fine. Nothing had happened. She put a bag of food on the table and said that this would be enough for them them for now. The girl added that the rumors would soon die down and everything would return to normal. She wondered if people were happy or sad about what was happening to the adventurers, but this time, people were furious. An ally asked her what they should do. Sophia hesitated, but then said she didn't know. One of the girls said that they wouldn't be accepted into other groups now. Sophia didn't even try to convince her. She just nodded. At that moment, the door creaked and Kronos entered the room, throwing his bag on the floor. Melis and Nikra rushed to him, not believing their eyes. Sophia asked him in surprise, "What about the hospital? Had he already been discharged?" She thought that what had happened should have set his mind straight for sure. Melis and Nikra buried their faces in him and began to say his name with tears in their eyes. He stroked their heads and asked them for forgiveness for scaring them so much. Sophia, looking at him, noted, the boss clearly showed them the difference in abilities. Kronos should give up. The leader remarked, he was very sorry that they lost so many good girls. All because they were just unlucky. Sophia widened her eyes in surprise. What was he saying? Kronos remarked, on the other hand, they were lucky, because they were alive. At these words, even Melis and Nikra looked at him in amazement. He continued. He did not expect that they would encounter the boss at the very beginning, but he did not show his full potential. Sophia listened to him and did not believe her ears. The leader said that this time he will be ready. This time he will definitely succeed. So, let them trust him again. This time he will definitely succeed. They need to go there with him again. Sophia wondered in bewilderment. Why hasn't he given up on this idea yet? Gregor, standing in his shelter, and listening to the words of the Dragon Wing leader, chuckled maliciously. At this time, the Night Dragonfly team was conquering the labyrinth. One of the warriors exclaimed, the speed boost from the protagonist is still a good thing. He feels himself on a completely different level. The ally running next to him answered him that everyone from the vanguard would agree with him. Bettina, following them, told them not to relax. There is an enemy ahead of them. He activated the communication magic and asked Camille what to do. The girl told him to send the protagonist and Heidemarie. They will deal with it. MC shouted to his ally that it was time for them to go, and they both rushed forward. The allies rushed at the wyvern. The girl activated the ice spear and shouted at the monster that he would get it now. After the monster was dealt with, the protagonist and Heidemarie clasped their palms together to signify the successful completion of the task. All the adventurers exclaimed that it was a great job. They are the best. They are great. The girl whispered to the protagonist, their allies think that they look good together. The protagonist was indignant. What is she talking about? None of them said anything like that. He thought, 3 months have passed since the defeat of the boss of the 98th floor. There were no problems with exploring this floor. Entering the floor, Heidemarie noted that they were almost at the very end. The protagonist agreed with her and added that they could go down a little deeper. He activated the map to see how deep it was. Mark asked him what he was doing. The protagonist answered that everything was fine. He was just wondering how deep it was. Mark was surprised. The depth of the labyrinth? The protagonist looked at him in amazement. The man laughed and said that he was saying interesting things. No one knew anything about the labyrinth. MC sheepishly agreed with him that it was so. He was saying strange things. The protagonist thought that Mark was right. You can't ask ordinary questions when it comes to the labyrinth. Finally, an opening appeared ahead. When the team entered this opening, Camilla informed everyone that they had made it. A small pond with crystals appeared in front of their eyes. The leader noted that there were 2 teleportation stones here. She added, in other words, they were not mistaken, but there was a treasure trove here. The adventurers began to rejoice that they reached the treasure. The protagonist thought, the treasury is a room that opens after defeating the floor boss. They say that they hide the secrets of the labyrinth. One of the most important rewards for finding such a room is one of the teleports to the floor above. And also, the teleport is a shortcut to quickly return back from the labyrinth. He said that it was great. He saw the treasury for the first time. The protagonist turned to Heidemarie and admiringly told her that it was very beautiful here. The girl, unable to restrain herself, laughed cheerfully, and Mark laughed after her. He kindly noted that he saw her with the face of a happy child for the first time. The girl was immediately indignant. What is he doing? She is always like this. Watching how quickly she changed her grimaces, the protagonist also laughed and thought, he did not pay attention, that the spirit of a real adventurer glimmered in her. Camilla said, before sending a squad of liaisons there, they need to check their safety. Heidemarie took the protagonist by the hand and told him that they would go together to look at all this from below. She rushed forward. MC, not expecting such speed, jerked after her. Camilla looked at them with interest. Going down, the girl exclaimed in admiration, let him just look at this. What beautiful crystals are here. The protagonist, experiencing the same feelings as his friend, answered her in amazement that it really is beautiful. Suddenly they fell into the pond, raising a lot of splashes. The protagonist was indignant. Let her warn him next time. The girl laughed cheerfully at his reaction. She pointed to him up and told him to look up there. There is such beauty. The protagonist raised his head up and saw something resembling the night starry sky. He agreed with her. She is right. It is amazing. Their other allies jumped down to them. Heidemarie and the protagonist shuddered in surprise. Wim was indignant that they should not scare them like that. The girl was also indignant that they should not jump without warning. Mark grabbed Abel by the neck and told him that he was an idiot. They should not interfere with these two. Abel asked him in bewilderment, what was he talking about? At that moment, Monica jumped down to them, shouting at Abel to catch her. She almost drowned him, he exclaimed. What was she doing? Monica laughed and apologized to him. Having come out on dry land, Hidamari delightedly called out to the protagonist and told him that there was adamantite there. This was simply amazing. How great. She looked in the other direction and simply squealed with delight. She shouted that there was also mithril here. She looked around and at every turn she named new names of her finds. The protagonist laughed. The girl asked him what was wrong with him. The protagonist answered her that he hadn't seen her like this for a long time. She was indignant. What's wrong with that? Although, it's not surprising, her dream is coming true right now. MC asked her again in surprise. A dream? Hidamari was surprised, and he doesn't understand? They are finally traveling together, right? The protagonist was stupefied in a figurative sense. He remembered. They talked about it. He just forgot. It was deep in his memory, somewhere very far away. She hasn't changed since then, and it was she who brought him to this city. This adventurer girl was simply wonderful. Hans examined the finds and said, judging by the symbols, one of the stones is definitely a teleport to the 99th floor, and the second stone will return them all the way to the 27th floor. Camilla noted that now they will be able to return even faster. They should definitely strengthen their position here. Hans agreed with this. The protagonist, watching them, thought, next will be the 99th floor. He was visited again by that feeling that worried him, but he tried to pull himself together. He needed to concentrate on work. Lately he felt something strange. Maybe he was just tired? At that moment, Camilla turned to him. She thanked him for being able to get here, and all this was only thanks to him. The protagonist felt something like remorse. Everyone here appreciated him for who he was. He would rudely brush off their gratitude. The protagonist thanked the leader in response for such words. He added that he would continue to try to contribute. The girl shook his hand and noted that she relied on him. He was one of them, or rather, one of the best. The protagonist was embarrassed. He suddenly felt such pressure on his shoulders. It was too much responsibility for him, but he won't carry his burden alone. He's found his place. He needs to be worthy and find the strength to accept their gratitude and how much they value him. He'll give it his all, so he shouldn't listen to that voice inside him. Sometime later, on the way back from the treasury, the protagonist continued to monitor the map. Abel noted with a smile that he never relaxes. Even on the way back, he's very careful and checks everything. But usually on the way back, everyone relaxes. MC answered him with a smile that he's just a little paranoid. Abel became serious and told the protagonist that he understood everything. Now he won't let his guard down either. Wim answered with a smile that he doesn't need to do that. He's just trying to find new deposits or something like that. Suddenly, a place beeped on the map. He asked excitedly, what was that? MC called out to the squad leader and warned that there was a trap ahead. Camilla asked in surprise, did they somehow miss it? The protagonist replied that the trap was right in the middle of the road. They couldn't have missed it. There was a hole, but they were coming back the same way. It didn't look like they had taken a wrong turn somewhere. The girl asked warily, in other words, was it a man-made trap that someone had created? Abel noted that it was the first time he had heard of such a thing. The protagonist agreed thoughtfully and explained that such traps could be created by other adventurers to get rid of competitors or to sabotage due to a conflict of interest. But wouldn't it be better to do them on shallow floors when the group was relaxed? Camilla asked if he saw anything else. He replied that frankly, nothing was clear yet, and usually such traps are set by those who found the treasure first. In this way, they try to keep the location of a treasure a secret, but the treasure was not touched by anyone at all. Camilla replied that it meant that someone was specifically targeting them. MC asked if she thought so. The girl said that it was not uncommon for someone to be offended by them, but it hadn't happened for a long time. She nervously wondered if it was them, although she doubted it. Camilla connected to the general channel and warned that a trap had been discovered ahead, which was most likely installed by another group. They were targeting them until there was a command, let them stay where they were. Bettina, examining the map, noticed that they had seriously prepared to kill them. MC thought that whoever did it also had a really bad character. There were stakes in the pit, the tips of which were covered in poison. They even prepared for the fact that they would send a person to get rid of it, as if real killers were targeting them. If so, then someone really wanted to destroy them? Suddenly, a loud sound was heard from above. The protagonist turned to Simon and asked him if he could check what was under the ceiling, if possible, all the way to the top, as far as his strength would allow. Bettina began to scan the ceiling and noted that this was a good guess. There was a trap with a falling stone on the ceiling. If they were prepared for it, they could handle it. The protagonist thought with a smile that he hoped that no one would go that far, but even there, a trap was set. No wonder, not everyone would have guessed. He called out to the leader, and with a serious expression said that he would go ahead. Camilla thought with a smile, did he want to give it his all because he became one of them? Still, she agreed to it and added that he should be careful. MC quickly ran forward and finding himself in the center of the pit, abruptly pulled out a machete, with which he fought off the flying arrows and at the last moment, grabbed the wall. He continued to fight off the arrows with a serious face, and thought that he had not expected the arrows. A real professional was working here. It was definitely impossible for one of his comrades to die. He could handle it. And now, the falling stone. Camilla, seeing this, ordered the shield bearers to act. The fighters ran up with shields and stood to withstand the blow. The protagonist cast a spell on them, and calling out to Abel, said that he was counting on him. He dashed towards the falling stone and thought that it was a very large stone. He hoped that the shield bearers would withstand it, but this was just a distraction. The real trap was right here. At that moment, Hidamari ran purposefully towards the shield bearers. MC thought with a smile that everything was fine, they just needed to shift the trajectory of the stone a little. No wait, if a real professional did this, then why use such a big stone? No time to think, maybe the stone has explosives built in? No, that's too simple. He had to do something no matter what. The protagonist approached the stone when suddenly the teleportation circle activated, and he found himself in the air above the dense forest. He thought excitedly, there was a teleportation trap, but why? And a one-way teleportation too? He didn't have time to think about it. If he didn't do anything, then he was guaranteed to die. He needed to slow down his falling speed. MC threw the machete towards the ground with a serious face and landed on the trees. After a while, he wondered where he was. There was a sky here, so it seemed like he had been transported quite far. Was he really on the 99th floor? The protagonist thought nervously that he was alone on the new floor. There was no point in waiting for a rescue team on the new floor, and they clearly had no idea where he was teleported to. In other words, it was easier to just consider him missing. But what was the point of this trap? The protagonist stood up and, taking the machete, noted that he was lucky that he was the only one thrown in. Maybe he could find a teleportation point here? A few days later, he continued to wander through the dense jungle. MC thought that the situation was not getting any better, although he must say that he would like to stop and study the local ecosystem. No, wait, they said that there were monster monkeys on this floor. He decided that enough was enough. He was thinking too much. The protagonist purposefully ran to the side and shouted that only people can move like that. Suddenly, he ran into another squad. Seeing them, the protagonist excitedly raised his hands and said that he was trapped. Let him join for a while, please. He is one of the night dragonflies. His name is Vim. As he said, he was thrown to this floor by a trap. He is afraid that his comrades will not find him. He repeated his request for help to them again. They asked in surprise, is this the real Vim? At least he looks like him. Rita Heinkes noted with a smile that he's in trouble. Then, the MC asked in surprise, is she the leader here? The girl agreed with a smile and, introducing herself, said that they are an investigation team sent by the guild. They have already heard about him. The protagonist thought in surprise, is this girl the leader of the investigation team? At that moment, her allies called out to her and told her that they saw a silver stag beetle here, and also rainbow beetles. The girl reacted with surprise to this. The protagonist was surprised. They were treating her so casually. Then Rita showed him a badge with a coat of arms and told him that this was proof that they were an investigation team. The protagonist thought she looked so much like a child. He answered her out loud that he had no doubts about it from the very beginning. Her allies were examining everything around, and with childish delight, they told her to look. Here's some kind of plant, and here's a treasure chest. The girl noted the surprised expression on the protagonist's face. She laughed and said, she has far from an ordinary group here, as he understood. The protagonist answered her with a smile that everything is fine. He thought, although, in fact, he even understood it. Rita noted that she was very glad to meet a hero like him. It was simply an honor for her. Then she apologized to him and added that they still have work left here until they can take him home. The protagonist objected to her. He could easily return back alone. The girl said, to her regret, she could not tell him the way to the teleportation point. He noted with surprise, that's what she meant. The girl continued, he would have to walk with him for a while. Let him forgive them for that. The protagonist assured her that there was nothing to worry about. Rita smiled and said, but it would be interesting for him. He would be able to get acquainted with what they were investigating here. She laughed and noted, however, it could be a little noisy with them, and there was so much that even with him they would not have enough time to look at everything. He answered her that he understood her. Smiling, he admitted to her that he also loved everything new. She looked at him carefully and said, she thought so. They would get along. At that moment, Petros called out to him. He asked him if he could distract him for a minute. The protagonist was amazed at how huge the man was. Rita introduced her ally to the protagonist, adding that his research would interest him. Petros studies monsters and tries to understand them like any other living creatures. The protagonist had to lift his head high to look at the face of this giant. He thought, monsters are essentially animals that are endowed with magical power. Therefore, it is not surprising that they look like some ordinary animals. This raises the thought, what if monsters were not endowed with magical power? Would they be ordinary? Petros told him that he studied his sketches of the boss of the 98th floor and concluded that it has the features of a sea cow, and even that is very rough. But he cannot find anything else suitable. The protagonist answered that he understood everything. The giant continued. He thought, what if the boss is a long-extinct animal? And here he found something. There is a port to the far east of their city, and there lived a rain tiger, or a plysia. MC exclaimed in surprise. So these are such ancient creatures? Petros noted that this is almost paleontology. The rain tiger is a real monster. The protagonist, having listened to the researcher, realized that he did not just become a member of the investigation team. Rita asked the protagonist, did he listen to him? What did he think about this? Is this tiger somehow connected with that boss? MC answered her that this is a very interesting theory. Petros asked him what he thought. The protagonist hesitated for a few seconds, and then noted that he did not think that the boss's small antennae were vestigial organs. With their help, he understood how to move and where. The giant was very upset when he heard his words. Rita laughed and noted that he was wrong. The protagonist hastened to calm the researcher. He said that it was great, considering that a huge number of animals have become extinct in their world, and they can live here in the labyrinth. This is a real miracle. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound. Turning around, he saw a huge tiger monster walking straight at them. The protagonist took a fighting stance and heard Rita say absolutely calmly that this is a new species. Petros added that he likes to look at them so close. The surprised protagonist exclaimed, "None of them are going to prepare for battle?" Rita looked at him in bewilderment and said that everything is fine. This is not necessary at all. At that moment, Vanessa appeared in front of the monster. Holding a spear in his hands, he activated the binding spear skill and maliciously stuck it into the monster's paw, thus pinning it to the ground. The tiger roared in pain. Kevin shuffled towards him. The protagonist wondered in surprise, what was that? What kind of magic is this? He had never seen anything like this. Was this some kind of unique magic? Kevin approached the monster, touched its fangs, and said that he was a good boy. Let him open his mouth wider. Vanessa was indignant. What was he doing? He was the one who caught it, so why was he examining it first? Kevin calmly answered him. Narrow-minded people always shout. Petros grinned, watching his allies. Rita explained to the protagonist that the man with the strange hairstyle was Vanessa. The man in the hat was Kevin. She added that they both specialize in studying monsters. The protagonist thought, so they immobilized the monster to study it? To be honest, they surprised him. Rita asked the MC what his specialty was, although she had an idea, given the topic of his dissertation, but still, she would like to hear it from him. The main character laughed and answered her that if it were necessary to decide, then these are different charms. Suddenly he was surprised. She said about his dissertation. He looked at her in surprise. The girl understood his amazed expression. She smiled and said she had already told him she knows him well, and of course she knows about his scientific works. She would even say that she is very closely acquainted with them. MC continued to look at her with a surprised look. She continued. She was sure that he was also interested in her works. He was familiar with her notes. At that moment, the protagonist remembered. Her work is a crazy labyrinth? She smiled at him, winked, and answered that it was so. She is the main author of the crazy labyrinth. In front of him is Dr. Rita Henkes herself. The protagonist's amazement knew no bounds. The girl openly laughed at his puzzled look. She added that she and Camilla are the same age. At that moment, Petros approached them and reported to her that he had a report for her. The girl said in surprise that she was listening to him attentively. The giant informed her that his friends had managed to contact Camilla. They were all safe. They also informed them of the current situation. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise, "Was that true?" Rita smiled slyly and noted that they were planning an interesting experiment. She would like him to see it too. Rita asked him if he would go with them. Arriving at the place, he saw that the researchers were laying something out on the ground. He asked Rita in surprise, was it a balloon? The girl answered him that it was. She asked him if he could guess what they wanted to do. The protagonist suggested in surprise, did they really want to conduct reconnaissance from the air? The girl smiled and noted that it was true. She was wondering, would he fly with them? The protagonist asked to study nature from the sky. The girl gave him 50 points for his answer. Why would they want to fly into the sky? Let him think about it very carefully. The protagonist thought for a moment and then said, the location of the labyrinth? Rita smiled approvingly and noted that this was the correct answer. She continued, at the moment there are two theories about the location of the labyrinth. The first version is that it is located somewhere underground. The second is the theory of another space. It says that the entire labyrinth is a collection of different dimensions in some magical space. But on this floor, the sky appeared, which can change everything. Rita showed him a map and asked him to look at it. The girl anticipated his question and noted that this was an approximate map. They believe that the labyrinth is on another continent. Each floor has something in common. For example, the same wyvern appears on the 26th floor as on the 97th floor. Flora, fauna, and climate also intersect. Therefore, they observe and try to put together a puzzle. If we take into account the climate and other factors, we can conclude that each floor is a different part of another continent. In other words, the teleportation points send them to different points on the continent. Rita added, they called this hypothesis the continent hypothesis. In this case, the labyrinth is living proof of another continent, and checking it is their top priority. The protagonist thought in amazement, what a bold theory. These researchers are just fans of their profession. The girls said that they were done with the theory. Now it was time for practice. When the balloon rose into the sky, she was told that the atmospheric pressure was 0.84. The girl replied, the oxygen concentration is rapidly decreasing. Let them add more. She noted, of course, although they were on the 99th floor, no one cancelled the existence of the barrier, which is on all floors. At the same time, they will check if it is here, then they will analyze the data and decide what to do next. She enthusiastically directed the movement of the ball, skillfully giving recommendations. Everything was going just fine so far, but it is worth moving it slower. Finally, she proclaimed, "Drum roll." The protagonist, not believing what was happening, was amazed to see that the sky had bent under the dome of the ball. Rita shouted to the operator to record everything. Then the girl gave the order to increase the pressure. They could not do it anymore. After a while, she commanded the assistants to blow up the sky. The girl turned to the protagonist and told him to watch more carefully. This is what the labyrinth is built on. The ball exploded right in the sky. Even from such a distance, the researchers were hit by a shockwave. Rita shouted for them not to be afraid. Let them just watch. When the smoke from the explosion cleared a little, the protagonist could not believe his eyes. The sky cracked and then became overgrown. Rita asked the operator what was wrong with the recording. Did he record everything down to the smallest detail? The operator assured her that everything had turned out just fine. The entire team of researchers rejoiced with childish spontaneity. The protagonist watched them in surprise, and Rita, he thought, it was as if they all returned to childhood. For such a small breakthrough, they put in a lot of effort. Just like adventurers, many of them are very strong and they do not care about small things. Explorers and adventurers explore the labyrinth in their own way. It was obvious, but in both of them, the thirst for adventure burns. After a while, they blindfolded the protagonist and led him somewhere. When they removed the blindfold, he realized that they were on the second floor. Rita apologized to him for covering his eyes. The protagonist objected. She has nothing to apologize for. He understands that the location of the explorer's base must be kept secret. He thought that he had already explored every corner on this floor, but what is this place? Someone called out to the girl. She was distracted by the speaker and answered him that she understood everything. Then she handed the protagonist a walkie-talkie and asked him to take it. He, looking at it in surprise, asked her, "Is this a magic tool?" The girl answered him, "Something like that. But the sound quality is so-so. But with its help, he can talk to Camilla." The protagonist was surprised. Magic tools are devices that contain magical mechanisms. Those found in the labyrinth are of unknown origin. He pressed the button and heard Camilla address him. He was glad that he could hear her voice. The leader spoke. She was told what happened. "Is he okay?" The protagonist answered her that he was fine. He did not expect that there would be a teleportation trap. He was wondering, are the others okay? She answered him that everyone was fine, thanks to him. Let him be calm for that. MC was glad of her words. The leader continued. "He is now with the research group, right?" Rita asked her to let him stay with them a little longer. MC was perplexed. What? Camilla noted that if he didn't mind, he could stay there for now. The protagonist asked her if that was true. Could he? She told him that she didn't see a problem with that. He would definitely learn something new. Wim looked at Rita and told her that permission had been received from his leader. The girl smiled and asked him if he agreed to that himself, right? The protagonist said that if he didn't interfere with them, he would stay. He looked at the radio and noted that it was amazing. There were tools that allowed him to contact people on another floor. Rita, watching his actions, said that she had been receiving permission from the top for a long time to use this thing. She asked him to keep his existence a secret. He promised her this. In response, the girl opened the door that led to their base and invited him in. She added that this was never said publicly, but in fact, they are enthusiastic researchers. They are not even registered in the official guild. Previously, they even had problems with the Association of Sages. Therefore, now all their research is carried out in secret. The protagonist, looking around, noted a large number of books, magazines, notebooks with notes. Also here were various devices, and all this interested him very much. Rita opened the second door and invited him to go inside. Entering the room, the protagonist was dumbfounded with surprise. Kevin and Vanessa stood opposite each other and shouted. Vanessa accused his partner of being completely impudent. He thinks that it is enough to simply change the text, and that's it. Let him, the idiot, start over. Kevin screamed. Who did he call an idiot? And who is he, if he did not even finish school? As if he has the right to judge him. They clashed in earnest. Their ally irritably said that they should shut both their mouths already. The fourth ally resignedly noted that nothing was changing. Rita laughed and exclaimed, they were up to their old tricks again. The protagonist, surprised, suggested that maybe she should stop them. They had already taken out their weapons. Rita advised him to forget about it. She led him further. There were researchers everywhere, and each of them was doing their own thing. The protagonist was surprised. How can I say? Everyone here seemed free. At that moment, Kevin and Vanessa noticed him. They stopped their fight and stared at him in surprise. The protagonist was embarrassed by their close attention. Vanessa turned to him, holding one notebook in his hands, and said that this was his research 2 years ago. Even though he published it in another magazine, they still read it. It was a paper about 5 species of winged insects that have the characteristics of large monsters. The protagonist sheepishly thanked him. He wondered if anyone had read it. He thought only Hidamari knew about it. But Vanessa indignantly continued that his theory was unworkable. Insects can feel the heat of fire magic. Let him read his paper instead. Kevin showed the protagonist his paper and suggested that he read his work on insects that grow larvae on their bodies instead. The protagonist assured them that he had read both papers and that they were both great. The researchers were surprised. What did he say? Kevin told the protagonist not to compare him to that empty-headed Vanessa who hadn't even finished school. Let him forget what he had read in his paper. Vanessa was indignant. His opponent had just called his work worthless for no good reason. They started fighting with each other again. The protagonists didn't know how to calm them down. Rita slammed her palm on the table and ordered them to stop their squabble. She barked so loudly that not only the researchers, but also the protagonist shrank in fear. She pointed to the board and said that these were the photos they could take. They could see the same particles everywhere as during teleportation. The researchers stared at the photos in surprise. The protagonist was as surprised as everyone else. The girls said that they were starting to analyze the data, and now let everyone tell her their opinion. The researchers began to put forward various assumptions. It could be copy magic or healing magic. Someone refuted these hypotheses, but one thing was obvious: it continues to recover. The allies began to argue again whether it was healing magic, and they could not find out where this barrier came from. Everyone realized that there was a problem. Where did this barrier come from? The protagonist watched what was happening in surprise. It was the first time he had seen such a large-scale discussion. What a level. Vanessa angrily asked Kevin, how was he going to explain the restoration of the barrier with this? Kevin told him that he would find evidence. The magic lines were continuous, and again these bullies clashed with each other. Petros approached the protagonist. He asked the MC how he liked it all. What did he think of this discussion? The protagonist answered him that he had a different opinion. Petros asked him in surprise, did he notice something? This was simply amazing, and what were his thoughts? The protagonist hesitated with an answer. Petros whispered to him that he would listen to him. The protagonist noted with embarrassment, no, in fact, he did not understand anything. Rita, who heard their conversation, asked him what he did not understand. The protagonist answered her. Someone said that the barrier was created by magic based on the principle of a flame film, right? This can also be used for healing. The girl noted that this was true. The protagonist said that he was not an expert in this field, so he could not say anything for sure. The girl said that it was okay. Any opinion was important to them. She added that they had no idea how this barrier worked. No matter how much time had passed, they could not understand by what principle it worked at all. The protagonist looked at the photographs and thought, by what principle? Such a barrier could be created by a magic tool. A magic tool is not a fact. The pattern is not similar. He muttered that it looked familiar to him. Petros asked him what was the matter. The protagonist hesitated, but still, he said that it could be a charm. All the researchers stared at him in amazement. The protagonist demonstrated it to them figuratively and noted that it looked very much like a charm. He continued, it is not quite visible in this photograph, but it looks very much like particles after using a charm. The charm has a pattern resembling the shape of a gear. If you look closely, you can see particles of the charm. So he doesn't think it has anything to do with the magical tools. It seemed like all the researchers' brains were about to smoke. They listened to him in silence, completely perplexed. Rita was no different from her allies. Finally, she blurted out that he was just a genius. The girl told her assistants to write down everything the protagonist said. She exclaimed that they were too immersed in the idea of the magical tools and missed this. They need to analyze this information based on the protagonist's opinion. She hurried her allies. The protagonist was immediately asked to tell more about it. After a while, when Wim finished his reasoning, he thought that his words only made the discussion more heated. Looking at Kevin and Vanessa, who were always arguing with each other, he exclaimed, they will kill each other. Rita calmed him down. Kevin will heal himself. The protagonist, looking at the researchers, understood that they were only arguing and getting angrier because they themselves did not understand it. Kevin did not hide it. He exclaimed how he himself did not understand it. Sooner or later, the protagonist joined in the screams. He shouted to them, how come they do not understand? The exhausted researchers sat down tiredly on the floor. The protagonist activated the spell in the air, and the same pattern as in the photo appeared above the ceiling. The protagonist, tiredly but surprised, said that this was a success. They were able to repeat the barrier with the help of the spell. The amazed Rita noted that he was right. It was even symbolic. The sky in the labyrinth is just a delusion of the spell. They both lay down on the floor and examined the barrier. The girl said that this was a new discovery. She asked MC, well, how did he like it? The protagonist answered her that he was tired. Rita asked him, did he like it? The protagonist thought the atmosphere here is much more aggressive than in the Night Dragonfly, but there is some feeling of kinship. He answered her that he liked everything. She said that she was very happy about it. At that moment, her ally contacted her through communication magic and told her something, which surprised her. Already? The girl noted that it was too early, and what should they do? The protagonist anxiously asked her what was there. The girl ended her conversation, telling the invisible speaker that nothing could be done about it. Having disconnected, Rita asked him if he wanted to take a walk with her. She would like to show him something. He would definitely like it. Intrigued, the protagonist went after her. The girl led him to another room and told him that this was the place of the experiment. He asked her again in surprise, an experiment? Rita called Laura, clarifying she is here, right? An interesting-looking girl came out to her and answered her leader that she is here. The protagonist looked at the girl and was surprised. Was she a half-human? Rita introduced the protagonist to her and asked her to introduce herself to him in return. Laura greeted him and told him her name. Rita said, did he understand? Why do they need this tunnel? The protagonist answered her as he did then with the sky. Here is the edge of the labyrinth. Rita, her eyes sparkling with admiration, smiled and rated his answer at 100 points. She asked Laura to demonstrate to the protagonist everything they wanted. Laura suddenly seemed to go wild. Her bones crunched from the transformation, and she threw herself at one of the walls. The protagonist watched this in amazement. Rita explained to him, "Only here it is more difficult to reach the limit because of the stone walls. The average warrior cannot make a hole." Meanwhile, Laura hit the wall with all her might. The alarmed protagonist exclaimed that she was bleeding. The girl told him that everything was fine. He was indignant. But where was it fine? She was about to crash to her death. Rita told him that Laura was trained for this, so there was no reason to worry. She added that he should better watch what would happen next. At that time, Laura made a hole in the wall, and in the opening appeared exactly the same pattern of the barrier, from which a buzzing sound emanated. Rita was amazed to notice, like in the sky, even in the depths of other floors, the same pattern. Only on the walls it was more visible than in the sky. She continued, "If this barrier worked on the same principle, then everything became more or less clear." The main character ran up to Laura. He asked her, "Is she okay?" He will help her stop the bleeding. The girl looked at him in surprise. Rita said that Laura was fine. There was no need to worry so much. She turned to her assistant and asked her if she was fine, right? Dora remained silent, looking in surprise at her hands bandaged by the protagonist. The head of the researchers told MC that she would like to hear his opinion. His analysis as a sorcerer is simply necessary. There are not many good sorcerers in the world, and even among those who exist, he stands out for his intelligence. At this time, the protagonist personally adjusted the bandages on Laura's hands and said that now everything is fine. Rita irritably noted that he does not understand. She is trying to hire him here. With him, they will reveal all the secrets of the labyrinth. Having been with him, she realized that he is the same adventurer as all of them. He wanted to tell her something, but changed his mind. He thought that it would be wrong. He felt that something was wrong here. He looked at her carefully and asked her what she was hiding. Rita looked at him in amazement. Had she been exposed? She wondered if it was because she had changed her manner of speaking, but even so, he had exposed her faster than she thought. The girl was silent for a moment and then said, "If you think about it, it looked like she was hiding something from the very beginning." She sighed and noted, "Well, since he exposed her, nothing can be done." At that moment, the door to the room flew off, and Camilla and her team burst into the tunnel. The leader shouted at the protagonist to move away from Rita. Activating communication magic, Camilla called for backup. They found the shelter of the Twilight Owls. The protagonist was incredibly surprised. "Twilight Owls?" Rita smiled, told him to let her introduce herself to him. "She is Rita Hankis, the leader of the Twilight Owls." Camilla, looking at her closely, noticed that she, the deviant Rita, had not changed at all. The protagonist watched them in amazement. "The leader of the Twilight Owls," answered the girl. "Eavesdropping on people is bad. They are all adventurers. They can talk calmly." Camilla snorted and said that there is nothing to negotiate with her. "Let her give them the main character right now." Rita said she did not think that they would be found here. Camilla answered her, and what did she think? That her lawlessness would continue forever. She shouted at the protagonist that Rita was deceiving him. She does not know what she told him or suggested to him, but she is a real master of manipulating people. That very trap they encountered was only to separate him from his team. All this nonsense is her doing. Rita was outraged by Camilla's words. What a bad opinion she has of her. This is not nonsense. She actually tried. She took a fighting stance, holding a torch. Camilla was surprised. Was she really going to fight? Rita ordered Laura to protect her and do something. Laura stood in front of her mistress and prepared to attack. Rita told her that her shield was very obedient and that tall woman scared her. Camilla looked at her opponent belligerently. Rita turned to her and said, since she still lost to her, and she would have to give her the protagonist, let her tell her how they found this place in the first place, she continued. Even if they were tracking the MC's location, this place is surrounded by a barrier. Even most bosses can't get here. Camilla smirked. Were they tracking his location? She couldn't even think of such an idea. This is usually what villains like her do. Rita was surprised, but how did this happen then? Camilla exclaimed that they had Hidamari with them, who was not like her. This would be a useful lesson for her. She was an example of what the human mind is capable of. All it took was brain power. No villainous tricks were needed. She thought. She was also interested. After all, it was surprising that Hidamari was able to find the protagonist as soon as he went up to the floors above. The leader remembered how it had been. Hidamari was analyzing the map and asked, "Are they on this floor? Is there a barrier here? Do they dare to challenge the sage?" Camilla then asked her, "Did she find something?" Hidamari indignantly screamed that they would never do such a thing. Camilla noted that this girl had a frightening mind, and she was glad that someone like her was on their side. She added that Hidamari then turned to the invisible Rita and exclaimed, "Well, does she like it?" She didn't think she could fool such a powerful sage like her, did she? Rita, after hearing this, said in surprise, it all sounded unbelievable, but she really doesn't understand much about the abilities of sages. She waved her hand at the protagonist and said that he could go. The protagonist answered her in surprise that he understood her, and he went to his allies. When he approached them, Abel and Mark blocked him with themselves, looking menacingly at Rita. Camilla told them they got what they wanted. It's time for them to go back. She was disgusted to linger here even for a second. The members of the Night Dragonfly began to leave, and with them the protagonist. Rita waved her hand at him and said goodbye to him. Then she said that they would be glad to have him in the Twilight Owls. After that, Wim returned to the headquarters and everyone was very worried about him. He spent 2 days with the Twilight Owls, and he feels like if he had spent a little more time, he would have been brainwashed. Camilla said that she would never accept her methods. MC was a little shocked while being there. But after Camilla's words, he realized a lot. Even if he imagined that Rita lied to him about everything, it doesn't seem like her interest was fake at that moment. The leader told him that he is one of the best in the Night Dragonfly. So many people are targeting him. They need him. The fact that she admits it shows her trust. So she asks him, let him prove that her trust is not in vain. After some time, they arrived at the 99th floor of the labyrinth. The squad members looked up at the sky and exclaimed in surprise that there was an open sky, just like in the report. MC thought with a calm face that the 99th floor was gradually being explored, and the whole picture was starting to become clear. At the end of the seemingly endless jungle was a wall. In other words, the entire floor was a hemispherical area. Monica called out to him and said that she wanted to ask something. It was about the spell. Suddenly, Bettina called out to him and, holding a creature in her hands, asked if it was some kind of winged insect. The protagonist excitedly asked where. Let them wait for him. He thought happily that all the dragonflies were excited about the new floor. This was a typical reaction. He was glad. It was very calm with them. At this time, Hans asked the leader if Wim was okay. Camilla agreed and added that he was still responsible for detecting enemies and collecting information. And if the pressure is on, he is their trump card. Suddenly, a loud scream of a monster was heard. The man with a serious face noted that on this floor the boss would clearly be a higher level than on the previous one. She replied that this time, they would all return alive. After some time, they went on to explore the floor. Abel noted that it was quite hot here. They should find a source of water. The protagonist agreed and, studying the map, thought that the enemies here were serious, but they were ready for a skirmish. Everyone who was now next to him was experienced fighters and was always ready for a fight. But he did not want to fight. Suddenly, he stopped and pointed out that there was no forest here. This was strange. Abel asked if there was a lake there. The protagonist excitedly disagreed with him and thought that this was scorched earth from the Pillar of Flame skill. This happened a few months ago when the Dragonwing recklessly went to this floor. It was a huge mistake where many people died. Perhaps it was because he couldn't tell Kronos everything. He couldn't help but think about it. The townspeople were even more dissatisfied with him. People condemned their group because they lost a lot of people due to greed. He should have insisted that they not go down to the 99th floor unprepared. After all, he knew that would happen, but on the other hand, they were the first to bring information about the floor boss. But now there are groups that don't even want to work with them. Suddenly, MC felt something strange and looked up at the sky in fear. Abel was confused and asked what was going on. He answered with a smile that there was nothing special. Camilla contacted them via radio and reported that they were surrounded by a large group of monkeys. They looked like the monsters from the Dragonwing report. At this time, the monkeys surrounded the group leader from all sides. Hans, looking around, noticed that there were quite a lot of them. She said that they had high intelligence and they were united in groups, which meant that they were not so strong individually. If they retreated blindly, it could only get worse. First, they needed to figure out where to go. Suddenly, strange sounds were heard again, and Camilla, using the radio, commanded that everyone listen to her. They were at the forefront of the labyrinth. There was no group that could handle this better than them. Let them put their lives on the line. They could not allow their comrades to die. Everyone had to return alive. Was that clear to everyone? The fighters agreed, and, having armed themselves, stood in fighting stances. They began to smile and say that the leader was in good shape as always. She had raised their fighting spirit. MC thought excitedly that for sure. They did not hear it. When he heard that voice, it meant that something terrible was coming, but it was definitely the boss. He grabbed his trembling hand and thought that he needed to calm down. That feeling again. He can't waste his energy. He needs to calm down and control his emotions. Instantly, all the monkeys quickly began to retreat. One of the squad members noticed that they were moving strangely. The protagonist began to study the map and, contacting everyone on the radio, shouted that they should be careful. A huge attack is flying here. The defeat zone is colossal. Instantly, a horned monkey, the boss of the floor, appeared, who with a slight movement of his hand grabbed a huge tree and threw it towards the squad. After that, he went down to the ground and began to walk towards the survivors. Camilla excitedly shouted, "Are everyone safe?" The healer mages reported that more than 10 people were trapped by the tree. It will take time to recover. The leader of the squad, with a serious face, noted that it was definitely him. She thought that this was the boss of the floor, with whom the dragon wing collided, the horned monkey. The girl stood up and, arming herself, said that she would go forward. Vim does not need to defeat him. Just let him buy them time to recover. He is the only one who can hold him back. She relies on him. MC armed himself with a serious face and thought that this is so. He must fulfill his duty. So, why not try? He used the puppeteer's string charm. At this time, the fighters were trying to pull their comrades out from under the trees. Camilla shouted with a serious face that the priority was on rescue, but let them not take their eyes off the monkeys. One of the fighters crawled out from under the tree and asked what the situation was. Aurel replied that they were too close to the boss. The attack was simply over a huge area. He excitedly noted that they had many casualties. It would take time to regroup. The guy replied that he should not worry. Vim would buy them time. At this time, the main character himself, having put buffs on his body, thought with a sly smile that he had already gotten used to this state. He no longer had the feeling that he was about to die, so he could use it. Although he walks on the edge, he has mastered it so much that he is not afraid. Now everything is different. Initially, this technique was created for critical situations when there is no chance of winning. Stop. He was thinking too much in battle. He applied a 50x boost and began to attack the enemy. The horned monkey began to parry the attacks, and when they parted, he squealed joyfully. The squad members exclaimed in bewilderment. Is he really intimidating him? No, he is happy. This boss likes battles. He is glad that he is fighting Vim. MC began to attack him again and, seizing the right moment, struck with his machete but did not penetrate him, and wondered in surprise, does he have hard skin? Such strength is not enough, and what should he do next? Can he fight him? Can he cope with these forces? If this continues, then he is unlikely to succeed. If he goes further, for the 1000th time he can win. Will he be able to withstand it? He has no choice, right? Everyone's life is at stake here. He has to save everyone. He can't hesitate, right? In that case, he has nothing to do, right? The protagonist applied the 100x boost and thought in surprise that his head was spinning and the world around him seemed to be about to fall apart. His body was falling apart. What would happen first? Would he lose consciousness? Or would his bones and muscles fail him? But he couldn't hesitate. The floor boss grabbed a huge rock and threw it towards the protagonist. He cut the rock with incredible pleasure and thought that he understood him. That feeling when the fight became faster and faster, the excitement that comes when he walks on the edge. He can do it. He can still fight him. The horned monkey swung to deliver a powerful blow. MC wondered if this blow would hit him. He dodged and happily thought that no, he can't hold back. He always wanted to do this. Without this drive, he is sad. Now he lives and rejoices like a child. He does not want to get out of his state. He does not care about his comrades. Camilla separated them with a huge sword and shouted for them to disperse. He needs to calm down and control himself. He has already done enough, so let him not raise his power even higher. If he loses his head, they will all be killed here. The protagonist calmed down and thought, what was he even thinking about now? The girl added that there is no need to fight to the death. They can already retreat. Everyone is ready. He thought that she is right. If they are to defeat the boss, then only when they understand the entire structure of the floor. They need to make a clear plan and attack him together. It will be right. The protagonist calmed down and apologized to her. Camilla asked if he can still move. He agreed, and all the fighters began to attack the floor boss. The horned monkey, dodging the shelling, began to retreat. Jimon reported that the boss and his monkeys were retreating. The squad leader happily exclaimed that they were able to win. Everyone approached Wim and began to praise him. He nervously thought that it was over. Everything went well, so let those sweet whispers die down. Sometime later, in the squad house, Abel admiringly noted that battle with the floor boss was amazing. He can't believe that he was able to fight him on equal terms. It looked like he even recognized him as a worthy opponent. MC excitedly thought that he can't just remain silent. He needs to at least smile. He should act like the rest of the Night Dragonfly. Haida Marie approached them and displeasedly noted that he was clinging to him too much. He was causing him inconvenience. Abel immediately let go of his hand and apologized. The protagonist replied with a smile that everything was fine. He could fight calmly, only because he knew that he would have his back. The guy exclaimed embarrassedly that these were very nice words. The girl called out to him and asked if he was okay. The protagonist agreed, and added that, fortunately, his condition was stable. Hans came up to him and noted that he was glad to hear it. Everyone was going to have a snack. Would he go with them? He understood that he was very tired. If he wanted, he could not go. Camilla called out to him and noted that when the vice captain invited him, it was difficult to refuse. MC replied with a smile that everything was fine. He always wanted to go with everyone after the labyrinth. Hans said that everything was decided then. Maybe he could recommend a place? After a while, he brought them to his favorite cafe. The protagonist went inside and greeted Greta. She, seeing him and Haida Marie, joyfully exclaimed their names. He, smiling, noted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The woman replied that he had become completely arrogant. The protagonist, smiling, explained that he simply had a lot to do. Great, smiling, noted that she saw that he was in a better mood now, and she was very glad that they had come together with the stalker. Suddenly, Abel looked inside and asked, did she say stalker? MC, with an awkward smile, noted that he was with his comrades today. The guys from the Night Dragonfly are here. All the members of the squad came out at the threshold and joyfully greeted her. Grete excitedly called out to the chief and said that the Night Dragonfly is here. He looked out into the hall and asked, is that Haida Marie or something? So what? Seeing all the members of the squad, the man exclaimed in wild shock that this was the fierce warrior Hans, the Iron Abel, and also the Lightning Strike Monica? Such famous members are here? Grete asked what she should do. He answered excitedly, just let her be calm. They are professionals in their field. They are ordinary customers. After some time, they set the tables and fed the guests. Hans noted with a smile that this was a great place. The protagonist said that he always felt comfortable here, so he often came here. He raised a mug of alcohol and exclaimed that he liked it. so today he is paying. Let them eat and drink as much as their hearts desire. All the members of the squad shouted joyfully. The protagonist looked at the two men and asked if they were Lorenz and Carl. Abel agreed and noted that that one over there is an aristocrat. He thought that the members of the Night Dragonfly all come from a prestigious academy, attended by people of the middle class and above. Many of them come from aristocratic families and studied with private tutors. He doesn't think there are people like him here, ordinary village boys. MC remembered from his childhood how one of the men shouted that he didn't have enough milk. He drank too much. Hans called out to him and asked, "He's from Rurifeld, right? He is also self-taught." He agreed and added that he came from a poor family, so they didn't have the money for tuition. The guy answered with a smile that, in fact, he was too. He came here from the village. It took a lot of effort to catch up with the others on his own. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise. Him too? He thought he had a higher origin. Hans told him that he was the third son of an already poor landowner. Although he tried to help him, it was of little use. In the beginning, he was content with only used equipment. He worked for months to buy something. The protagonist thought in bewilderment, but it wasn't that bad, was it? The guy continued to tell that later he met the leader, and she appointed him to the lower echelons of the Night Dragonfly. Those were truly hellish days. The squad members, hearing this, noted that he was doing well. He was a good guy for holding on, and now he has even risen to deputy. The protagonist, listening to this, thought in bewilderment that he was lucky. Were these difficulties? Hans said that it was all thanks to the support of his current wife. After this story, everyone happily raised their mugs and began to drink. MC, looking lost, calmed down and joined them. After some time, Anselm, the leader of the Tree Mouse, came to the leader of the Night Dragonfly squad. He said that then he would also add Heinrich and his guys. She would get their entire scout squad in exchange for one Vim. What would she say? Camilla nervously replied that it was impossible. The old man chuckled and asked if he was that valuable to her. She agreed and added that no one could compare to his ability to detect the enemy. Gathering information was the lion's share of their success. And on top of all that, he could fight the floor bosses on par, so she couldn't refuse him. Plus, all her guys were free men. They decided for themselves who to work with. Anselm wondered if a gloomy owl was targeting him, right? Would they be able to handle it? Camilla calmly agreed. He noted that let it be as she wanted. Let her not let those foxes infiltrate her group. She should be more careful. Let her not let them take him away. It was no joke if such fighting power fell into their hands. The leader of the Night Dragonfly replied that everything would be fine. She doubted that he was working with them only for the money. His connections with the other members were important. People are the most important factor. After some time, the protagonist came to the bank and, holding papers in his hands, happily said that he brought a report on the income and expenses of the Night Dragonfly. The man took it and said that there was no problem. Let him leave the rest to him. Now he has a smile on his face. MC happily agreed and noted that he was in a great mood every day. After that, he went outside and thought that he was happy. He really became happier. After some time, the protagonist returned to the squad headquarters. He entered the head's office and said that he was done. Wait, she is not here. The protagonist left the office and noted that it was somehow strange. Why is no one visible here? Where is everyone? He went to the door of a large hall and thought that someone must be here. MC went inside and was met by all the members of the squad with joyful congratulations. Camilla excitedly said that she just needed to congratulate him for something like this, so they decided. It was worth doing this earlier, but somehow it didn't work out. Hans noted that he still didn't seem to understand anything. He needed to make it simpler. She agreed and pointed out that they needed to say it all together. All the squad members welcomed him into the squad itself. The protagonist was shocked and thought, is this all for him? He burst into tears of happiness and began to thank them. They announced a party and began to celebrate this event. The protagonist began to happily drink alcohol. Camilla came up to him and noted that when they have a new member, they always throw a welcoming party like this. It's their tradition. She hoped he would like it. Let her say something. He gave them the opportunity to save their lives. He is their savior. If he doesn't mind, they would like to continue to fight him, time after time. MC, with tears in his eyes, replied that he should thank them all. He shook her hand and thought that he was about to cry. He is very emotional after all. He found the place he had been looking for so long. His place is the Night Dragonfly. After that, they all happily raised their cups and began to celebrate. Abel came up to him and excitedly asked if he could make it his goal to become like him. The protagonist was confused and asked what that meant. He replied that he had thought about it a lot. It was not enough to just admire him. He wanted to make him his rival. He would try to become like him and even stronger. MC agreed with a smile and noted that they would improve together, but he would not be surprised if he quickly surpassed him. He thought with a smile that the Night Dragonfly was an amazing group. They were experienced, strong, and good people. They were worthy people who deserved to be at the top. Of course, they had their share of failures and suffering, but that was what made them so kind. He could go to the ends of the earth with them. He had no doubts. They were the best. There was simply no other group like them. After some time, the protagonist felt sick and threw up. Sitting by the toilet, he thought that last night he threw up everything he ate and drank. His name is Wim. He has nothing to hide. He is a member of the best group, the Night Dragonfly. This is a big responsibility, and he is proud that he manages to live up to expectations. Today he will show one day of his life. After some time, in the morning, the protagonist woke up and happily noted that it was another beautiful morning. He said hello to the bird and going out to the backyard, said that he had to try harder today. MC thought with a smile about this pleasant coolness in the early morning. He feels the fresh air, as if his very soul is being cleansed. But he has a headache and his ears are ringing. The season has almost changed. He needs to watch his blood pressure. After some time, Camilla came to him and apologized for calling him every day before the holiday. He replied that it was okay. He was doing his job. The girl asked with a smile, should they start then? The protagonist agreed and they began to train. He thought that morning training with the squad leader had already become a routine for him. In addition to Abel, there were new people willing to train. But thanks to Camilla's help, too many people do not come at once. He also gets extra pay for morning training. He gets paid well, which even makes him feel awkward. After some time, he came to the canteen to have breakfast. The protagonist approached one of the tables and asked if he could sit there. Lorenz and Eckenhard happily agreed and asked if they were done with training. He agreed and thought with a smile that they were in the rear guard. They hardly communicated, but he remembered them. Great, his practice was not in vain. He began to communicate with more people. If he does not communicate, then there may be misunderstandings. It is important to communicate with people. At noon, the protagonist handed in the necessary waste paper at the library. The squad members exclaimed in surprise, "Is he finished already?" He agreed with a smile, went up to one of them and said that if he does not mind, then he can take on other documents. He exclaimed in surprise that he was somehow uncomfortable. MC answered with a smile that then let him give him half. He happily thought that the experience he gained while working in the Dragon Wing came in handy. He has good paperwork skills. He tries to help everyone. He wants to be useful. He is happy to be useful. After a while, when it was already late evening, all the squad members went to have a snack in a cafe. Two residents, seeing Abel, exclaimed in admiration, "Is this the same guy from the Night Dragonfly? They are his fans. Let him shake their hand." Mark, watching this, noted that this is bad. They were quickly identified. The protagonist was surprised to think that it was hard for the members of the Night Dragonfly to go out into the city to have a snack. Suddenly, a group of girls called out to him. Mark smiled and pointed out that he should wave to them. Such things were also important. He excitedly asked if he should wave. MC waved to the girls and thought that he was, of course, grateful, but it only made his head hurt more. During dinner, the squad members saw spicy sausages and asked whose it was. Who ordered the spicy sausage? Mark nervously asked who would eat it. If no one, then he would take a risk and take it upon himself. The protagonist raised his hand with a smile and said that he could eat it. They asked in surprise, was he sure? Abel excitedly exclaimed he shouldn't force himself. He answered with a smile that everything was fine. He had practiced a lot. The other day, he ate a very spicy sauce and nothing. His stomach could handle it. The protagonist tried the sausage and said that it was delicious, not spicy at all. The squad members also started to try it, but they felt a strong spiciness and screamed. MC asked in bewilderment, "Is it delicious?" Mark laughed and replied that it was for him. Let him drink better. The protagonist took the mug and began to drink the alcohol. Abel excitedly noted that he was drinking a lot today. The protagonist answered with a smile that he was in such a mood. He thought that he was doing this to drown out his headache. After that, one of the squad members began to play the piano, and the others began to sing a song. MC, seeing this, began to sing along with them. Abel, watching this, suspiciously noted that he was not the same as the first time they met. It was like he was a different person. After that, already on the street, he approached him and asked if he was okay. After all, he drank too much. The protagonist answered with a smile that he should not worry. By the way, they were going in different directions. Abel exclaimed that he could see him off if he wanted. The main thing was that he shouldn't overdo it. He replied that everything was fine. After a while, MC went home and happily said that it was fun. Delicious food and drinks in the company of wonderful friends. What a wonderful day it was. He doesn't even know what else he needs. He is happy with everything. Suddenly, he began to hear voices again and furiously shouted, "Let him shut up. He is outside the labyrinth?" The protagonist fell to his knees and said in horror, "Please let him shut up." At this time, at headquarters, Marianne thanked the chief for her work. Wim and the others went to drink together. Camilla noted with a smile that everything seemed to be fine with him. The girl happily agreed and added that he was very cheerful lately. The leader said with a smile that his soul became calmer and he was finally confident in his abilities. At this time, MC, sitting on the ground, thought in horror that everything was fine. It was better for him to think positively. After some time, on the 99th floor of the labyrinth, the boss of the floor showed his subordinates how powerfully he hits. They began to scream in delight. He looked at the sky with a serious face and began to make sounds. After some time, the Night Dragonfly returned to this floor again. One of the squad members asked, "How is it there?" The protagonist, pointing to a butterfly, answered that it was definitely a new species. They exclaimed in surprise that this time they had already found 5. He thoughtfully noted that although it was very similar to the white-eyed swallowtail from the 47th floor, a guy came up to him and suggested that its size was most likely influenced by the environment. The protagonist agreed and thought that this was their 3rd time on the 99th floor. They continue to find new species. When he is filled with curiosity, he does not pay attention to the headache and ringing in the ears. Camilla noted that this time the results are excellent. Hans agreed with a smile and added that the 99th floor is strikingly different from the others. He would like them to explore more than the others. MC, hearing this, thought that the night dragonfly is still actively exploring the floor, but the dragon wings are not giving up either. It seems that Kronos has decided to grab his head. It seems that something happened to him there, and he is looking for a way with the help of some divine foresight. Honestly, he is happy. He wishes that everything was not bad for him. If he also succeeds, then maybe there will be no hostility between them. Let him forgive him for the troubles he caused. But now he is with new comrades in his new adventure. Suddenly, the protagonist heard a strange voice again and thought that he had already hoped that this was over. He reported to everyone on the general communication that the horned monkey was approaching. Instantly, their squad was surrounded by monkeys. Camilla commanded them to prepare for battle. The protagonist shuddered and nervously thought that he needed to calm down. He turned on the voice communication and said that he was counting on Lorenz and Abel. Camilla pointed out that Monica should attack the horned monkey from the flank first. She needed to aim in the opposite direction from him. Suddenly, the floor boss himself appeared from the bushes and stood in front of the protagonist. The squad leader shouted that the boss would be on Vim. They would take care of the small stuff. MC, with a serious face, remembered how Camilla said that he would not fight the boss alone. They were a team. It was unwise to act alone when there were comrades. They were all fighting together. Let him not forget about it. Currently, he thought that he would use what he managed to learn last time. He did not want to, but the floor boss left him no choice. Let him stop looking at him as if he was also waiting for their meeting. The protagonist used the puppeteer strings skill with a serious face and thought that the ringing in his ears and headache were gone. He felt comfortable in this state. He began to attack the enemy with lightning speed. At that moment, Monica began to support him with the heat skill. MC thought that they were doing well. If they worked together, they would be able to defeat them. They would reach the goal and then return to the surface and have dinner. At that moment, Camilla excitedly shouted that the monkeys had broken through the left flank. Let Wim forgive them. They had a misfire. It was not that bad, but they had broken through. He thought that this was a human error? How unfortunate. No, it was okay. This was always possible. The girl added that they would retreat to help them. The protagonist agreed and was left alone with the boss. The horned monkey pointed a finger at him with a sly smile, inviting him to attack. He said with a grin that he knew everything. MC used 100x boost and began to attack the enemy at lightning speed. They clashed in a fierce fight where no one gave in to anyone. All this time, the horned monkey continued to grin. The protagonist thought with displeasure. Let him stop. Let him not make such a face. He admits he likes jumping in the air like this and the feeling of a blade cutting flesh. He likes to put his life on the line. He will kill him, and in return, he must try to kill him. After all, if they do not try to kill each other, he will not feel such a thrill. Doesn't he think so too? They again walked towards each other with satisfied faces. The floor boss deftly struck and injured his face. MC thought with a smile that it was hot and painful. His body was tired, but it kept moving. He remembered one mistake and it was all over. Suddenly, Camilla shouted that they were done. Let him go back. The protagonist immediately calmed down and thought that it was all over. He began to retreat and said goodbye to the floor boss. Returning to the others, the protagonist asked if they were all okay. They happily agreed and noted that it was all thanks to him. They all survived again. He thought that he was not hesitating. He was not afraid that he would leave nothing behind. After some time, they gathered on the street. The girls, recognizing Vim, began to joyfully shout his name. He began to wave his hand at them with a smile. Mark came up to him and asked with a smile if they would go today too. MC agreed and asked if they would go to the same place as usual. The man replied that they could not go there anymore. There were too many queues there. He thought in surprise that from a place only for our own, this tavern had become very popular. Suddenly, the protagonist heard a strange voice in his head again, and thought that if he drank, he would feel better. He happily said that then they would find another place. After some time, the protagonist returned home and noted that it was fun. He threw up in a bucket next to his bed and thought that he did not understand why this was happening to him. Every day he was happy. Now he had comrades that he did not have when he was in the dragon's wing. But still, why? No, this cannot be. His life has become better. He needs to drink more, but he cannot get into the Greta Tavern. There are many people there. Then the notebook will help him. MC climbed onto the bed and, drawing people, noticed that this is Reinhardt and this is Bertold. After a while, he lay down and said that he finally calmed down. Today was a good day again, and now it's time to sleep. While sleeping, the protagonist continued to hear voices and thought that he was hearing it again. He doesn't understand what it's telling him. He asks it to leave him. Even if he covers his ears, he can still hear it. Why does it talk as if it knows everything? What does it want from him? If this continues, he won't be able to stand it. His body is weakening. He's losing consciousness. Let it shut up. He already knows it. He started imagining a lot of voices and moments from his life. Suddenly, the protagonist woke up from the enraged Hidamari, hitting him and screaming, "Let this idiot wake up already. Does he even understand where he is now?" He agreed in bewilderment and added that he was in his room. She screamed furiously, "Let him look around." MC looked around and asked in wild shock, "Is this the entrance to the labyrinth?" The girl nervously asked, "And what did he do last night?" He answered in bewilderment that he went to bed as usual. Hidamari angrily pointed at his holster and said that this was nonsense. He slept with the weapon? The protagonist saw this and was surprised that it was true. He was going to go to the labyrinth. The girl asked her name. He said her name in complete bewilderment. She asked, "Then who is he and where is he?" The protagonist answered that this is the entrance to the Adventurers Guild labyrinth. It is probably night now. Hidamari calmed down, agreed, and asked if he regained consciousness. If so, then they are leaving. MC answered with a serious face that he will go to the labyrinth. She exclaimed in wild shock that he is definitely not in his right mind right now. He has trouble sleeping, right? He answered that he closes his eyes in bed. The girl shouted that this does not mean sleep. She knew that she should not stop looking after him. They need to go home. The protagonist asked where she was calling him. Hidamari exclaimed, "Where do you mean?" "Okay, to her mansion. She will personally make sure that he is asleep." He grinned and asked if he could fall asleep like that. She nervously answered that he could. The protagonist asked, "And then what?" When the girl fell silent, he thought with a calm face that yes, she would not find the words. She knows him well, that's why. MC with a serious face said that he would go to the labyrinth. He is called, he must go. He turned around and thought that he was acting cruelly, but this was the only way out he saw. Hidamari, in wild shock, tried to stop him, but it was all in vain. After some time, the protagonist teleported to the 99th floor and began to run incredibly fast. Overcoming obstacles, he thought, let her forgive him. But now he just wants to go inside. Yes, he wants to. He goes there of his own free will. Suddenly, he heard the voice again. The protagonist said with a smile that he knows, although he does not understand what it says. Suddenly he picked up speed and joyfully thought that something in his head turned off. He became faster than usual. Was this enlightenment? It was as if everything that had been bothering him had gone away. The ringing in his ears, the headache, none of it was there. Was everything always so beautiful here? Or was it because he was alone? After a while, MC teleported into the jungle and shouted that no one would bother them. He was here, right? He came all alone. Suddenly he doubted and thought, can he continue? Can he say it? He didn't care. He had already left everything behind. He said it, so there was no turning back. Why did he feel guilty? But he wanted to say it. Besides, what was said could not be undone. He did not know what kind of voice it was. Was it the floor boss speaking? Or was the labyrinth itself trying to talk to him? But now one thing was certain. This voice had led him here. After a while, the floor boss came to his call. The protagonist said with a smile that he wanted to meet him. He happily thought that they had no comrades with them today. This was a one-on-one fight. MC apologized to him, tried to use the puppeteer strings, but when nothing happened, he asked in confusion, "Nothing changed?" Oh, he got it. He had already activated it before. How awkward. Let him forgive him. He thought that then he could just move on. No one would stop him now. Even if he died, no one would die except him. He didn't need to think about others now. That's it. His head was spinning. He didn't need to think about anything else. The protagonist strengthened his body and thought with a sly smile that he now understood the trembling that he always felt in battle. He was shaking with impatience. Let him forgive him. He made him wait. After these thoughts, he began to attack with lightning speed. The floor boss, seeing this, began to parry the attacks no less deftly. An incredibly fierce fight began between them, where no one gave in to each other. The protagonist began to attack again with a smile and, while striking, thought that he could die. This was so much fun. He felt like his consciousness was drifting away from him. But he had nothing to worry about. He was only afraid that this battle could end. He wanted more and more. He really had fun. But what could he do if he felt bad? He had fun, and he wanted it to continue. But was he doing anything bad? MC began to strike incredibly furiously and shouted that he liked it. He should have said that and he would immediately feel better. Let them forgive him. That's how strong and evil he is. They are also proud and kind, although they will immediately turn away from him as soon as he shows his weakness. Suddenly, he still missed one blow from the floor boss and flew back a little. After that, the protagonist thought that this was fun. He was so close to death. He remembered Abel inviting him out for a drink and furiously yelled at him to get lost. Aren't they forcing themselves to do this? He could see right through them. They were calling him because they had to, right? His laugh and smile were disgusting, weren't they? But they were so generous that they decided to accept him, weren't they? They just hated others. Yes, he wanted to have a social circle, but he was wrong. What nonsense. Listening to a bunch of useless chatter every time and forcing himself to pretend that he was interested. The protagonist furiously thought that everything was wrong. Who was he trying to fool? He was having fun. They were always nice to him. He could be like everyone else. They were all kind to him. There was nothing bad about them. He had enough courage and perseverance. He could live like an ordinary person. The MC furiously yelled that they were blissful fools. He envied people with such pure hearts. He thought he was disgusting. Yes, that's right. The protagonist cried out in tears. Let them forgive him, but he's not like them. At that moment, the floor boss delivered a powerful kick, from which he flew into a tree. The protagonist thought that this was bad, but this ending suited him best. He grinned maliciously and thought that he could no longer hold back this laughter. At this time, Laura excitedly ran along the 99th floor of the labyrinth and reported that there was a large stone in 5 floors. Petros, a member of the Twilight Owls, used the radio channel to ask what the slope was. She tried to answer, but accidentally stumbled and fell. He told her to repeat it. He did not hear. The girl excitedly answered that it was 2. The guy pointed out that she should not stop and move to the southwest. Suddenly, she was surrounded by the monkeys of the floor. She screamed in fear that she was surrounded. She won't be able to escape. Petros replied, let her move straight ahead. She needs to try to break through. Or does she want them to send a replacement? Let her answer the question. What are the characteristics of these monkeys? The monkeys immediately knocked her down and pinned her down. Laura replied that they were small, smaller than her, and dark. He pointed out that she should start the fight. If she won, they would evacuate her to 1113. The girl immediately went wild, broke free, and ran to the side, furiously thinking that this was enough. She had managed to collect enough information for the map. Now they would not send others in her place. She had long forgotten what pain and fear were, because she had always liked to run. Suddenly, a monkey caught up with her and dealt a powerful blow to her back. At this time, the protagonist continued the fierce fight. He dealt an incredibly powerful blow, from which the floor boss flew into the lake. The protagonist approached him and thought that even he did not expect that so much would burst out of him. But, to be honest, he felt better. But he still felt a little lonely. Suddenly, the horned monkey took off his necklace and used a new, incredibly powerful phase. He pointed his finger to the side and instantly cut everything in that trajectory. MC dodged in fear and thought that if he missed one blow, he would die. After that, the floor boss began to attack him furiously. He, trying to fight back, excitedly thought that he was losing in strength. His body became stronger, and his magic power jumped. These are simply amazing changes. The horned monkey folded his arms and began to spin very quickly, resembling a whirlwind. The protagonist strengthened his weapon and thought that things were bad. Having flown away from such a powerful blow, he continued to dodge. The floor boss began to actively attack again. MC happily thought that this was wonderful. There is nothing more fun in the world. The plug in the brain is no longer there. The cerebrospinal fluid has turned into a whirlpool. All the memories are rewinding in his head like a movie and popping up one after another. If he is destined to be reborn in another body, he hopes that he will become a better person. There will be people dear to him by his side, and he will live a happy life. Everything will be fine now. No one else will die, and he will have fun at least now. There is nothing in this world that he could cherish anyway. What did he even have? Was there anything that he could cherish at all? Suddenly, Hidamari's phrase about him being boring flashed through his mind. MC, remembering her questions and words, wondered, did she say that? Let her not try to get to the truth. It was initially impossible, but he likes it here. If everything ends here, maybe this is what he wanted all this time? Is the horned monkey the same? Is he ready to die? He can handle it. He just needs to continue. If he is faced with risk, the line between reason and madness should be thinner. It was time for them to end this. Suddenly, the protagonist felt someone's presence and wondered in surprise, is there someone here? Could it be Hidamari? No, it's unlikely. There was very little breathing. He apologized to the boss and indicated that he should wait for him for a while. After these words, the protagonist instantly disappeared and later found Laura, who was lying on the ground. Seeing her, he wondered in surprise, is this a child? This child is one of the Twilight Owls. MC asked if she was safe and could she get up? The girl continued to lie silently on the ground. He worriedly analyzed her body and thought that these were serious wounds. She had a deep wound on her thigh and an equally serious wound on her back. Her nervous system was damaged. In the worst case, the nerve was torn. The protagonist asked if she could get up on her feet. He needed to stop the bleeding. Or could she not? Laura nodded silently, showing that she could not nod. He thought with a serious face that the bleeding was also severe. Even if he strengthened her muscles, she would not be able to move on her own. What should he do? Could he do anything at all? Suddenly, his mind was swimming badly. The protagonist thought that the puppeteer's strings were still affecting his consciousness. He could get an answer if he just started digging into this. He needed to go through everything and find a solution. Wait, maybe he could do it. He could master a new technique. He needed to adjust the step strength, and given homeostasis, he needed to adjust it carefully. With this method, he could make the entire lower body work. He needed to try to repair the damaged nerves by using the nerves from the upper body. He needed to calculate and recalculate the contraction and relaxation of all 400 muscles, adjust the appropriate code. 500,000 possible options. Normally, this process would take several days, but now that his brain was working at this rate, MC instantly strengthened her and said with a smile that everything would be fine. He was here to save her. So, let her forgive him, but she needs to grit her teeth, because now it's going to be hot. Suddenly, the floor boss started attacking him. The protagonist immediately grabbed the girl in his arms and asked with a sly smile, "Is he angry?" The horned monkey began to attack him furiously. He, dodging, ran to the side and thought that if he carries her in his arms, he will not be able to escape. The protagonist called out to her and said that he can make her run. As soon as he gives the signal, let her run immediately. That way they can handle it. Did she understand? Laura nodded her head silently. He thought that this could be considered that she understood him. MC began to apply the enhancements when suddenly he felt something and wondered what this strange feeling was. It hits him in the teeth, as if he is missing something. He used the buff perfectly at the moment the floor boss attacked, then grabbed the dagger and holding back the blow, asked if she could stand. Laura stood up in surprise and began to examine her body. The protagonist, having struck the enemy, shouted that the teleporter was in the southwest. If she left now, she could escape. Let her wait for help near the teleporter. If monsters come, let her touch the teleporter and leave. They can't teleport. Oh, he didn't explain it too complicated? The girl smiled and began to leave. He wished her luck and added that he would save her. When she ran away, the protagonist thought with a grin that it seemed like he hadn't made a mistake with the buff. Suddenly, the floor boss continued to attack him, making quick dashes. MC, with a serious face, fighting back, noted that he was really sorry. He had already apologized, and he hadn't gone that far. After fending off each other's attacks again, they went their separate ways. The protagonist offered a truce and said that it was because of the circumstances. He was truly sorry. They would continue this battle later. After that, he instantly disappeared and began running through the jungle. After some time, the protagonist saw Hidamari and excitedly asked why she was here. The girl, healing Lore, replied that she had come for him and then found this girl. Right now, she was healing her so that she would survive. She had lost too much blood. She needed surgery. The protagonist excitedly asked if there was anything he could do. Hidamari replied that he should put her on his back. They needed to take her to the doctor right away. He agreed and noted that they needed to hurry. The girl stopped him and asked with a serious face if he was okay. MC agreed and, putting Lore on his back, thought that at least he had a different goal now. At this time, a real fuss began in the house of the Night Dragonfly group. One of the squad members woke everyone up and shouted that they were conducting a call. Is the third squad ready? The fighters began to arm themselves and answered that no one is ready yet. Is this really a report to the guild? The guy answered that he has no idea. Camilla ordered the first squad to leave immediately, and Wim and Hidamari ran forward. He said that a little more and asked her to look ahead. Did something happen at headquarters? Hidamari said that she just told them that he ran into the labyrinth in the middle of the night. The protagonist was surprised, and then despair appeared on his face. Camilla noticed him, and he apologized, but he was wounded. She noticed the hat and, surprised, ordered the soldiers to help him. After a while, Hidamari and Wim said goodbye, and he thought that she could heal her. He was sure of it. Camilla appeared behind him and hugged him, saying that it was good that he returned alive. She asked him to explain what happened. She knows that he went into the labyrinth alone, but why did he suddenly run? The protagonist sadly thought that he was an idiot and asked who this wounded woman was. He does not know what happened to her, but he found her on the 99th floor. Considering that she is half-human, she could have been used for reconnaissance. Camilla was surprised and asked, half-human? Was she one of the Twilight Owls? I think her name was Laura. Wim said that it was most likely her. Camilla noted that this changed everything and ordered everyone not to disperse and go inside. They would discuss everything in the mansion. They should not let anyone approach the medical office and keep an eye on all sides. Meanwhile, Hidamari irritably left the office and said that she was tired. The protagonist asked how she was feeling. She answered that the blood transfusion was over, but the treatment was still ongoing. But something was clearly wrong here. Wim asked what she was talking about. Hidamari answered that everything could be more complicated than she thought, and perhaps there was some kind of conspiracy involved. He asked in what sense? She answered that Camilla told them to use only old supplies and posted guards. If only Abel were here, she wouldn't even ask the question. But all of Camilla's old acquaintances were here. Considering that she knows all of these people, she can't doubt them. The protagonist asked, so she suspects that there might be a spy here? Hidamari noted that it looked like it. Besides, this girl drank a slow-acting poison and had to use an antidote. The protagonist asked in confusion, a slow-acting poison, but why? She answered irritably that she definitely should have died there. That's what she thought. Camilla came up to them from behind and thanked them for waiting for her, and that it was time to explain everything. There was little time, so she would be brief. Firstly, they would discuss it. They would put off a full explanation for later, but she would ask him something. He had heard a voice, right? Wim was surprised and thought, did she know about this voice? Camilla noted that she knew it. It was the call of the labyrinth. Not much is known about it, other than the fact that it is very dangerous. Only a few people could hear it. He went into the labyrinth alone, so there is no point in hiding it. They do not know anything about the depth of the labyrinth, but the people who heard it have only two outcomes. They go into the labyrinth, disappear, and then if they are lucky, someone finds their corpse, and the second, he becomes part of the Twilight Owls. So from now on, he is forbidden to go down into the labyrinth, and instead of forever answering the call of the labyrinth, he must relax and rest. This is an order. If it becomes known that he hears the call of the labyrinth, then Rita will immediately come for him. In this case, it is better to strengthen yourself and run as far as possible, and do not forget about Laura. Her life will also be in danger. As soon as both are ready, they must run or Filbron. Wim looked at her questioningly, and Hidamari noted that this is the only way to save him, so he should listen carefully. Camilla noticed, looking at the situation, they were going to sacrifice her so that she could scout out as much as possible, and it was not uncommon for demi-humans to be used in the vanguard as a shield. In addition, he himself had seen Rita command her, and with her help, the Twilight Owls wanted to create a map, and she was thrown out. Therefore, one must be very careful what they will do next. The protagonist asked in confusion, was her life still in danger? Had she not been saved yet? Camilla said that they would talk about it later, and he agreed. Suddenly she became quiet and asked them to wait here. A few seconds later, a sound was heard near them, and the cleaner was lying on the floor. She called out to Hans and said that she had caught a spy. It was the cleaner, and asked him to contact Marianne. Camilla went to the exit and noted that their mansion was no longer safe and would explain everything on the way. Underground maps, although created with the help of victims, are still very useful. But if there is evidence, for example, the one who was used survives, then the whole group that did this will get it, because through them it will even be possible to get to those who bought such maps. Wim said, so they will want to get rid of the survivor, so that this does not happen. He thought, it is not surprising that she used beastmen, who have a beast form. The ability of some beastmen increases their physical abilities. Even children can use it. In strength, they will then be equal to an adult, and this is an excellent vanguard fighter who can survive for a long time, but in the end will die very quickly when the ability stops working. Camilla noted that usually beastmen are used when a detailed map needs to be created, which means this is a special order. Surely someone high-ranking or rich made the order, and the Twilight Owls will come for her so that Laura never blabs. They went out to the carriage and she added, so now we need to take her as far away from here as possible. They need to take her outside of Filborn, and she will be outside the city until the situation with the Twilight Owls calms down. Several carriages will go in different directions, and almost no one will know which one Laura is going. After a while, the carriage was driving through the night city, and everyone else was watching Laura. Suddenly, she woke up, and Hidamari asked the protagonist to calm her down. He approached her and asked, is she Laura? And then he thought in confusion that he cannot be positive and cannot understand her feelings, but she should not see his doubts. People are coming for her, for whom only evil exists. He said that they will save her and asked her not to be afraid. There are only reliable ladies here. Laura took his hand and squeezed it, from which he looked at her in surprise. Meanwhile, the carriage stopped in the forest, and Camilla said that they had arrived and would go on foot. They must go through the forest to the river, and there they will meet Camilla's acquaintances. That was the plan. Suddenly, she became alert and looked around. Wim called out to her in surprise, and she said that they were surrounded. The protagonist said that he needed to check. Then he called up the system window and said that he did not see anyone. Although he did not see anything, he seemed to feel that they were being looked at from all sides. Suddenly, Rita called out to them and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. She called out to the protagonist and asked how he was doing. Rita smiled and greeted Laura, when suddenly she began to tremble in fear and apologized. Rita happily exclaimed that she was not even angry. It was just that, since she survived, she would like her to return to school. She was an excellent student. Wim used the puppeteer's strings and then appeared near Laura and said that everything was fine. He would protect her. He used the calm skill, and Laura fell unconscious. He thought that the light charms had a calming effect on the mind, and he did not know what would happen next, but it was better to let her sleep. Rita called out to him and said, they had only just met, and it was impolite to run away right away. Wim put Laura on his back, and Camilla said that she would hold them back and they should leave. Rita ordered them to stop and called Petrus. He led the hostages out and said that they were here. Camilla called out to Rita discontentedly, and the man apologized to her plaintively. They were waiting for them by the river. Wim said in surprise that these people were her acquaintances. Camilla gritted her teeth in anger and said, these are the ones they were supposed to meet. Rita smiled back at them, and Petrus put his sword to the man's throat. Wim looked at them angrily and thought that now he saw what he had been warned about. Rita laughed and said, they made such serious faces. Camilla asked discontentedly, what were her demands? She replied that everything was simple and they were giving lore to them. Surely they knew how much she knew? Camilla asked if they would spare her life. Rita said that there was no point in wasting time. They had their comrades as hostages here. Did they care about someone else's life? Camilla said angrily that she was an inhuman creature. She replied that she even felt sorry for them and that they had the advantage, but they had missed the victory. She called out to Wim and asked, even without lore, he must have the advantage, right? Then why was he cornered? All because he could not make a choice about who was important to him and who was not. Suddenly, Petrus abruptly pulled out his sword and blood gushed from the man's neck. Everyone looked at this in surprise, and Rita said that neither she nor these people were supposed to be important to them. She ordered them to leave them all and talk to Laura, and then go to one of their shelters. How did he like that idea? Camila asked the protagonist not to listen to her. Rita said with displeasure that she just wanted to talk. She angrily noted that there was nothing wrong with humanity and asked him not to let her take over his mind. Rita pouted and said that she just wanted to chat. What to do? The client would be angry. Rita came to her senses and smiling maliciously said that if she let him talk to Wim, they would free the hostages. If they stopped the bleeding, with healing magic, he could still be saved. If he accepted these conditions, they would also leave Laura. She promised that they would leave her alone. Honestly, she only needed the protagonist, but the final decision was his. Camila asked with displeasure, what was she trying to achieve? Rita smiled and said nothing. Wim called out to Camille and said that there was no point in refusing. Hidamari turned to Rita and said that she shouldn't even think about manipulating his mind. If something happened, she didn't even know what she would do to her. Rita laughed and said, what a hot girl. She just wanted to talk. She looked at Wim, who suddenly became scared, and Camille asked him to think again. He replied that he would only ask one question. Would she keep her promise? And then he replied that he would agree if they didn't touch Laura anymore, and just let them try to deceive him and the others. Rita replied that promises were just empty words, but she wasn't going to deceive. Wim agreed. He went and asked to free the hostages by healing the wounded man. Hidamari called out to him discontentedly, and he apologized. Rita happily agreed and asked Kevin to heal the guy. After a while, Wim apologized to Camila, and she said that there was nothing to be done about it. The deal was really good, but he should definitely come back. Rita pointed into the depths of the forest and called them to talk there. Suddenly, she noticed Hidamari following them and asked, Sage girl? The main character turned around and asked with displeasure. She could watch him even without this, couldn't she? Hidamari awkwardly asked. Did he notice? He asked in bewilderment. Did she think that someone did not notice? Rita said, that's right, she thinks he understood how they found them, with the help of Laura. Wim asked displeasedly, don't they like to follow the laws? The use of the listening seal is allowed only for government officials. Everyone else is completely prohibited. The secret of the listening seal is kept under strict surveillance in a government agency. If this secret was stolen, then how many people use it for criminal purposes? Rita smiled and said that it is a convenient thing, and they always use it. The protagonist asked, with the help of this, they even eavesdrop on conversations over the phone? She replied that it was quite difficult to optimize it for listening to conversations. They don't do it yet. They really wanted to get the listening stones, but it was moved to another place and they couldn't steal it. The protagonist answered discontentedly. If they had them, the law would not have spared them. Rita said that they use things better than listening stones, including for communication. Wim asked in confusion, what happened to Hidamari? After a while, they came to a stream, and Rita asked, maybe here. She apologized for what happened recently, since they had to be rude and this was not part of their plans. If it weren't for Laura, they would have been able to communicate calmly. Rita raised her hand in the air when suddenly the sky became dark and Wim took out his weapon. He thought, what is this tense atmosphere? What did she do? She replied that it was some kind of barrier and there was nothing to worry about. He asked, is she going to get rid of it? Rita replied that she did not want to harm him, but wanted to work together. There is something about him that she likes. It does not matter, and they will get down to business. She cleared her throat and suddenly said something in a language they do not understand. Wim was surprised and thought, is this the call of the labyrinth? Rita noted that she is not a native speaker, but simply reproduced what she hears. It was difficult to master, and if you use magical power, then even without understanding the words, he will be able to grasp the meaning. He wonders what she said. It is something like welcome back. The protagonist thought he was really told that the members of the Twilight Owls can hear him. Rita happily said, he knew it. He is the same as them. He thought, is he the same as her? Rita noted that he denies it, but deep down he understands everything. The call of the labyrinth can only be heard if he wants it with all his heart. Did he know? The protagonist thought fearfully that this is not good, and he does not need to listen to her and take her seriously, but simply ignore her. But now that he knew it, it was like a curse that he couldn't get rid of. Rita came close to his face and ordered him not to resist. Suddenly, the pupils of his eyes swam with madness, and he thought that he couldn't look away because he was enchanted, but most likely consumed. Rita said that he could at least nod, and in return, he would receive eternal happiness. Wim thought, this feeling, a connection with the abyss of the labyrinth. He really hated them all. Wim exclaimed in displeasure. Nothing of the sort, Rita asked. Does he just not want them to know? But he thinks that he has no place there. She is not wrong, since they did not understand people like them from the very beginning. The protagonist asked fearfully, what is she talking about? Rita said that she understands them perfectly well. The call of the labyrinth is the mirror of their hearts. This voice speaks to them when they are in a place where they do not belong. Wim said discontentedly that he did not understand anything, but she continued to say that it was useless to deny it. He himself comes to the labyrinth, and they are just waiting for him. Rita asked him to just hear her and the call of his comrades. She clapped her hands when suddenly the dark sky disappeared, and Rita said that this was enough. It took a lot of effort to achieve their meeting today. She said goodbye, then turned to him and asked him to keep an eye on Laura. After a while, Rita told Camille that they were finished. Wim thought about it. Before he realized it, he began to seriously think about her words. Haidamari called out to the protagonist and asked, Rita said that they were his comrades? He agreed, and she asked him not to pay attention. She also calls her a comrade, but she made a righteous decision and with a clear conscience. He should not take her words to heart. Of course, not all of the Nightwings would understand him, and they were all different in their own ways. But he didn't have to be a villain because of that. Wim said nothing, and after a few minutes, Camille said she was glad they were back. Was he okay? Rith had too many allies. The Twilight Owl's spies were everywhere, and they couldn't hide from them forever. She asked him not to be surprised if she could make him doubt what she was doing. It was a bit like magic. He had come back to us, which meant they could get through this together, if that was what he wanted. Camille pursed her lips and said sadly that he could hear the call of the labyrinth and felt like an outsider. She didn't know what was going on in his head, but he found it hard to breathe with them. She knew that not all of their group treated him the same way, and she couldn't speak for everyone. But if he thought that was the only reason he should abandon them, then he shouldn't jump to conclusions. He needed to give his mind a rest, and they could wait. Wim thought sadly that a lot had happened today, and a lot needed to be thought about. He remembered Rita's words before leaving, and looking at Laura thought, but why couldn't he get these simple words out of his head? Little Laura ran to meet her parents. Mom exclaimed happily, she runs so fast. Laura agreed with a smile on her face. She loves to run. After all, she feels so good with her mom and dad. She went into the house and said that she was home, when suddenly there was no one inside. Days and nights passed. Laura lay on the floor exhausted, when suddenly Rita's silhouette appeared in front of her. She greeted her and asked, was she probably hungry? Her parents were already far away and could not return, so she would go with her and she would look after her at school. She would have food and a home there. According to Laura's story, there was no choice. There really was food and a home, but it was also dark. They were taught very strictly. That was the kind of place it was. It was also there that she found her brothers and sisters, who were kind to her, but one by one, they were taken away. Rita entered the room and asked happily, how are you? She needed an assistant for a very important job. Laura looked at the handcuffs hanging on the wall and began to calm the children. Rita turned to her and asked if she would help her. She agreed, so she should not touch the other children. Rita said that if she worked hard, but she was one of the best, so she expected a lot from her. Laura thought that for their sake she should try and risk her life. At the moment, Laura was sitting on the bed and said that she hoped that everything was fine with them. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and the protagonist appeared on the threshold. Laura was happy to see him, and he asked her to take a book. She said yesterday that she wanted to read it, a book about a wizard. Laura thanked him, and he asked how she was. She happily answered that everything was fine and that she had eaten a lot this morning. Wim awkwardly asked what was good and what had she eaten. Laura exclaimed, something white and soft. The protagonist asked what she was talking about. Porridge? She happily said that it was very tasty. According to Laura's story, Mr. Wim visits her every day, and she cannot walk because of an injury. But to cheer her up, he takes her for a walk. The protagonist asked what he had eaten this morning. Laura wondered, soft and white? Wim said that nothing of the sort. It seems like bread and cheese. She asked, don't they eat the same thing? Wim called out to Laura sadly and asked her to get well soon. She said that she would quickly gain strength if he visited her. According to her, in the labyrinth forest she was just waiting for death. It was painful and scary. She couldn't even lose consciousness. She couldn't feel her legs and couldn't run away. It turns out she didn't want to die then either. Wim ran to her and said that everything was fine and he would save her. He appeared in front of her and said these words. This man appeared in front of her like a wizard from old fairy tales. Meanwhile, Laura smiled and the main character asked her, what's wrong? She answered that nothing special. Wim noted that he had also undergone rehabilitation here. Laura asked in surprise, had he been here too? He answered, quite a long time ago. He had acted very recklessly in the labyrinth. She asked, was he okay? Wim replied that he had already finished his treatment, when suddenly Camilla appeared from behind and glancing at her, said that it was when he defeated the floor boss, an honorable wound. She asked him not to look at his unremarkable appearance. He was an intelligent man. Wim said with displeasure that she was exaggerating too much. Haidamari said contentedly that she was right, and Wim was amazing, the strongest in their city. The protagonist asked him to stop, and Laura said admiringly that she knew that he was such an amazing person. He replied that they had misled her. After a while, Wim said goodbye to Laura and asked if she seemed to be getting better, but she still couldn't stand. Haidamari smiled and said that everything was fine, she would recover soon. Wim asked if she was receiving good enough treatment, would she be able to walk? She replied that they didn't know, and that everything depended on rehabilitation. The protagonist thoughtfully said that he would have to help her with this. Haidamari sadly called out to Camille and said that she could not hide it, and Camille agreed with her. She apologized to him, and Haidamari said that she would tell everything and that she had diagnosed her after all. Camille asked her to speak frankly, and Haidamari replied that regenerative medicine was one of her research topics. The protagonist asked in confusion what was going on. Was something wrong? Hidamari said that they would continue to treat her further, but rehabilitation would not help her since her lower body was paralyzed. There was too much nerve damage there, and she could not be put back together. With the current level of healing magic, she could not be cured, and she would never be able to stand again. Wim said in horror that it could not be. Hidamari said that she was very sorry, but there was nothing to be done. The protagonist exclaimed that this could not be true, and then he ran to Laura. He thought, why was he running? He himself does not know, and running into her room, he grabbed her hands and said that everything would be fine. He will think of something. Wim wondered why he wants to help her. Does he feel sorry for her, or is it his selfishness? One thing is clear, he definitely does not want to leave her like this. Rita's words are anger. Hidamari followed him and asked what he was doing. He asked her to talk outside, and leaving the room she said that she made a diagnosis. The protagonist asked if she pulled Laura through the teleport. Hidamari agreed, and he said that then with the help of her power she could run. She replied that then everything was not so bad. Wim said that she was already paralyzed then, and he created a new technique due to which she was able to move. The principle of operation was practically no different from the usual enhancement, and if you change the property of the muscles, then you can reanimate it. Hidamari said that she understands the logic, and Wim replied that he just needs to think about it, and he will be able to improve this technique. He activated the puppeteer's strings and entered the room and began to analyze her body. The protagonist thought that he should remember what she did then and what he felt then. He came to his senses and sat down next to her and asked if she would allow him to use the technique on her. Laura looked at him in bewilderment, and he said that everything was fine and she could trust him. Camilla came up to them, and Hidamari pointed her finger into the room. They saw Laura standing on her feet and were surprised. Hidamari said in surprise that he could. A few days later, Laura's doctor and the Night Dragonfly members gathered for a meeting. Peter said that this was definitely a huge breakthrough, and that he saw, for the first time, that Sarah could be used like this. They at the hospital believe that Laura's treatment has become possible and offer to continue the treatment. Now, they will consider sorcerers as potential doctors. Wim thought in surprise, did he do something so amazing? The man asked, but is it easy to use this technique? The protagonist replied that he practically did nothing. Most of the things he did are in textbooks. If they understand how to increase the duration of the effect, then it should not be difficult. Everyone started negotiating among themselves, so the difficulty is only in the duration. He thinks that they will need very patient sorcerers, and sorcerers need to be trained. It can be used together with wheelchairs. Camilla said that all this is clear, but if nothing is changed, then he must always be with Laura. He replied that he understood this perfectly well, and she noted that he was sacrificing too much. He will have to constantly use spells. There are already prospects, but there is no need to rush. But then it may take many years to develop this technique. Hidamari said that there is a solution, and a very simple one. Laura can become a sorcerer herself, and she has magical powers. Peter exclaimed in surprise, and really? Fitz asked. But the class acquisition ceremony has already taken place this year, and only sages can conduct it? Do they really have to wait until next year? It's a whole year. What if Laura's condition only gets worse? We need to contact the Association of Sages, who can take on this job. Is there a free sage capable of this? Hidamari asked discontentedly. Is she so disrespected in the Night Dragonfly? They have her. She is a sage of the 47th generation. Everyone looked at her in surprise. Sage is a rare class that appears only a couple of times every few decades. This class is able to use the magic of all classes. In addition, it can conduct a class-granting ceremony. Sages have formed an Association of Sages which is located in the Clock Tower. They are magic researchers who try to move progress forward and take on any research. They believe that they will lead humanity forward. Meanwhile, Laura watched as a drop fell on the scale and said, 17 degrees. Hidamari said that she has it. A significant amount of magical power. In principle, she has enough chances to get the sorcerer class. If they drag out, then the muscles in her legs may weaken, so the sooner she gets the class, the better. But this is her life, and she has to make a choice herself. So she has to think carefully and decide. According to the story of the main character, at the meeting, it was decided to give Laura the opportunity to get the sorcerer class. Laura resolutely said that she would try, and if she could not walk, she would not be able to do anything else. Hidamari answered that there was still some time, and if she changed her mind, she should let her know. Hidamari asked what was wrong. Was she worried? She asked her to say it already, since they did not need any omissions. Laura said fearfully that she did not know if it was worry or something else. She smiled, and Laura looked at her questioningly. She mentally asked Wim to talk to her and cheer her up. The main character looked at her and said that she would be able to stand again. In addition, she would be able to walk on her own and asked her not to worry. Suddenly, Laura remembered the past and began to cry. Wim frightenedly apologized and asked if he had said something wrong. Hidamari said what a log he was and ordered him to put his hands on her shoulders. Wim was about to put his hands down when suddenly Laura started crying harder, and he abruptly took his hands away. She apologized and didn't understand why she was crying, because they were all so kind to her. Wim put his hand on her head and started to calm her down. A few days later, there was a seal on the ground with some stones on it. The man said, "Wow," he'd never seen it in his life. The old man said how many years had passed. Hidamari stood on the seal, and Wim noticed that she seemed to be in a bad mood. She asked discontentedly, was he laughing at her? Laura looked at her with fear and she asked, what was the matter? She asked, would it hurt? Hidamari said seriously that after that she spat blood for 5 days, but then she could stand any pain. Laura got scared and Hidamari said with a smile, not to worry so much. No one had ever died from this and she was just joking. She would not feel anything. Laura asked discontentedly, not to offend her, and she said, then they will begin the ritual. Previously, he did not understand what her spells meant, but the sages understood this speech. The magic that the sages use is always activated verbally. In addition, there are spells that need to be read for a very long time, and without this, the magic cannot be activated. Camilla watched them from the window and said, so they began. Suddenly, a magical beam appeared in the sky, and energy enveloped Hidamari's body. She always seemed to have wind in her head, so he forgot what she could be, because she is the 74th sage. Laura looked at her in surprise, and she used soul extraction. Suddenly, an ellipsoid of distortion of 0.7 flew out of Laura. She has good compatibility with charm, so everything will work out. She will grant her a class, a storm of knowledge that hides in the very shadow of the universe, must grant its blessing. She asked the deity living in the west to hear her request and grant his knowledge, filling her heart with courage. Hidamari said that everything is fine and she will become a sorcerer, and then asked her to repeat what she said. Laura said in fear, she is not sure she will remember. Wim thought that the spell will not work if you do not recite it. Fortunately, you do not need to remember it completely. Hidamari replied, given her predisposition, she would be able to remember and try to read it. Laura hesitantly said that she was not that smart. She asked, what was there in the beginning? Laura hesitantly began to repeat, a storm of knowledge that is hidden in the very shadow of the universe. She replied that she had a predisposition to it and that it was in her soul. Laura looked at the protagonist and asked the deity living in the west to grant his blessing and knowledge, hearing her request and filling her heart. Wim thought that one day he too became such a sorcerer. 73 generation, that's how it looked from the outside. Laura said that she could become a sorcerer. Suddenly her eyes were clouded and magical power entered her body. Hidamari sank to the ground and happily congratulated her. Now she is a sorcerer. Suddenly everyone began to clap their hands and congratulate. She is great. Hidamari said that everyone was rooting for her, and the man said sarcastically, it's funny, but she really is a wise man. Hidamari asked discontentedly, did he say something there? Wim said that she was smart, and by kneeling in front of her, they would immediately get down to business. He asked her to repeat the words after him, Brian Den Bane. Laura began to repeat his words, when suddenly a magic mark appeared around her, and she began to stand up. A few days later, Laura was walking alone in the garden and Wim was watching her. Camilla smiled and asked, has he sorted out his feelings? How is his life going? The protagonist hesitantly said that a little. She answered that if he is uncomfortable here, then she can provide him with separate housing. Everyone perceives personal space differently, and they are all different from each other. Sometimes because of this, people find it difficult to understand each other, and this leads to conflict. And conflict leads to depression. But this is not the nature of people. People can change lives, as he did. She asked if he had heard the call in the last few days. He said no, and she pointed out that maybe she was wrong, but it could be related to Laura. Did he know that he did the same for them? Without him, they would be dead on the 98th floor, and he saved their lives too. The protagonist said that for some reason it didn't change anything for him. Camilla asked him to wait a minute and asked if it was because she wasn't as cute as Laura. Maybe she should put on some ears and meow. Wim asked discontentedly if she could joke. She answered that sometimes, but in other words, they were all grateful to him, and he couldn't deny it. She asked him not to devalue his achievements. Laura ran towards Wim, and he thought about it. He didn't think that she could run so fast. She was very talented. Suddenly she fell, and he asked excitedly if she was okay. Laura answered that everything was fine. She was just practicing getting up. The protagonist said that she was very smart, and Laura stood up and replied that she would try. Camilla laughed and exclaimed, what a fighting spirit. He will find something to cling to in this world, she is sure. Soon there will be a holiday, and the night dragonflies have a day off, so he does not need to worry about work. Wim thanked her and she said that he does not need to rush anywhere. The protagonist thanked her again. Meanwhile, on the 99th floor, the dragon wings stopped near a huge tree and the girls said that they cannot move further. There's a huge tree in the way, and what will they do? Kronos asked them to step back and he cut the tree in half, clearing the way. Everyone looked at this in surprise and began to admire. Kronos said that now they can go further, and such a trifle will not stop them, because they are the dragon wing. He asked if they see those birds. They are Minamidori, and they nest near the water, which means there is a lake ahead. Sophia said that there are no monsters around, and it is safe here. Melis asked them to come here, and she asked what was that. It was a healing herb, and they could make a healing potion out of it. Nikra exclaimed, simply amazing, this is great news. His sixth sense does not fail them. Kronos said that they found the lake and the herbs thanks to them, so this will be their base, thanks to which they can move on. Will they go with him? Everyone happily agreed. The girl said how glad she was to be here. Kronos is very cool. What to do? Because her heart is about to jump out. Sophia watched him from behind as she suddenly heard something. Kronos said that this is not enough and not enough. Something must be done. After some time, the dragon wing returned to the castle, and the warrior said, "The triumphant return of the dragon wing. It has achieved another wonderful result." Another warrior said discontentedly that he annoys him and even cannot be said against him, but it is worth admitting that now he is at least capable of something. The voice asked, "Well, how about him? This is what he wanted, right?" He answered that it was not enough and ordered not to talk to him on the surface. Nikra called out to him and said, "They did it and everyone was safe again." He agreed and asked where Sophia was. She answered that she went to hand in a report because she worked hard. Without her, they would have had a hard time and she came to them at the best time. Where did he find her? Kronos thought about it and said, "In a tavern, and that was an accident." Melis exclaimed, "It turns out it was fate." He agreed. Maybe they were right. Nikra said she would like to go shopping with everyone. Soon there will be a holiday. They will have to celebrate in the city. They will buy a lot of different clothes. After some time, there was a lot of food on the table, and the dragon wing happily said that it was very tasty and worth it. Everything is just great in this group. Meanwhile, Sophia put the documents on the table and said that this is a report of their income and expenses. Kronos asked, "Great job. Are they all okay?" She agreed and asked to look at it. Their group's money had disappeared somewhere, and to spend so much money, his permission was needed, so she decided to ask. Kronos called out to her and said that he would sort everything out and she could stay out of his work. What she had done was already enough. Sophia thought, right, they were doing well now, even too well. When Kronos reformed the group, he decided to shift it from planning strategies and drawing up maps. He took all this completely on himself. This cannot be learned in a short time, and someone is clearly deciding all this. Kronos said that their group was really bad at first, but now that he collected his thoughts, he realized that he turned out to be quite talented. Now he was able to reveal his true potential. No problem? Sophia asked, but where did all this money come from? Kronos asked, what is this? Are they launching fireworks there? Suddenly, Nash broke through the wall and apologized. He came to offer Kronos a duel. The girl asked with displeasure, is this some kind of joke? Why does Kronos have to fight some old man? Sophia ran out and asked what was going on. Nikra answered that some old man had broken in. Kronos asked, is he Nash, right? He admired him when he was a child and it was an honor for him. But what is the point of a duel? Nash asked, does that mean he doesn't understand? Sophia stopped him and said, his daughter Aisha was on the 99th floor when they encountered the boss and she died there. He answered that it was sad. He was also haunted by his daughter's death, but he also wanted him to understand that sacrifices are inevitable when meeting a new floor boss for the first time. Nash said with displeasure that his daughter was also an adventurer, and he was sure she was ready to die in the depths of the labyrinth one day. But the way she died was told to him by one of the survivors, and he just led them all to certain death. She was young, and he knew the highest floor she was on. She was only 15 years old, and she had never climbed past the 23rd floor. He just threw away her life, and he must avenge her. Of course, he would get a reward for the fight. If he lost, he would be able to take his sword with which he conquered the labyrinth. Kronos agreed and took out his sword. A magical aura appeared around Nash, and he asked, is he ready to die? Kronos sighed heavily, and he rushed to attack him. Suddenly Daz appeared behind him and hit him with a club with all his might. Kronos said that he was late. He hired him as a guard. Did he forget? Daz awkwardly apologized. He went to the toilet. Nash said weakly that it was unfair, and he replied that he was so old that he didn't even notice the blow to the back, and he didn't have a chance to begin with. His time had already passed, and he had to understand that. Lately, he had a lot of problems because of envious people like him. He asked Dash to take his sword and throw him out into the street. Suddenly, Nash hit Dash and ordered him not to stick his nose in the air, and then released a fire snake, but Kronos repelled his attack with his sword. Nash was surprised and exclaimed, this is nonsense. Kronos launched another attack at him, and having hit him, said that he was too emotional and did not want to grow old. He approached his body and said that his sword could be sold for a good price, and he would gladly take it. Sophia watched this and thought that she couldn't do this anymore. She couldn't let him do whatever he wanted. After a while, she walked down the alley and approached the counter. From the other side they said, everything is as usual. What is there? Sophia read the document and gritted her teeth in displeasure. This is not why she joined the dragon's wing. The guy asked, did she lose her equipment? What will she do? After all, the higher-ups want her to hurry. She thought about the fact that he was not a bad person and communicated with him, even became a little attached. That's why they tell her that he is not suitable for this job, but she went too far, so she will do everything. Meanwhile, not far from Filborn, he bought a house. Wim woke up and said, it's so late and he sleeps well in this house. Is that good or bad? He thought that he had already become part of their society, but it turned out that he still wanted to escape, and they put so much effort into getting closer, and the distance between them became smaller. How he irritates himself. Suddenly he woke up and, noticing Laura, was scared. She wished him a good morning, and he asked what she was doing here and why Hidamari was here. Wim remembered Camille's words, since he heard the call of the labyrinth. Then someone needed to spy on him for a while. Hidamari said that since she was his friend, she was. Abel pointed out that he could. They were both guys after all. Hidamari looked at him with displeasure. This was a job for his friend. She asked him not to worry, since she would be keeping an eye on him from the outside. That way she wouldn't disturb him, and he could relax. The protagonist thought they had agreed on this, but why was she inside? He started to wake her up and asked what was going on. She sleepily said that she had fallen asleep and turning to Laura, ordered her to be untied, since she was a free person. She refused, and Hidamari asked with displeasure, "What was this?" The protagonist wondered in bewilderment what had happened last night. But yesterday she had been a respected sage for her. The protagonist called out to her and she answered. Wim asked for no master, and to call him by his proper name. She asked master? He answered that she should call him by his name. Did she misunderstand him? Hidamari smelled the scent, and Laura said that breakfast was ready. She discontentedly ordered to untie her. After some time, they sat at the table, and Laura said that she would bring everything. Wim thought that she would work for the night dragonflies when her health becomes stable. It seems that she still has room to grow, and the level of the charms that she uses is also not bad. Laura happily wished everyone a bon appetit and served him a separate portion. He awkwardly thanked her, while Hidamari discontentedly asked, "Does he know that she is 13 years old? This dog climbed into someone else's house and pretends to be a little girl." Laura angrily exclaimed that she is not a dog. Hidamari asked with displeasure, "Doesn't she think she has no right to say something in such a shameful outfit?" She angrily asked, "In what place is this shameful outfit?" Wim noticed this outfit, and Laura embarrassedly asked him not to look at her like that. She is embarrassed, but if he wants to, then she does not mind. Hidamari said with displeasure, "So your nature showed itself." Laura noticed, "And anyway, Camilla dressed her in this outfit. And anyway, she is still little. He should not worry like that. She is a child compared to her. She forgives her." Laura said before he has time to turn around, she will already surpass her in everything. The main character smiled and thought, he was afraid that because of everything she went through, she will not be able to live normally. But it seems that she is a very strong girl. After breakfast, Laura asked if there would be a festival and what they would buy. Hidamari asked in surprise. "Buy?" She answered. "Well, there was a festival. It would be at the market and you could buy clothes there." Wim asked, "But did they really need anything?" Hidamari thought that regular clothes would be fine. The protagonist said, so there was no need to take anything new. She answered that she thought so too. Besides, she didn't see the point in going there at all. Wim agreed. He was told to sit and rest at home, and she hadn't been able to sit at home normally for a long time. Laura asked discontentedly. They weren't going to the festival. What if there wasn't another one at all? Hidamari awkwardly asked, was she already planning to go? He answered, and it looked like it was with them. And did that fool try asking first? The protagonist asked not to scold her. Laura sadly said that her mom and dad always took her to the festival and that it was important to her. She was little and didn't really remember anything, but it seemed to her that the whole city was fun. Wim agreed to go. They would definitely go there and buy clothes. Hidamari asked him to wait. She wasn't sure she knew much about clothes. It would just be too awkward for her if they went, and she would have to invite someone else to buy clothes for the girl. Wim asked, who should she invite then? He didn't have any friends, and neither did she. After a while, Greta asked, did they come to see her? Hidamari asked, was that right? Could she help them? She asked, was that sweet girl Laura? She wanted to go anyway, so she didn't mind, and she was glad that she had finally decided to dress properly. She asked discontentedly, her? It's Laura. Greta noticed, and she did too. But you can't put everything on the girl. She always looks like a bag of potatoes in her clothes, and she never listens to her. Hidamari asked discontentedly, was she serious now? Greta asked her to be ready, since she would be her doll to dress up. Greta grabbed Laura in her arms and happily remarked that she loved such cute ones. Hidamari asked whether it was worth coming. In the meantime, they arrived at the festival. The seller called out to Greta and asked to take some to try, because he gives it for free. Laura took the food and looked at it with admiration. According to Wim, this festival is traditionally held once a year and is called the Festival of Gratitude to the Labyrinth. It is important for their culture, like the mountains are for the mountain dwellers and the sea is for the coastal dwellers. The labyrinth is also important for them. Hidamari noticed Laura eating something and asked where she got it. She said that Mr. Wim bought it for her, and Hidamari asked where exactly. Greta said that if the stalker eats a lot, she will gain weight. Laura asked why she calls Hidamari a stalker. Greta happily said that it is because she is constantly. She ordered her to be quiet and said that she is cool. Laura asked when they are going to buy clothes. Hidamari brought them to a boutique and said, this is a great place. Greta agreed. The quality and price here are great. Wim watched as the girls discussed the clothes and thought with fear that there were only girls here, so he felt uncomfortable. The seller said that they cannot bring food and drinks, and Hidamari asked with displeasure, what? Greta took the clothes and said that she had an idea. They need to try them on and asked them to wait here. She took Laura to the locker room, and he thought, what is going on there? Laura came out in a dress and asked, what will he say? The protagonist asked in confusion. Blue, huh? It looks good. Greta thought, what kind of expression? Wim thought, this is bad. Should he apologize? He knew, so he shouldn't have gone because he is too bad at this kind of thing. Greta asked. What's next? Laura came out of the locker room in a suit and asked his reaction. The protagonist in confusion said, very nice. She smiled happily and hugged Greta. Wim thought, it seems to have worked. Greta turned to Hidamari and said that she was next, and then dragged her into the locker room. She said that her arms and legs were not even moving, and that she was trying to put them on her head. Greta said that she needed to be patient and move her legs. Hidamari asked what she should do and how to react. Greta smiled and said that to be honest, she had done a masterpiece. Wim saw Hidamari in a dress, and Greta asked, and who else? She said discontentedly that it did not suit her. The protagonist said that it suited her very well. Hidamari asked embarrassedly, is this true? Greta was happy and said that he was next. After a while, they came out of there with their purchases, and she thanked them for going with her. Wim noted that they should be thanking her. Greta grabbed Hidamari and said they were going to have a girls' party. She said discontentedly that she was hearing about it for the first time. Greta whispered in her ear that she was going to have some delicious meat, and asked her to spend some time with her, and then took her away. When Laura was completely stable, they would go out to eat together. They saw them off, and Laura happily asked, were they going home? Meanwhile, having returned home, she happily entered the house and said it was so much fun, and suggested that they go for a walk tomorrow. Wim noted that he was glad she liked it, but she needed to get back to the hospital. Laura said that a nurse would come here for her. Wim wanted to tell her when he suddenly noticed a letter on the floor. Laura asked in surprise, was it from fans? The main character, after reading this, apologized to her, but he won't be able to go with her tomorrow.